There we are, we're live. Good morning and happy Saturday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the Zen Leadership Summit. And here today, we're going to be promoting spirituality in business. And we have an amazing lineup of speakers. And they are absolutely fantastic. I cannot wait until you hear from all of them. They are absolutely amazing. I, of course, am Marianne Padjan. A lot of you know me. Some of you may not know me. I am from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And I'm joined here by Tammy Williams, who is also in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And so up here, I am a real estate agent, and I am looking to expand internationally as well. So I am already doing a little bit of work in Dominican Republic, the Cayman Islands, and Costa Rica, and I'm looking to expand that as well. I also own a publishing company called Empowered Voice Publishing, and I do retreats, and I am an intuitive empowerment coach for women. And I sell these beauties. I am a rep for these fantastic, hopefully you can see these, and you will hear more about these later on. We have a whole segment dedicated to these at 11:30 with some of my amazing ladies. And that's a little bit only of what I do. I also have a podcast called Meditation Millionaire. And as of 2024, starting in January, I am going to do a virtual summit / conference every single month. So that's new for me. And I'm also starting, I also run a women's mastermind called Empowered Resilient Women International. And in 2024, I am going to be running a men's mastermind as well for men, and it's going to be with a partner. And you will be hearing more about that in the coming week or two. So thank you so much. And my speakers are starting to join me here. We've got some of the ladies starting to join. So today we're going to talk a little bit about business and how you can incorporate spirituality. I, of course, incorporate spirituality into everything I do. In fact, I have to just share a little bit. So as of yesterday, when this arrived, well, actually as of before that, but as of yesterday, I'm just going to show off for a tiny bit, only because I worked super hard for this. There we go. I am officially a doctor of metaphysics. I have been working towards this for the past, I say 15 plus years, but really it's probably been more like 35 plus years. And I'm super proud of it because metaphysics is my favorite subject. And so incorporating spirituality into business is hugely important to me. In fact, I don't know how you can do it without. Anything to do with self-love and empowering yourself is all personal development work. And any personal development work, you have to incorporate some level of spirituality. You have to connect to a higher source, whatever you may call it. Is really irrelevant. What is important is that you are aware that there is a higher source and that you can tap into that higher source anytime you want. And so with that, I am going to introduce you to our first speaker, who has just arrived, and she is definitely in the pink. And she's wonderful. And she's also one of my coaches in my life who I've had the pleasure of getting coached with. And she's a media expert. I'm actually just going to go and read her bio. So give me a second here. I'm not sure what's happening here. Okay, so allow me to bring to you Ms. Lori A. McNeil. Lori is an international media, marketing, and branding expert who specializes in helping entrepreneurs and business leaders understand the power of developing one cohesive plan. She is a powerful speaker. Oh, she is a powerhouse, period. Sorry, I just added that in. Who empowers and inspires others to help into their greatness and use media to reach more people and increase sales. Lori was selected as an official speaker for the Think and Grow Rich World Legacy Tour and was invited as a featured speaker for Turning Point 2020, with 2.25 million people attending live. She is featured in media over 500 times a year, and her global network earned her the Lifetime Presidential Service Award. Wow. And most recently, the Global Visionary Award. I could probably go on, but this is the short bio because I asked everyone for the short bio. Lori has so much more, and she is one of my favorite speakers. I love having her on here at pretty much all of mine. Once I start in January, she'll be opening up for, if not all of them, I mean, if she's available, she's going to be opening up for me. So with that, I present you Lori A. McNeil.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always so fun to be a speaker with your events, Marianne, and I'm so glad that we connected a few years ago. Time's gone by so fast, of course, but we've just stayed connected in all kinds of ways. And I love you to pieces, and I love supporting you and participating with your events. So thank you again for having me back.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, and I'm just going to adjust my screen a little bit. I was having some technical difficulties this morning, which is why I was.
We're having a full moon with an eclipse today. So if technology acts up a little bit today, everyone, thank you for your patience in advance.
For sure. I was definitely having some weird issues this morning logging on. So I am excited to be here. Like I said, thank you again for having me. And we are going to be talking about leadership and spirituality and media, branding and marketing and business, and kind of how some of those pieces all fit together. So let's just dive right in. I want to encourage everyone, if you are not taking notes, if you haven't already, if you don't have a pen and paper, grab one quick, because I love to drop as many nuggets as possible in a short amount of time. So over the next hour, I'm going to be sharing with you all kinds of things that hopefully will allow you to have many aha moments and many things to really be aware and evaluate on your checklist of things that you're doing, things you're not doing, and again, those aha moments so that you understand maybe what you do need to be doing better and why not, certain things are not a good fit for you. So we're going to be talking about a lot of different things. I'll try not to go too quickly. Marianne knows I like to pack a lot in. But let's go ahead and just dive right in. So I love doing what I do every single day. And I know that sounds super corny, and I know that sounds super cliche, and you hear a lot of people say that. But I have the pleasure of being an international business strategist. At the basis of what I do, although I specialize in media, branding, and marketing, every day it's always about business strategy and putting those pieces in place to create one cohesive plan. One of the biggest mistakes that I see people making in trying to build their business or scale to the next level is that they don't understand how all the pieces really fit together and how they really do need to fit together to build that foundation, and that all of the decisions that you make are a ripple effect for so many other decisions. And so if you don't necessarily view media, branding, and marketing as having, if you have a little extra, I hear this from a lot of people. Well, when I get $1,000, I'm going to do this, or when I can invest at 5,000 or 10,000, then I'm going to do this. Yes, you want to have that plan to move forward, but don't get in the mindset of that temporary thinking, because what happens is you already you're not understanding the complete value of certain things that need to be built in the foundational pieces. So let me give you an example of this. So in branding, media, and marketing, I work with people every day that say, I can't afford a graphic designer. I can't afford a social media manager. I can't afford, and there's something very specific. And what I help them understand is that you can't afford not to. So what we need to do is to take a look at your overall strategy and identify what are the things that you're putting time and money toward that are actually not giving you the ROI that you need, that you want, or that you think that they're getting you. Is basically what it is. So don't get wrapped up in being busy, but really do that deeper evaluative work in order to figure out like where your time and money needs to really be going, because a lot of it is mindset of not understanding the tasks, the daily tasks that need to happen in order to really shift gears and get you to where you want to go. And so a lot of people aren't really understanding that if they do have more professional graphics, if they do have and understand more about their social media, that they're actually going to increase their sales, increase their followership, increase their engagement, everything that they really truly want, if they were putting their resources in a little bit of a different direction, rather than not understanding, you know, the direction that they're headed in and understanding the reasons why and why not behind that. So these are all things that I help people understand daily. It doesn't matter if I'm traveling, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. People are reaching out to me in my DMs and on my emails, and these are issues that a lot of people are having and not quite understanding what they need to do to shift gears. And it doesn't matter whether you need to learn Canva yourself, whether you need to hire someone as a graphic designer, let's just say, but the focus needs to be put more on some very specific strategies that are actually going to help you shift to whatever it is that next level is, you know, that you really should be shifting into. So when we talk about how to scale and how to increase sales and how to move forward with our authority, right, in our space, then we need to understand the foundation behind what has to be put in place first. That is super important. We live in a fast-paced society where people are trying to literally fast track everything. Now, I'm all about efficiency. I'm all about saving time. But what you will hear from every single one of my clients is that you can't sweep things under the rug. You have to build that foundation first, because most people are not doing this. So when you back up and you build that foundation, you're actually going to pass people like super, super fast, because a lot of people aren't actually building it the right way from the very beginning. And so that's why this is so important, is that when you look around in your space, social media, physical space, doesn't matter, but the people that are in your industry, in your niche, and you get maybe stuck in your mindset of thinking, oh man, they haven't been doing this as long as I have, and they're so much more successful than I am. First of all, there's always things behind the scenes that you don't know. There's always things going to be going on that you don't know about. But the other piece of that is that they actually are, what you don't know is that they're probably sweeping a lot of those foundational things under the carpet. And if you back up and actually build your foundation, then in the next few months, you're probably going to end up passing them up. And a lot of people don't realize that because they're trying to compete. And when you understand your own value and you understand who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, and you are laser focused on that and building your foundation on in those areas and the right strategies that have to be put in place in those areas, then you can actually completely soar way ahead of your competition when you understand who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, and you stay focused in your lane and keep your head down and not get distracted by competition or what's going on around you, then you actually will get to where you want to go much faster. I always think about it as the tortoise and the hare. You know, most of us are familiar with that childhood story. It's so true. If you just put one step in front of the next step, in front of the next step, and you just keep going and you are consistent with your actions every single day and with your strategies every single day, you will actually win the race. And that's what I want you to understand, is it's that consistent action. So people say, well, Lori, I'm a likable person and I'm working really hard every day and I'm not getting the engagement that I need. And, you know, there's all of these things that I hear people talk about every single day. And it's usually a consistency problem or a messaging problem or a branding problem. In most cases, it's one of those three things. So when you back up and you're building that foundation, how consistent are you being really with everything that you're doing? If your people are expecting you to post on social media every day, are you posting every day? Are you adding value every day? If you're supposed to have your newsletter out every week, how consistent are you with that? How consistent are you about showing up in virtual spaces or in physical events or whatever it is that you have committed to being consistent with? How consistent are you in implementing those strategies and showing up? How on point is your branding? I teach people that you need 3 to 5 main messaging points. And in most cases, the more that you refine who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, those will be narrowed down into three that you use the majority of the time, with kind of a couple of supporting ones. Is kind of how that works. But the idea is that everything you do is consistent with your messaging. Doesn't matter if you're on stage. It doesn't matter if you are posting something on social media. It doesn't matter if you are being interviewed on any kind of a platform. It doesn't matter what the question is that you are being asked. I was just in Georgia yesterday having a conversation around this exact issue with a bunch of my folks in Hollywood and media. The question actually does not matter. And that's an important thing for everyone to understand, is that you can be asked, well, Lori, what do you think about the weather on Mount Kilimanjaro? And when you are so laser focused on what it is that you are there to deliver, the value that you are there to deliver, and you're so focused on your 3 main messaging points, the question actually does not matter. You are there to do a job. It doesn't matter if you have 20 minutes. It doesn't matter if you have 3 to 5 minutes on most studio television segments. It doesn't matter, because when you have more practice at your messaging and you stand in your value and you know what it is that you are there to deliver, then you understand how to turn every single question around to be about those 3 to 5 main messaging points. So have that faith over fear and understanding that the question actually doesn't matter. The situation doesn't matter. And this is something that I get asked a lot, that fear kind of holds people back. And so I want you guys to understand the value of understanding and really grasping some of these things that I'm sharing with you, because it's that mindset that's so important for you to understand in order for you to be ready for whatever that next level is. So I have so many people that are just like, I'm ready to go to the next level. I'm ready to go to the next level. I'm ready to hit my next million, whatever that is. And the reality is that you need to do some of this foundational work that I'm talking about in order for you to even be in the right mindset, the right position, the right everything, in order to actually be ready for that next level that you're after. Now, in business, everything in life is interconnected. I don't teach anything that is different. You shouldn't be a different person in business, so to speak, than you are in your personal life. They are all connected. So we're here talking about leadership. We're here talking about spirituality. We're here talking about everything about what you need to have in place with balance, right? So does that mean, where are you at with whatever it is that you believe, and how connected and consistent are you with whatever that belief system is? And how connected and strong are you as a leader? And are you doing everything you can every single day to build up your leadership skills? Whether that is personal development, professional development, health and wellness, whatever that is. And it can be overwhelming to think, well, gosh, I don't have enough hours in a day to necessarily work on all of these things. So there's a strategy that you may have heard of that I teach. It's called the 10 before 10. And there's different variations of this. But sometimes technology doesn't work right. Sometimes, we have a difficult client we're dealing with, or just there's all kinds of things that pop up in our day that we weren't necessarily expecting. And part of leadership is understanding the certain strategies that you need to have in place to maintain that right mindset, to maintain that balance, to maintain what you need to do in order to keep that needle moving forward. And there's a strategy called 10 before 10, so that no matter what happens throughout the day, whether you don't get anything done that you thought that you were going to get done that day, that you have 10 things that you check off your list before 10 o'clock. Now, I take this principle to another level, and I teach my clients to do 5 and 5. So I'll say 5 personal things and 5 professional things, so to speak. So that means if you know that you need to have the dishes done and a load of laundry put in or whatever, in order for you to feel like your house is not in chaos, right? Because that affects a lot of us, our working environment or the other things on our checklist, then you need to do those 5 kind of household type things. And then you might need to check your email. You might need to send a couple of messages. Maybe you need to do personal development and read a chapter in a book, whatever that is, but have it be kind of 5 personal and 5 professional before 10 o'clock. So this is the 10 before 10. This will help you stay focused. This will help you start off your day with productivity in a couple of different areas in your life where you feel like no matter what happens throughout the rest of the day, that you have checked things off your list. This has proven successful so many times over, because I have people that get frustrated because they think, well, I had complete chaos today and I don't know if I got anything done. Go back to your 10 before 10. How consistent are you being with your 10 before 10, whether that's meditation, whether that's prayer, whatever that is that looks like your 10 before 10, and make sure that by 10 o'clock, no matter what, you have had success in your day from the very beginning before you even do a deeper dive into your coaching calls, working with clients, whatever that is of the unknown that might pop up throughout the day. So this is a really, really good method if you have not implemented it, and maybe you've heard it before and you just need to go back and kind of revisit this idea. I want to encourage you to revisit this because it works and it helps a lot of people, that no matter what, you have actually checked things off of your list and you have set the intention for the day. You've told yourself in all forms, like, this is going to be a successful day. I'm attacking my day from the very beginning. I'm checking things off the list. And I am going to be successful, no matter what, for the rest of the day. So with this topic of this event, I wanted to offer a little bit of a different perspective on that life balance, on that leadership balance, what that means for you to be ready to step into the person that you need to be in order to be ready for whatever that next level is. Now, in terms of business and in terms of media marketing and branding, that can look several different ways. I have a lot of people that say, well, Lori, I'm ready to be on national TV. I'm ready to do TV. I'm ready to do TV. And I'll say, okay, well, how many podcasts have you done? How many local radio interviews have you done? How many different things? And they'll say, well, I don't want to work in my local community. I want to go ahead and jump. And I'll say, you're not ready. You haven't built your media portfolio. You haven't practiced your messaging enough. You haven't built up your authority enough. Your all of the things that you need to build that foundation before you are ready. I have speakers all over the world that say, well, Lori, I've been speaking for years. I know I can do an interview on television. Maybe, in most cases not, because you don't know how to speak in sound bites and you don't know how to put your messaging into 3 to 5 minutes because you're used to having a half an hour or an hour. There's a really, really big difference in the different platforms that you use to communicate your message. So I want you guys to back up and think about not only what you want to have that for your vision and to have those for your goals, but I want you to think about what you are doing right now to actually be ready. So for you to be ready and for you to be seen as the authority, because those media outlets will want to research you. It's very rare that they would put you on the television show, for instance, if they don't know if you have practice being interviewed, if you are who you say you are, and if you are so passionate and dedicated to your industry, to your messaging enough that you are consistently showing up in different areas. These are all things that various media platforms, for instance, will be looking for. So it's not just a matter of you wanting to be on a certain show. They will be researching you as well, wanting to know what's in it for them and are you actually ready. So that's why some of these things are really, really important to put in place. So I'll say, if you don't have your portfolio built, if you don't even know where to start with what you've got, start local. Be working with your local Rotary, your local Seroptimist, your local community organizations, contact your local radio, local newspaper, those kinds of things. Those are important to use, not only all of the assets to start to build on social media, but those are important for you to practice in ways that you don't even know. And this happens a lot because people say, oh, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that question. I wasn't expecting this. Exactly. You actually need to use this as a stepping stone for your own portfolio building, your own messaging, your own authority, your own leadership at several different levels. So that's why these things are so important. You also need to have a strong brand. Branding and media go together. Branding, media, and marketing go together. These three areas are very different, but they're very connected. What I use the trifecta. I call it the trifecta and how these things fit together. So when you understand how these things fit together, then you literally are unstoppable in your industry. If you want to know why some people are catapulting so far ahead, it's because they understand how to use these three things in their overall business strategy and in their overall business planning. So let me just clarify a few things, because I get asked this question a lot. They'll say, well, Lori, what's the difference? What's the difference between all three of these, especially when it comes to branding and marketing? Marketing gets them in the door. Branding keeps them coming back. So I want you guys to think about it that way. Your marketing messages are important. All of your different marketing efforts are important. They get the customer coming to you. Your branding keeps them coming back because they want to like, know, and trust you. They need to experience you at all levels. They need to experience who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve through your branding, whether they've never met you, whether they have a clue who you are. Something in that needs to be magnetically attracting them to want to learn more about you. Okay, so in order to get to that point, you need to understand how those pieces fit together. So can you just focus on one? You can, but you're leaving money and opportunity on the table if you don't actually put the power of the trifecta together. When you understand the strong brand and you understand the connection between branding and marketing, then you understand how to leverage those two things to add in the media, to understand how you're going to attract the media and what you do with the media piece behind that in order to really, really catapult you into that magnetic person that people are attracted to, making sales very, very easy. So for instance, when I first started out, and I've been doing this for 28 years, even before I retired from Oregon State as a business professor, developing out MBA programs across the country. I've been coaching and consulting for a long time. So when I made that transition into traveling globally full-time, almost a decade ago now, when I am starting to do it in a bigger capacity globally and not in the confines of a classroom, even though I valued that greatly, then I understood how me showing up consistently with branding, marketing, and media and putting these pieces together actually made me the authority in my industry very, very quickly. I've been teaching and developing out programs on all of this stuff with business strategy for a long time. But when I'm branding myself and positioning myself in a new way, then I was able to take everything that I had learned and just more than 10x it really, really fast. So I know it works. And I know that this can work for you too. I've seen it with all of my clients many, 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 many times. So when you understand who you are and you understand how to show up, then you become the hunted, not the one that you're actually hunting and chasing. And that's the difference. And that's what I want to get everyone to understand, is that you no longer have to pitch for events, because that's another thing I get. How do I get on stages? How do I get on events? How do I get on these things? When you understand how to put these strategies together, you no longer have to pitch yourself for media. You no longer have to pitch yourself for events. You no longer have to pitch yourself. The roles then are reversed to where you are the authority in your space and people are flooding your inbox, wanting you to come. That's why it's not just about applying for a stage. It's not just about trying to sweep certain things under the rug, so to speak. You've got to build these foundations so that that switch can happen for you and you are not chasing after opportunities. I now have hundreds of things come to my DM or come to my email. So when people say, well, Lori, how do you get your customers? How do you get your clients? I'm literally in a position where I don't have to worry about where my clients come from anymore. I don't have to worry about where my stage opportunities come from anymore. I don't have to worry about any of that because I've built the foundation from the ground up. Was it a lot of work in the beginning? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's not something that happened overnight. It's not something that happened in a year. When I retired and I started doing what I'm doing, I had to do it differently because I was basically building myself in a different way. So after really, truly what was a fairly short amount of time, I was able to catapult myself in the industry very quickly because I understood how to build that foundation. And it wasn't very long before it went from me hunting to being the hunted, to be honest. And that was a really great feeling. And that's something I want everyone to understand and experience, to where there's so much freedom in that. There's so much freedom in not having to worry about, honestly, how you're going to pay your bills that month, which for some of you, that's an issue that you're in right now. That's a struggle that you're in right now. So when you take the time to do a deeper dive, it makes a big difference. And I'll have people say, well, what are my days off? Friends, I'm here to tell you, there's no such thing as having days off. You've got to get yourself out of the mindset of having you can protect your Sundays if that's a day that you need to worship and meditate and have with your family and all that. I understand that. That's great. But don't get into the mindset of I'm going on vacation, or this is where I need to go on my next trip, or I need a day off to do something. It's all about creating the time and money freedom that you need and the lifestyle that you want. I don't take days off. I just go work from a beach in Mexico. There's no such thing as actually taking that time off. Now, sometimes you do need to step back from social media. Sometimes you do need to kind of reset certain things and maintain that balance and meditate and take that time. I'm all about that. But don't get stuck in the wrong mindset of understanding what it is you're doing and why you're doing it. So a lot of people, they're not quite understanding that this is not a job that you are creating for yourself. This is not just an income that you are creating for yourself. This is the time and money freedom that you truly want. And how do you do that? And when you understand how to create that life that's mixed, personal and professional, right? Because everything's connected, then you will start to understand the freedom that comes in making very different decisions in order to get there. It's not work your butt off during the week and then take a Sunday off. It's how do you integrate the self-care and the time that you need throughout the week to do the things that you need to do and still be working actually more hours than you would if you worked for somebody else. How do you continue that drive? How do you continue going? First of all, you've got to be passionate about what you do. 100% never do anything just for the income. You will hate it and it won't last and you will get burned out. If you are truly all in on creating that global impact and creating what it is that you are truly, truly passionate about, you won't feel like you need vacations from whatever it is that you're doing because you've created the lifestyle around it. So let me give you another perspective. So I'm a single mom and I work all the time. Crazy. You can call me any day of the night and I'll probably answer the phone. So this is what I do. I have a son who needs me. I'm a mom. He maybe needs me to go to a sporting event, or maybe I need to take him camping, or maybe I need to do whatever it is that I'm doing with my son. I work everything around that. I'm still working throughout the day. I go to his sporting event for a couple of hours, and I might still be kind of working on my phone a little bit, or maybe I've made that decision to not be on my phone for a couple hours, whatever that is. And then I keep going. It's not about, oh, I have something going on today, so I need to take the whole day off. No, it's not about taking the whole day off to do one or two things. It's about working your complete lifestyle around that. The reason why this is important when I'm talking about media branding and marketing is because you need to be who you are and what you want and what you're after. You are not two different people. You are not putting on all of these different hats. You're learning to live the lifestyle that you actually want, to where you're not exhausted switching gears all the time. You're just learning to create it in a different way, being in integrity with yourself, with your friends, with your family, with your loved ones, so that you are not being different people. Because whether you realize it or not, the world is watching you, and they know when you're out of integrity. They know when you are scrambled. They know when you're living in chaos. They know when something's not quite right. Even if you think that you're being slick and sly and nobody's noticing, they notice. So when you learn to understand how to put these worlds together, then you understand the greater foundation that needs to be built in order for you, again, to be prepared with the person that you need to be to reach that next level. All of this stuff that I'm talking about is interrelated. So don't think, well, Lori, what does this have to do with media and branding and marketing? I promise you it does. It absolutely does, because you need to be who you are. You need to understand who you are and who you're after and what it is that you want. Because friends, I promise you, if you don't know where you're going and what you want, you can't be upset when you don't get there. You've got to know what it is that you want and go after it and understand the strategies behind what needs to be put in place, the action steps every single day that are going to get you to where it is that you're going at all levels of your life, all levels of leadership, all levels of integrity, all levels of that balance, whether we're talking about 10 before 10, whether we're talking about being in integrity with yourself, which I actually want to talk about for just a second. So one of the things that I teach my clients when it comes to integrity is that integrity is more than just doing what you say you're going to do. That's a great start, and that's very important for you to have follow through in what you say you're going to do. It doesn't matter how big or small. If you've made a commitment, then you follow through with that commitment. But there's a formula behind getting back into integrity that I want to share with you that is missed. So first of all, you need to be in integrity with yourself. Integrity is both internal and external. When you are in integrity with yourself, you are a very, very different person in how you behave externally. That's the first thing. So you need to be in integrity with what you want and why you want it and the action steps that you're taking every single day to stay in integrity with yourself, because you've already made that commitment to yourself. You've already made that promise to yourself. That matters. Okay, so externally, you're talking about friends, you're talking about family, you're talking about your kids, whomever, business partners, clients. Stay in integrity with everyone externally in your life. What happens when you get out of integrity? There is a formula that helps you get back into integrity. It is not, I'm sorry. A lot of people will automatically go to, I'm sorry, I'll do better next time. Friends, that's not good enough. It's really not good enough. First of all, it's something that a lot of people, they may or may not mean it. Most of the time it's, okay, well, they understood, so they'll understand again if it happens, right? So there's all these things that happen when you're out of integrity with somebody, especially if someone is very understanding, very patient, that tends to be even the person subconsciously that you continue to take advantage of because you know they're not going to get mad, no matter how much you love them, how much you respect them. It's just human nature that happens. So what happens when you are out of integrity? First of all, yes, absolutely, you need to apologize. What I'm saying is it doesn't start there. It's not good enough to just say, I'm sorry, I won't do it next time. You'll say, I'm sorry I was disrespectful to you and to your time. You matter to me. Being in integrity matters to me. And not only how can I make this up to you, but you're asking them, you're not telling them. So you're not saying this, let me make this up to you in this way. No, you're saying, I value this relationship. I don't want this to happen again. How can I make this up to you? You're putting them in control. You're not telling them how they need to be respected in order to feel like they can trust you. Once you are out of integrity with somebody, you're already kind of chiseling away at that trust factor a little bit. And so you need to be very careful. You're respecting them. But here's the thing, if you get into a heated discussion, let's just say, and there is a lot of heated emotion behind you being out of integrity, then you'll say, you know what, let's take a little bit of a break, but let's come back to it on Wednesday at 4 o'clock. Or son, I'm really sorry I missed your baseball game. What can we do? Let's go out to ice cream. Let's do this. What does it mean to you for me to make this up to you? Let's come back to this at a certain day, at a certain time. That becomes a non-negotiable. That's not, oh, I can talk to my son anytime, or they'll understand if I need to reschedule because I have something coming up. It's no, you are not going to get out of integrity again because you're chiseling away at that trust factor. So you'll say, you know what, I respect our time, or I know we don't have time to talk about this right now because maybe you're in the middle of a live event or something going on. This means a lot to me. Can we meet tomorrow at 4 o'clock to discuss this? Because this is important to me. You are important to me. This relationship is important to me. And then that becomes your non-negotiable, and you show up. And you show up in full integrity and full focus. And it's not just about the apology, it's about the respect of communicating how much that person and how much that situation means to you. So this is the part that a lot of people miss because they don't want to be rejected. They don't want to be embarrassed. They maybe don't want to take it to that next level. And I'm here to tell you that when you take the time to take things to that next level, you gain that respect and that trust back. Thank you so much for having that conversation with me. I'm so glad that we talked about this. If they choose to not accept it, that's on them. But you are in integrity with yourself because you did the right thing. So this is an important piece of it that I want you to understand in leadership that is so important. It's not just, I'm sorry, will you forgive me? I won't do it again. You've got to actually do a deeper dive into maintaining that integrity and that trust factor and that relationship, and to go that extra mile. And you are creating raving fans along the way because they will maintain their respect and their trust for you when you've made them a priority enough to do that. So I wanted to offer just a little bit about that because it's a piece when people talk about integrity that is missed when they don't got to go that extra mile with that formula. Now in the business world, it will be noticed. It absolutely will be noticed. They'll say, you know what, we had a glitch, but everything is amazing and there's no issues. Or yeah, she keeps doing this, or this keeps happening, or this keeps happening. It's because you're not giving that person or that situation the respect that it deserves. And honestly, if they choose to not continue working with you, they're right in doing so because you're completely out of disrespect and out of integrity. So I want you to think about that and how your actions are actually affecting different levels of relationships with your family, with your kids, with your spouse, with your clients, with your business partners, whatever that is. How do you maintain that integrity and that respect level, even when stuff happens, even when it's tough to admit, even when you have that fear and you maybe feel like you don't want to, be disrespected or rejected and all those things, all those fear things. It's super important when you're increasing your leadership. Super, super important. And to maintain that integrity internally and externally. I want to offer a couple of nuggets for you before we move on that have to do specifically with branding, media, and marketing. These are pieces that I am mentioning to you outside of branding, media, and marketing that are connected to business development and when you're moving forward in branding, media, and marketing. These are things that I have learned along the way that people notice. People absolutely notice about the things that I do and about the things that I don't do and how I operate as a business leader. So I'm doing a little bit of a different approach to what I normally talk about because they're foundational pieces that are missed. That's why I'm mentioning some of these things. I have people come up to me and say, Laura, you're a great communicator, or you're really great at empathy and understanding people, or you're really great at identifying and solving the problems, or all of these different things. It's because of these foundational leadership things that I'm mentioning to you right now. So I hope that you are taking notes and taking evaluation of how you can step into greater leadership. When you are a greater, stronger leader, it allows you to show up in a completely different way on social media, on Facebook Live, on video, on interviews, in your branding. You show up in a completely different, stronger, more authentic, more laser focused way when you are paying attention to who you are at all levels. So when you're talking about your branding, are you a bold person? Are you a super feminine person? Are you a controversial person? Are you an aggressive person? You need to think about who you are and the emotions that you are trying to attract and the people that you are trying to attract. If you are making money, but you're not working with the right clients, let's just say, that maybe kind of drain you, it's because, first of all, you're in a money scarcity mindset and you might not even know it because you're accepting any client that you might not even necessarily want to work with. So that's the first thing, just to pay your bills, which I partly understand that, and partly it's because we need to shift your mindset that puts you in a different position. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you have a messaging problem because you're not attracting the right client. So I have people say, well, Lori, how do I reach higher and higher and higher level clients? Well, you need to have the right messaging that's actually attracting that client. And they're very different messaging, very different wording, very different phrasing that attracts the different types of clients that you want to work with. And in most cases, the graphics are different, the colors are different, the font's different, everything is very, very different. So you need to understand the psychology behind the client that you're trying to attract. not being a different person than who you are. Again, just stepping into that different level of leadership so that you're ready for that next level client. So you need to constantly be working in, those different directions at the same time. So the higher level client, let's just say, I'm not crazy about that term, but that seems to be what everybody tends to use in this space. They're not going to want to read long form posts. Like don't necessarily get paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs on these posts. So that does not resonate with them. They do not have time. They may have assistants that are scrolling their social media. They may or may not jump on social media themselves. So get away from these lengthy newsletters and these lengthy emails and these lengthy social media postings. If you're not attracting the higher level of client that can afford you, it's because your messaging is off and the way that you're communicating different things on social media is off. You're not attracting the right person. So those are some things I want you guys to really think about, how you are communicating your message. What are your graphics look like? I can tell you that with higher level clients, less is more. Across the board, less is more. It doesn't matter whether you are typing something in the top of your post or whether or not it's a graphic with a quote or a concept or whatever. Less is more. Simple graphics, simple to the point messaging, usually between 3 and 5 words if it's an overlay on a photo. So these are all things that matter. So if you are not attracting the client that you want, you need to do a deeper dive into your messaging and into your branding and why those things are not attracting the right people that you want. Now, you may say, well, Lori, my client is the client that's just starting out, that doesn't necessarily have a lot of money or resources or whatever. Great. Just know who your client is and know what needs to be put in place to communicate with the right person. So if, for instance, you are trying to help the entrepreneur that's just starting out, then your messaging shouldn't be speaking to, it should be a balance between the inspiration between where you were and the transformation of where you are now, so that they have something to aspire to, but not so much out of reach that they feel disconnected to you that you can't help them, or that they're still learning their different mindset shifts that need to happen to where they maybe are embarrassed to where they don't know how to approach you because you're too high level for them. So it goes both ways. It doesn't matter who your ideal client or avatar is. You need to understand the different components of how to reach that particular client, that particular avatar. Very, very different. So with somebody that's still in a scarcity mindset, let's just say, because they're new and they're still learning so much and building their business, they need more information. They need those more lengthy posts. They need to understand what it is that they're investing their time and their money into, because they don't have a lot of time and money. They might still be working, a 9-to-5 job. They might not have the pieces in place because they haven't built their business yet. They haven't scaled it to get to that time and money freedom. So hopefully you're starting to understand the differences that need to take place, because this is something that I hear from people a lot, is they'll say, I have to pay my bills, so I'll basically just take any client. No, when you have the right messaging, you're attracting more clients, you're attracting higher level clients, you're attracting more of the right clients. When you get laser focused on that, then you don't have to worry about how your bills are going to be paid, because you are attracting the right people and you're keeping your funnel filled. So I want you guys to understand how all of this works, because when you put that on social media, you're building your tribe with the right messaging, with the right branding. It becomes very obvious who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, so that when media outlets are researching you, whether you realize it or not, it's very, very obvious that you are a good fit for them, for their podcast, for their show, for their magazine, for whatever it is that they're doing. When you are laser focused and you are super professional and you have all of your branding in place and you have all of your messaging in place, then media, it doesn't matter how big or how small the media outlet is, everybody's looking for content. Everybody's looking for guests. Everybody's looking for speakers. Everybody's looking for stuff. There's people out there researching new talents, let's just say. So when you are crystal clear, you don't ever know who's going to reach out to you. You don't have a clue where your next opportunity may come from, but you stay laser focused in your lane, and then you understand that people are watching you whether you realize it or not. And let's go back to the 3 to 5 messaging points. Level up your social media, get rid of your cat photos, get rid of posting a ton of, pictures about what you ate for lunch, whatever that is, like on your main pages, I mean, unless it has a specific health and balance focus and overall business focus, and there's a reason for why you're posting that. Once in a while is fine. Doing certain things like that on a regular basis that are not on message are very confusing, because, write this down, a confused mind never buys. A confused mind never buys. So when you are all over the place on your social media, it's very confusing. They may like you. They may like you a lot. They may think that you're great and you're fun and you've got all these cool things going on in your life, but they're not converting. So some of you are wondering why you cannot convert and what's the real value in social media? And it's because you are not clear on your messaging, you're not clear on your strategies, and you're not attracting the right people by not implementing the right strategies with your messaging and your branding and your marketing and all of these pieces. So then the question I get is, well, what's the difference between a personal page and a professional page? So let me answer that by telling you what I do. I have 2 pages, Lori McNeil International and Lori A. McNeil. I do not post anything personal on my business page. I don't post anything personal. But if you're connected to me on my personal page, Lori A. McNeil, you'll notice that I will make posts that refer, every once in a while, I'll make a post that refers to my son or something that my son and I did, something that might be a little bit more personal in nature with, I went for a walk today and this is kind of the thought that I had, or the reflection of the business balance that I had, or whatever. I don't post that stuff on my professional page. I keep it very, very focused on branded things. I might share from my personal page to my professional page. The messaging is the same. My colors are the same. My branding is the same, but I do not put anything personal on my professional page. So I keep them very, very separate in that way. I don't put anything personal on Instagram. I don't put anything personal on TikTok, on any of the other. So what I do is if I post anything that's even of personal nature at all, I'll post it on my personal Facebook page. That's it, not anywhere else, not on LinkedIn, not on anywhere else. Now, some of you, in order to increase your portfolio, need to increase your SEO. One of the fastest ways for you to increase your SEO is by LinkedIn. There's a couple of different strategies. Is by LinkedIn articles. Now, some of you might be active on LinkedIn, but you don't understand the power of the LinkedIn article. Now, I posted something on Facebook yesterday that, for those of you who are connected to me, that talked about how many hashtags to use and how to use the power of LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I think I did those 4. And I put LinkedIn articles. So for some of you, if you write a 500 or 600 word article and you post it on the LinkedIn article section, not as a post, but in the article section, and you share it from the article section, not the URL, that's a mistake that some of you are also making, it will boost your SEO exponentially. So you have to learn how to utilize the article feature of LinkedIn in order to boost your SEO. If you do this consistently, once a week for a few weeks, you will notice when you Google yourself that you will start to show up in higher and higher rankings. So again, in the article section of the LinkedIn profile, not as a post, and within the article section, you share from that article platform to Facebook. Do not make a Facebook post sharing the URL. That won't do anything. The algorithm doesn't work that way. So you have to know, first of all, do it consistently and know how to share it. More people will see it and it will boost your SEO very, very quickly. So that's a strategy that I want you guys to understand the power of. So LinkedIn is not one of my primary platforms. I use it almost primarily for SEO building through the articles. So the other thing to understand that a lot of people ask me is, do I need to be on all the platforms? No. You don't have to be on all the platforms, because when you know who your avatar is, then you understand the demographics of where your people are hanging out. Now, if you feel like, well, gosh, everybody's on Instagram, but I don't really know how to work Instagram, you can have an account, you can post things occasionally, it just isn't your dominant. That's fine if you know that that's not where your people are. I have a Twitter account. I have a Twitter account for level 1 through 3 publications. There's 5 different levels for publications. I'm a contributing writer and I'm a columnist for several different publications, for Forbes, Entrepreneur, Inc. There's a lot of them. So there's strategies that I use for all the platforms, and all my strategies are very, very different for every single one of them. For Twitter, my Twitter account is used primarily for our publications 1 through 3. LinkedIn is used primarily for SEO building in the article method that I just shared with you. Instagram is used a little bit more for very specific people in media that I'm trying to reach. Twitter also, but in a different way. Facebook is more for the overall brand building, the community building, a little bit more for speaker, a little bit more for podcasting. So your strategies for each of your platforms will be very different depending on what your dominants are. So my dominant happens to be Facebook. So you'll see me posting a lot more stuff on Facebook than on anywhere else. That is on purpose. So when you know who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, and you understand where your avatar is hanging out, the dominant, you can have a presence and not feel so overwhelmed by feeling like you have to be really, really active on all of them all the time. That's not necessarily the case. It might be for some people, but for most people, it's usually 1 or 2 that you would be the most active, the most dominant on, and still maintain a presence on several others if you feel that's necessary. I can tell you that there's a lot of people that don't even feel like it's necessary at all to be present on some of them. I am not present, for instance, on Clubhouse. Clubhouse is not, it's not where my avatar is. It's not where they're hanging out. I'm totally okay with that. Don't get in the mindset of scarcity thinking, well, what if I miss a client over here? What if I miss a client over here? It doesn't matter. If they're not your dominant, they're not your dominant. If you might be what? Leaving a few hundred, a few thousand maybe in the long run. That's nothing. When you are focusing your energy on your dominant, then you're not worried about a few hundred or a few thousand. It doesn't matter. So don't necessarily think that you have to be all things to all people, be active on all platforms, because that is not true. When you go all in on understanding where your dominant platforms need to be, it completely takes away a ton of overwhelm. And this is something that I talk to a lot of people about on a regular basis. Again, for me, it's Facebook, and then I have specific strategies for every single one of them. Let me give you another example. I have people reach out to me all the time and they'll say, well, Lori, your Facebook doesn't have X, Y, Z on it. It's not supposed to. Or sorry, not my Facebook, my website. My website is not designed for client acquisition. That's not where I get my clients from. My website, lorimcneil.com, is specifically very, very strategically designed for level 5 publications. That's it. That's the whole purpose of my website. Now, can you learn more about me? Can you connect with me? Absolutely. Absolutely, you can. But there's nothing missing on that website because it's not meant for clients. So most people have a website that is for client acquisition. Here's my packages. Here's what I charge. This is how you can book me. This is how. That's not what mine's meant for. I have a strategy that's very specific where because I'm a paid columnist, right? I get paid. That's one of my income streams for several different publications. So that is specific to that. I have individual landing pages and funnels for every single one of my programs that I market, that I brand differently, that I use as part of, literally as ClickFunnels, Groove, whatever it is. I have funnels that I build for every single one of them, for all of my books, for all my programs, all my courses, all my memberships. I choose to do that because that's a strategy that works for what I need it to work for. That isn't necessarily a strategy that you should. With a deeper dive, that's where you figure out what you need to be doing with yours. But I am a strategist through and through at the very core of everything that I do. Now, I happen to specialize in media branding and marketing and understanding how to build one cohesive plan. I'm also, I have a PhD in curriculum design and technology innovation. So part of that is curriculum design, program design. I have areas of specialization, but at the core of what I do, it's actually business strategy. And I had one of my mentees that I actually brought with me on an event a couple of months ago say, Lori, you are so strategic in everything that you do. And I said, absolutely, way more than what anybody probably realizes. Nothing is happenstance. Everything is on purpose. I don't care if it's the pen I'm using to sign books, or if it's the person I'm connecting to in the room. It's the strategy and the ripple effect of what I know needs to happen, where I'm thinking like 20 steps ahead of everything. And that's the core of what I do. I just happen to have some specializations in that can help you get from wherever you are to where you need to be. So it doesn't matter whether you need to level up your social media, whether you need to level up your colors and your branding and your logo and all of that stuff that makes you a rock star in your industry, which I will leave you with this, because a lot of people ask me, Lori, do the colors really matter? Absolutely, because it brings out the emotional connection. Not to mention 84.7% of people buy based on color. And that's across the board, male, female, doesn't matter. So when you have when you understand the branding behind the fact that it's not just a logo, the logo is the cherry on top. The branding is actually everything that's built underneath. So you never start by building a logo first, ever. You always work on understanding the foundation of how to build that branding essence, and then understanding basically the cherry on top with what the logo and the logo design is underneath that. A lot of people think, oh, I've got to have a logo, I've got to have a logo. No, you need to understand what you're building behind that logo. And it's rarely your favorite color, because it's not bringing out the emotion that you need to bring out in that color that's attracting, whether it's male or female or both or whatever behind that. Everything that I have in my logo may look really simple. It's actually very strategic in the way that I've designed this to attract both male and female, because my clients are both men and women. I have right angles, for instance, that speak more to the male audience, and I have rounded corners in the middle that speak more to the female audience. I have 2 shades of fuchsia and magenta that speak to both the more of the dominant darker and a little bit more of the lighter feminine. It also fades, the international underneath fades. Everything about this logo that seems very simple is actually very psychological and very intentional. This is not something that I just threw together in a day or in a weekend. The branding that I build for my company was about a 4-month process. So it's not just about what you see, it's everything that I build within the company that goes individually, like each individual piece is a layer of what I call the branding essence. Take it that seriously. I implore you, take it that seriously. I have people that I've never met in my life that recognize me when I walk into a room because they know my branding, or they know my messaging, or they know that I'm the one wearing, pink and 6-inch heels. Whatever it is, get very specific on how your branding essence actually attracts the right people and makes you magnetic and increases your sales so smoothly, to where you're not chasing people. People are magnetically attracted to you. So whether it's your branding, your colors, whether it's your social media, whether it's your messaging, whether it's your consistency, internal, external integrity, there's a lot of different things I shared with you today. It wasn't just all in on branding and marketing, but I wanted you to understand all of these foundational pieces that actually help build you as a stronger leader, so that you can show up in a bolder, stronger way to be the rock star in your industry, which you need to be ready for. So I ask you this: what are you doing or not doing that you should be, that will help build your leadership to get you to that next level, so that you can not only end this year solid, but already set yourself up for amazing success in the next calendar year that is around the corner. Do not be afraid to take that next step. Do not be afraid to take that next step and try new things, because you are a strong leader, that you will need to have the failures. You need to fail forward in order to be that stronger leader that understands all of the reasons why and all of the reasons why not. I love getting people from wherever they are to where they need to be.
Lori, I'm trying to keep up with everything. I'm writing notes, I'm listening, I'm watching for letting people, I'm like, what is happening here? There's so much information. Whew, this is like drinking from a big fire hose.
Well, good. I accomplished my goal.
I love it. I am telling you, I have known Lori for, I think it's just over 4 years now, or more, or something like that anyways. And I have heard a lot of this over and over again. And I still write down the notes because it's still like it sounds, I hear something different each time. I love the color conversation. It's so important, and it's like drives my marketing team crazy. I need my stuff in blue. I need it in turquoise. This is my business color. Lori does the whole thing. So today I decided to wear red just for a change because I'm always in blue. Lori does the whole thing. She dresses it. I don't even think I've ever seen you other than when we're when we're just being friends and we're talking. That's different. Pardon me. But on a professional level, I've only ever seen Lori in pink. Different shades of magenta pink, if there is such a thing. But she is so specific. And I distinctly remember you coaching me on the write the articles in LinkedIn. Do you remember? I did this every week. She had me write for 6 months. And it was to get me, I think, into some articles, right? I think you got me into Thrive Global. And then she owns it. And this is what I had to do to be able to get in there. This was so many years ago. Forbes and USA and Maxim later. So amazing. And yeah, I remember writing articles every week for 6 months on LinkedIn, 500 to 600 words. I'm like, Lori said 500 to 600, not more than 600, not less than 500. You have to do it. And then I get a picture and I do the whole thing. Like it was so good. Such great information. I mean, Lori, if she had the time and if we could, she'd talk all day on this. Like she's such a huge expert and she's so right. Like I have these are just point form. Starting with the 5 personal and professional things that you do before 10. So here's it. I hope I can say this. I hope you're okay with me saying this because I know you posted it publicly, but Lori and I are in a group together in one of the same masterminds, and we're both doing 75 hard. For those of you who know what that is, I mean, it's always, you acclimate it to yourself. It's always hard for what's hard for you. So I'm 61. I'm not doing gymnastics, okay? And not because I'm 61, because there's people who are 61 that are still doing it, but not me. And so it's whatever's hard for you. And we're all like, wow, this is harder than I thought. And it's a mind game. Like it's a mind discipline program. It is also a physical discipline program because we have to work out twice a day. And you can't get the entire workout done in an hour and a half. It's 2 times 45 minutes. And one of them has to be outside. And the other one could be inside or it could be outside. It doesn't matter, but one has to be outside and we have to drink a gallon of water. We have to get reading in there and it has to be an actual book that you touch, not Audible. I'm like an Audible addict. I'm Audible, when I'm falling asleep, when I'm walking around cooking, when I'm driving. Like I'm an Audible girl. I've been Audible.
And not an ebook. It can't be an ebook either. It has to be like a physical book.
It can't even be that. That's right. You can't even do it on the computer, but no, you got to get that physical book. You got to open it up. You got to read it. It's great. Thank you, Jose Escobar, for that. So for making us.
Yes, thank you.
75 days. And today is day 20. Woohoo. Right. So after this, it's only 55 hard. So in my head, I go backwards and it was like 55 hard. I thought it was 75 hard. And I go, it's 75 really hard, like really, really hard.
It's really hard.
And it really does help to instill a lot of discipline. Like I didn't realize how intense it was. I walk my dog every day and it's just that now I have to make sure that it's 45 minutes. Whereas before it's like, oh, well, now I'm done and I don't feel like or I feel like walking an hour today or whatever. Wow. Like it's so, and integrity. I love that you did the whole thing with integrity. I'm having a real sort of integrity energy happening right now. And I think it is with a lot of people, and, you know, people say this and they commit to this and they can't. It's like they can't follow through with anything. And I'm like, wow, how do you do? And I'm big on integrity. I get really like, I probably am too big on it and probably need to get myself over it. But I kind of like it because when I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. That's it. Like there's no.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, I was just the opening speaker for the Think and Grow Rich Global Summit that was just a couple weeks ago. And Mo Rock, the CEO of the LA Tribune, he and I had this conversation live, this global conversation. And he said, you really cannot be a leader without integrity. There's no such thing. And that's one of the reasons why I decided just kind of on the fly to talk about it today, because this is about leadership, is that, and I thought, you know what, that's so true. And I don't know that I've ever really had anyone say it that, I mean, we all know it and we think about it, but when he said that, I was like, you can't, you are not a leader. You cannot be a leader and get to that next level in leadership and really truly be a leader and an influencer if you don't have integrity. So that's why this is just one of those important pieces that is so important for us to constantly evaluate, constantly get better at. That the internal piece and the external piece, and understand that the importance of both of those and the connection of both of those, because it's not possible for you to be a leader without integrity. And so because I just had this conversation with the LA Tribune, I was like, you know what? I'm actually going to start talking about this a little bit more, because it's so important for people to understand when it comes to leadership, when it comes to influence, when it comes to global impact, when it comes to us moving forward in this space in a stronger leadership way, and literally like being the authority in our industry. You can't have any of that if you don't understand integrity and how to be in integrity and how to get back into integrity when you're out. Like, you've got to understand those connections. Otherwise, you're not the strong leader that you think you are. And that's just like, period. You're just not. And so it's fresh on my mind because I was just talking to Mo about this. And I'm just like, you know what? This is an important message that I think people need to understand when it comes to leadership.
Yeah, no, I'm 150 million%, and Mo Rock's awesome anyway. So yeah, it had to have been a fun conversation. But it's so true, because, you know, we think we're in integrity, and then all of a sudden, no, you're not. And so that's where this 75 hard comes in so handy, because the integrity is with you, Jose, and the group. And, you know, I mean, they want us to do well, but they don't know or care if we're doing it or not. But we have to. I mean, they care because we all care about each other and stuff, but it's with us. You know, I could only do half an hour and not tell anybody, but then it would be sitting here, and it would be eating away at me, and it eats away not only at you, it eats away at your confidence, at your self-worth, at your self-love, at you, for you. And, you know, I think integrity is, because I like talking about self-love, is self-love on steroids. Like, when you're in integrity, that's where it really shows what you're all about, right? And, you know, not like you said, not just, okay, I'm going to do this, and not, you know, pulling out of something at the last minute, or changing your mind, or, you know, doing this like 75 hard. I'm like, okay, I'm not changing my mind now. I have to stay here forever. I have to do this now. This is just the way it is. But yeah, no, so I can't even, you know what, level up your social. Yeah, get rid of your cat videos. Get rid of your food pictures. Nobody cares. I know, it always, when I see people with you know, they're on, like, I'm on Facebook mostly because of business. And when I see some people's pages and they're going on a rant, and I'm going, who do you think this rant interests even? Why are you doing this? Like, nobody cares. Say something positive instead, right? Like, I just
don't get wrapped up in the crazy discussions, you know, that take place where it's all negative. And It doesn't matter if someone's attacking you, because I mean, I get attacked on social media.
Right.
Don't get wrapped up in defending yourself on social media or explaining yourself or justifying or in these crazy conversations. Like, just don't do it. It's sucking your focus, it's sucking your energy, and it's actually diminishing your brand more than you realize. So that's the first thing that I see a lot of people doing. The second thing is, if you're having a bad day, like, be honest. You can say but don't necessarily go into all this detail about this person screwed me over and blah, blah, blah. Like,
we don't care.
You don't have to do that. Like, keep all of that off social media. Otherwise, a confused mind never buys.
That's
So
right.
Are they really a strong leader? Do they know how to handle their emotions? Do they fly off the handle? Are they really the right person for me to work with? If something happens in our relationship, is it going to end up in social media? All of these things go through people's minds consciously and subconsciously, and they start to question who you are in many different ways. You don't want that. If you're saying, that you're maybe a little bit tired, or you're maybe struggling with something, you can be honest, because people don't want fake people. They want authentic people, and that you're a human. But always make sure you have some kind of a message and a point to what you're saying, with like, well, do you guys struggle with this too? And what do you do in order to take care of yourself? And there's a way to spin the messaging and still be honest and still have it be a valuable post. A rant is not a valuable post.
Exactly.
If you need to rant, go scream into a pillow, go for a walk in the woods, scream at the trees, whatever. Keep that stuff off of social media. It is damaging your brand and your authority way more than you realize. Do not get sucked into those conversations, into that negative space. Whether you're posting it or you're responding to it, doesn't matter. Keep it off of social media. I see so many people make these mistakes, or post really vulgar, inappropriate things. They think it's funny. They think it's a joke. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's so true. And you have to be so careful in this day and age with politics, with everything. And you shouldn't be. If you're trying to do business, like, think about it. Do you really want to do business with somebody who just posted some crazy rant that they had with their client? And it's this long? First of all, I don't read anything this long. I barely read an email if I absolutely have to that's this long. For a second, I don't have time. So if I'm like totally with you on people just don't have time to sit there and read all this nasty, unimportant stuff. And I love the authenticity piece. Yeah, it's important to tell people that you're authentic. In fact, I can't remember who I was listening to, if it was Esther Hicks or somebody, and they were talking about, Greg Braden, and they were measuring frequency of words and emotions and whatnot. And so I've always thought of love as being the highest vibration possible. Well, it appears as though authenticity is actually the most powerful word, and it vibrates, like love vibrates at like maybe 2000 and something. And I don't know if I have the right names. Don't all email me and message me that I have the wrong number. But authenticity is 4,000 of these frequency things that they measure. And I thought, oh, wow, yeah, that makes sense. Because think about how difficult is it to be authentic, and I think a lot of these people that rant and post on Facebook, they are probably the ones that are lacking in self-worth enough to go to the person who actually irritates them and to speak with them. There's a way of speaking to people. You don't have to sit there and argue and rant and scream and yell at them. You can just say politely, this, and this, and then you're done, and then it's out of you. You don't need to post it all over your Facebook. And
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's just, yeah.
There's a lot of things that may not seem like a big deal that really truly are. And that's part of that foundation, just that awareness and taking those steps and making those changes that just collectively make a huge, huge difference in how you're showing up and how you're moving forward to whatever that next level is that you're trying to get to.
Yes, and so important. So this is the whole point of Lori's talk. So build your leadership, build it. Don't take down those bricks, build it. And so take all of her advice. She really does know what she's talking about. Lori, I can't thank you enough. I love it. I'm so happy that you're going to be in all of my, or at least most, if you're in the country. And if you have internet, if she has internet, she's coming.
True. If I have internet and if I have service and I'm not in the air somewhere.
Yeah, no, that'll be perfect. Thank you so much, Lori.
Yes, thank you for
if
having
you're
me.
in the air, we'll give you another time frame.
What's that?
If you're up in the air, maybe we'll give you like another time frame if you can't make it at, to open it up, then we'll.
Oh, okay. Always a pleasure being a guest on your events, Marianne. Thank you so much for having me. And if anybody has any questions or wants to connect with me further, please do so. I have a free download for you guys at lorimcneil.com is my business essentials checklist, where you literally can just use it as a checklist across the board in different areas to figure out where you might need to level up in areas that might not even be on your radar. So lorimcneil.com, download that checklist. You can also connect with me on email that way. But whatever I can do to help, just let me know.
Lori, maybe we could have you post in the chat on my Facebook.
Oh, on your Facebook? Okay.
Just post whatever links you may have. And if you all need to get a hold of Lori and you somehow didn't catch the link, just connect with me and I'll connect you to her. No problem. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you and have a beautiful day. Thank you for joining us. Stay as long as you wish. And now we have another Lori. I have another Lori for you. And she's actually, I'll just say friends for now, friends with this Lori. So I am going to find Lori's, oops, hang on. Go here and let me find, okay, Lori Governor Curtis is our next amazing guest and guest speaker. Lori Governor Curtis is an international speaker, author, and founder of On the Court Solutions. Should I tell them why? Professional women's basketball player. A coaching and consulting firm. So that's On the Court Solutions, a coaching and consulting firm. Lori is also a two-time inductee into the University of Richmond Hall of Fame.
Go Spiders!
Basketball! With over 20 years of leadership experience on and off the court, Lori is no stranger to setbacks and challenges. She understands the impact hard work, resilience, and determination can play in achieving your goals. Her approach is powered by her personal experiences and providing real-life examples that inspire and motivate others to succeed personally and professionally. With that, I present to you Lori Governor Curtis. Lori, take it away.
Thank you so much, Marianne. I do need access, if I could, to share my screen.
Oh, okay. Just let me make you a Lori Governor. There, you are officially a co-host. Take it away.
Awesome. So let me, okay, there we go. Oh, there we go. All right, Marianne, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are having an awesome day. Kudos to Lori for her segment there. Learn to have my notes going on as well. It's always nice. Marianne, you mentioned about professional development and the importance of professional development. And I 100% am aligned with you on that, especially from being a former student athlete, certainly wanting to do things better, bigger and better. And in order to do that, you need to work on the areas that, your areas of opportunity. So absolutely feel that way. So I'm going to take folks on a little journey. If that's okay with you. Let's say the place we're going to go to is Aruba. So leadership is something that I think we all lead in some capacity in our lives. We lead in our homes, we lead at work and in our businesses, and we lead in our communities. So for me, this topic of spirituality, spiritual energy is so important for me, and all of the things that I've accomplished and that I have done. I believe that there is a plan and a purpose for my life. And I use those life experiences that I've had, as you shared, Marianne, to share with others, to lead. It shows up in how I lead people, and it shows up in how I serve others. So for the time that I have, I want to chat about leveraging your spiritual energy for business success. So let's go ahead and get started. Just want to take a second. Spirituality means something, different things for different people, and that is okay. I think what's amazing about the human, about our existence, about our living, our and doing, is that we are all different. And we have different life experiences, and that's okay. And we leverage those experiences. For the purpose of today, spirituality suggests that there is something greater that connects all beings to each other and the universe itself. In the context of business, that can be a purpose, an idea, a thought, a strategy, an expectation. All of these things do come together, bring us together to accomplish a greater goal. So I want to chat a little bit about actually, let me just back up. So this picture here is a picture that I took on a flight home from Aruba. And to me, just flying above the clouds, kind of thinking big picture, thinking of what I want to do and where I'm going, and just marveling in the blessings that I received in being able to go and have that experience. So, but it was a little difficult getting there, Marianne, if I might say. While the beach is my happy place, the excitement about getting there, it was a little bit of a struggle, but I had a plan. And I think as part of leadership, you need to make sure you have a plan, you have a vision, you have a purpose, you have a goal that you're trying to accomplish. And then certainly you're bringing in people to support you in that. So I arrived at the airport in Baltimore, and we were ready to check in our bags, and they said, nope, you need to do one extra thing. Unfortunately, the young lady that booked our flight, our travel agent, forgot to tell us about one component that we needed. So although not thrilled, it was a minor bump. So we did what we needed to do. We checked our bags, and then we had to deal with of course, the next thing that you deal with after you check your bags, you're dealing with security check-in. Security check-in was pretty much uneventful. We got in, got through, and had a little difficulty finding our gates, but that's okay. Mistakes do happen, and we finally got to our gate. And when we get there, our plane is delayed. So keep in mind, as part of this journey, we had a stop in Florida. So we had a connecting flight in Florida, and we needed to make sure that we were going to be able to hit our flight. So certainly we were concerned about that, but we got on the plane, and then there we sat for another about 45 minutes. So we had about an hour and a half between our flight once we landed there, and then to our next flight. So we sat there, and we sat on the plane, and as it turns out, we were waiting for people whose flight was delayed so that they can get their connecting flight to Florida. And we continued to sit there, and all the while, the pilot, the leader, if you will, has been thoughtful. He's been communicating. He's been letting us know what's going on. And then we got to a point where we said, okay, we're going to go ahead and go. Again, the excitement was there about getting to Florida and really getting to the beach. that was what we really wanted to do. So we got in Florida with about 20 minutes before our plane was going to leave to go to Aruba. And what was amazing is that the pilot said to, typically when your flight lands and it pulls up to the gate, what's the first thing that people do? We jump up, we grab our stuff, and we get ready and wait until they open up the door for us to get out. But the pilot made the decision and asked and requested, communicated, that he would ask that everyone stay seated and allow, I think it was about 10 of us, to go get our stuff and exit the plane first. All in connection. The folks let us get up, we got out, and we hustled and ran to our next gate, did major power walking in the airport, but we made it and we got on our flight. We got on a flight, we hit the beach, and this is what we see. So while there were minor inconveniences, all of the things during that time really illustrates the power of connection, the power of leadership, the power of working together. So when we talk about connection, we're talking about relationships between people, between things, or ideas that are linked to or associated with something else. In this case, the pilot led the way. He allowed for us to move through and to be able to land in Aruba. So while I was a little frustrated, in order for us to sit on the beach and see the sunset was absolutely amazing. And it allowed for me to calm down, it grounded me, and allowed for me to really witness and see the true beauty that was around. And because of all of the things coming together, the pilot being authentic, hey, I'm sorry, this is where we are. We're not going to be able to leave right now, but I'm going to do the best that I can to get you there. The empathy that he felt for us, as well as the other passengers on the plane, are all critical to the connections and the leadership that started from the pilot, and then the support. And then, of course, our shared values. We're all trying to get to our destination safely because there's things that we need to accomplish and that we need to do. So when you think of yourself as a leader, these are some of the things that you want to make sure that you are leading with. The shared values, the authenticity, and the support. So with leadership, our connection to one another is about our energy. And as business owners and as leaders, it's really not, as this quote says from John Maxwell says, leadership is not about titles, positions, or flowcharts. It's about one life influencing another. And when we bring that kind of energy and power as leaders, imagine the work, the things that we can accomplish in our life, in our jobs, in our businesses, and in our community. And as leaders, how we do these things or how it relates to business is really all about influence. So who are you as a leader? What do you want to lead with? What do you want people to see in you, in your leadership skills, in your leadership style, in your ability to run your business, in your ability to work in your corporate position? How are you leading? How are you showing up? There are three things that I want to channel here when we talk about putting leadership in action. The first one is humility, being humble. There's no egos. There were no egos on the plane. There was no egos through security or in the whole process. There's a bigger picture and the purpose behind what you're doing. You need to be humble and understand just the impact that you can have, but it's through your connections, it's through your influence. Prioritizing the needs of others. In order for you to elevate and to scale in your business, you're going to have to factor in the needs of your employees, the needs of your partners, the needs of your clients, and understanding what they need and being able to deliver that to them. And then recognizing the roles that you play. Being self-aware. Part of what we do in self-awareness is really looking within. What is our emotional awareness, our emotional integrity? All of those things which makes us strong leaders are being accountable for the work that you put out. You spoke earlier, Marianne, about being mindful about what you're putting out there on social media. It is so important that we understand where the influence that we have on people and making sure that we are accountable for the information that we're putting out there. Being empathetic, just treating people how you would want to be treated. Giving people, as you're developing and creating your business, developing the programs and the strategies and the communications that are going to empower people and to help people. Building those relationships with your team and with your customers. All of these are leadership in action. All of these are things that you need to focus on to continue to level up and create the business, to create the life that you are looking for. When I see this match, this fire, this flame, it represents to me power. It's a force, it's an energy source. It creates light. In your business, as you are figuring out what you desire to do and what you want to accomplish, part of that is you're wanting to attract people. And how do you do that? In the development of your leadership skills, your leadership style. Fire, a flame, can be used for different things. The fire that's burning within you will allow for you to communicate what your desires are, to be clear on what your strategy is and where you want to go, as well as developing those tools that are needed and structure that's needed to move you forward, to move your business forward. Much like influence, energy, the flame that you see, it's an energy that attracts, and you're trying to attract people to your business, to you. So how do you do that? This word was used earlier today, authenticity. How are you showing up, not only for your clients, that's absolutely important, how you show up for your clients, but how are you showing up for yourself? How are you showing up for your team? Are you bringing your whole self and putting it to what you're doing? Marianne said that the vibration, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marianne, of authenticity over love, it's higher than love. It matters. It matters who you are and how you are showing up for people. When you show up for yourself, for your business, for your clients, for your team, it's clear in who you are and what you're trying to accomplish. It brings about engagement. It brings about satisfaction and improved morale, which then develops trust. Trusting in, oh, Lori is who Lori says she is. I see it. I see it on social media. I see it in her messaging. I see her when she's on stage. I see her when she's going to Target to pick up a couple of things. Are you staying true to who you are? So that trust then begins to unite us and inspire people. And from there, you're going to get buy-in to who you are. People are going to begin to support your vision, your goal, your dream, your desire, and they're going to support your business. And they're going to see that working with Lori is going to ensure that I get to my next level. It communicates a broader company initiative. Productivity. It creates, when you are true to who you are and what you do, it encourages your creativity, encourages your ability to collaborate with others to get things done. And then finally, I think most people want to start businesses or in businesses or business leaders because they want to have an impact. Now, the degree of impact varies, and that's okay, but nonetheless, we all want some sort of impact. And that's to share with people, share with self, that you're resilient, you're stronger, you're building more processes and systems that's going to allow for you to have that impact and give the energy, the support, the attention that people need. But keep in mind, your energy introduces you before you even speak. And as I said before, how are you showing up? Not only just in the four walls in my office here and in front of you, but how am I showing up when I walk to the mailbox, when I walk around the lake? All of those things are important, and as leaders, are things that we should think about, and certainly are things that come from within. And when you understand that, the external pressures of deadlines, of getting a project off the ground, that all shifts. And it will allow for you to move through and to move past some of the struggles that you may face. So our communication improves, our outlook, optimism, and our ability to cope. All of those things are things that will improve. So what's this all about? This is really about connections. Connections to self, connections to others, connections to purpose. When you lead with authenticity, when you lead through service with others, when you lead with a purpose to drive the culture, to start that business, to do that job, all of those things are things that you need to factor in and things that you need to consider as you continue to develop as a leader, again, in your personal life, with your family, in your business and professional life, as well as in your community. It's all about the community. So that was my journey. I think ultimately it's really important as a leader to understand mistakes are going to happen. You're not going to get it right all the time. But when you can get back in alignment with yourself, with others, and with your purpose, the impact can be seen beyond what you're trying to create in your family, in your professional life, and in your community.
That's amazing, Lori. Thank you so much. Sorry, did you still want to share? Do you want to stop sharing?
Yeah, just wanted to share real quick that I can be reached on my social media, and here is that information. But thank you, Marianne, for the opportunity. It was a great time. I had a great time.
No, it's always a pleasure having you. And I just want to mention the last time I had a conference was in September 30th, and Lori was actually in Aruba, and she was kind enough to still join us from Aruba. So that's a professional, right? There you go. That's a professional leader. So Lori, if you also would be kind enough to post your information into the chat. In fact, I'm going to ask all the speakers to do that. Is put your information into the chat on my Facebook. So you're all my friends anyways. So not a problem. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Such important information. I love, my favorite, of course, is the energy, be the energy that you want to attract, because I'm all about trying to be, not trying, but becoming as magnetic as possible versus jumping down people's throats, because I don't like being attacked, and so I don't want to be the attacker. So I just prefer to make myself magnetic, come to me, instead of searching for it, right? Like when you're clawing away at people, like, here,
absolutely,
notice me, notice me, notice me, notice me. It doesn't work. Like people will frequently utilize my platform, my friends that are, holding speech or whatever they're doing, and it's like, oh, here, oh, I'm really good at this. I'm like, hi, how are you? And it's like, okay, that's great, but you're trying too hard.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think you have to be yourself. You have to be authentic. We've said it already. And I think when you're authentic and you trust, I think also it's a level of competition. Who are you in competition? Who are you trying to get ahead of? And I'm all for competition. But I also know, and the lessons that I learned on the court was leading by example and providing the value and the example, and the attraction will come.
That's right. And it's perfect, and you need to become the energy that you want. So if you're going to trick people, then that's going to attract. If you're not going to follow through, then that's what you're going to get, so it's not all about you. It's about everyone.
Yes.
A group situation for all of us. And people think, oh, this is just about me. Only my stuff is important. Only my life is hard. Only my life is, and it's like, no, honey, everyone has their own issues going on. So you have to.
Yeah, I think the greatest service you can give is serving others, even when you're in a period of, let's say, a valley period, because that allows for you to see that, hey, it's going to happen. Life will happen. How can I support you? Instead of dwelling on the issues, certainly you want to address and deal with them, but instead of dwelling on it, go out and help somebody else and serve someone else.
Absolutely. I'm totally with you on that one.
Yeah.
I think valleys are here to create an environment for us where we can create a reset. One, you need to get some sleep. You might need to do some extra meditating, yoga, whatnot. You might have to write a book. Who knows? You might have to write a chapter. You might have to put together a course. Reset. I think it's always a period for us to take this time to do what we need to do, because maybe we've been hit with this, and this, and everyone always thinks it's a terrible thing. And, oh, I'm going through so, well, life is like that. Life happens. You're not going to be able to skirt around that. It's just not going to happen.
Absolutely.
Right? And so take it, and, this is your opportunity to feel, go in there deep, feel what you need to feel, and then, find a way to spin out of it.
Yeah.
Then you come out even more on top, and now your vibration has risen. And so
absolutely
keep, going up the stairs or up the floors until you reach the top,
absolutely,
the very top, right? So
absolutely.
This is beautiful.
Absolutely. I definitely think that things happen for a reason, and that even the bad things, unfortunately, but fortunately, because I feel that there are lessons to be learned even with the bad things, and which will then allow for you to, and that's how I started this journey, and how I'm able to lead as a servant leader is I take all of the difficult things I've learned from them, and then I share with them. I think also by sharing, you allow people to see you're not alone. We're all going through this. So let me tell you how I was able to get through it. Let me share that with you.
Yeah, this is what happened to me, and this is how I did it. And you're going to resonate with who you're going to resonate with. And some people you don't resonate with, and some you do. Lori, can you just share with us how long you were a pro basketball player for?
And to be clear, I played college basketball. Wasn't an official pro, but I played for 4 years, and then I also did some coaching 2 years later. And one of my loves, of course, is working with student athletes.
Okay, who here thinks college is pro? Me. I didn't play anything in college. I partied in college. That was a pro partier.
There you go.
It's all great. Thank you, Lori, so much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Lori was on my last one as well. And it's always a pleasure to have her. And she's just lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marianne. I appreciate the invitation again. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now we move on to our next wonderful guest, who is here from, I don't think she's Swedish, but she's from the UK, I think. Right, Charlotte?
No, I'm from Sweden originally, but I moved to London 30 years ago, and now I live in Wales, near Cardiff.
Okay, so your voice is lagging just a smidge with your internet. It's not you, it's your internet. But let me read your bio. So Charlotte McCansh is a remarkable woman whose life story is a testament to the power of determination and self-belief. Born in Sweden, Charlotte embarked on a life-changing journey that took her from the greenery of her homeland to the bustling streets of America at age 18. Her path unfolded in a way that she could never have imagined. Today, Charlotte stands as a beacon of inspiration for women around the world, alongside her husband, who I might say was on my last conference as a speaker. Jamie McCanch is actually her husband. She runs a global online network that has evolved with the ever-changing times. Her mission is to encourage and empower women to pursue their dreams relentlessly. And we will get Charlotte to put in her information afterwards also into my live Facebook. So with that, Charlotte, take it away. I will mute.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Marianne. And yes, I'm going to talk about Parmesan cheese today. And bear with me, it's a story in that. I want to find out if you have ever felt like a Parmesan cheese. You know, that little bit of cheese that all gooey and all lovely, and then it just gets grated away until there's absolutely nothing left apart from the hard skin at the bottom of the fridge that nobody wants. Nobody wants that. But that is your resilience. Now, I'm Charlotte McCanch, and that was me 6 years ago. I was telling a friend of mine that I felt like a Parmesan cheese and I had absolutely nothing left. Now, I want to share a little bit today about my story, and the reason for sharing my story is because I hope that it's going to give some courage. It's going to talk about encouragement and also actions to climb your mountain. So this woman 6 years ago is so far away from that confident 18-year-old that Marianne mentioned. That moved away to America on her own. I always wanted to travel. I actually wanted to travel when I was 14, but I realized I needed to save up a little.
Oh, goodness. Okay, what? Charlotte?
I think I just lost you there for a second.
Yeah, you froze for a bit. Okay, we're good now.
We're good now. So yes, so I'm going to go back to this woman of 18 years old, Charlotte, who moved to America. Now, I always wanted to travel. Travel was my dream. And I did. I went to San Francisco. I traveled to Las Vegas, New York, Grand Canyon. I did Santa Fe, which is beautiful, all around America. And I lived a life of dreams. I was super confident and I really wanted to take on the world. I did go back briefly to Sweden because I had to pay back my parents a little bit of money that I borrowed to travel around, and I met the man of my dreams. So I met the man of my dreams, but I still followed my action to go and travel, and that was next stop was London. So I left the man of my dreams in Sweden and told him I was going to London. I don't think he believed me because it was a wild romance for about a month whilst I was saving up to pay back my parents, but I left. And I arrived in London. I had a few friends in London. I didn't actually have a job or anything like that, but I did find out that on the King's Road, for those of you who know, London is quite a famous street, there was a job going. So I went up there on the first day and I arrived and I got the job. I was absolutely so excited. This was in a pub. Then I was stood there with a Loot magazine in those days in a phone box. And for those younger people, there was actually a time before mobile phones. And I actually was stood there looking for a place to live. And in my little youth, I was quite naive. I didn't really know where I was going to go. And this guy came in and he said, "Are you looking for a place to stay?" Now, I've been very grateful. And this is something that happens when you're open to gratitude, when you're open to let people in. And Laurie was talking about connections. Every day is a life about connections, and be open to it and it will come to you. And I have been so grateful. I found quite a few flats, bedsits, wherever I lived, literally by standing on the street, looking in this magazine and the phone box, and they come around and they go, "Actually, my landlord has got a rental going, so do you want to go there?" So that was the start of a really sort of life of adventure. The Parmesan cheese was gooey. It was fun. Everything in life was quite fun, but we had no money. We had nothing. We found £20 one day. My friend used to put notes in her shoes so we didn't have to have handbags when we went out. And we found a £20 note when we had absolutely no food at all. But we didn't go shopping for food. We went to the pub. Like you do, you know, you're 19 years old, 18, 19 years old, and we used to have spaghetti with tomato sauce. That was, if we felt like we needed a little bit of vitamins, we had some broccoli on top and Parmesan cheese, of course. Now, one day, the man of my dreams turns up on the doorstep, and he wanted to move to London, and he was very good looking in his Italian suit, very sort of tanned, he's just been away, and he turns up, and I didn't really know how I felt, but we turned into a whirlwind of a romance that lasted actually for 25 years. But the romance was not always a romance. But I'm going to come back to that in a little while. Now, at 19, I found my dream job. I was running a restaurant on the Fulham Road in London. I got offered to be a general manager at 19 in the first wine bar on Fulham Road. In those days, the wine bars were literally 3 whites, 3 reds and a rosé. So it wasn't really a challenge, but it was a challenge to be a Swedish girl running a wine bar in a very sort of affluent area in London and not really knowing anyone. But sometimes it could also be a real positive, because people don't really argue with a woman behind the bar that's quite young. And when these lovely little affluent children come, you know, they had daddy's money, cars outside, and you had to sort of had a really hard skin. So that Parmesan cheese has followed me there as well. That resilience of standing up for yourself whilst making connections and living sort of a dream career. At the time, I was very much in love. Life was good. But 4 years sort of on, I thought, you know what, I really want to do something else. We were looking to move into the first flat. So no more bed sits, no more sharing with 8 people and sharing bathroom and all that stuff that comes with living as a young person in London. I wanted to move in. I wanted a little bit more of a commitment, and we actually got engaged, and we found our first flat, still the man of my dreams. Now, I went to the University of the Arts. I think it's, I know this is all about spirituality as well, and I'm very sort of creative, and that was a really lovely time, although I was still working full time, so I didn't really have a student life. I looking after a home, I've working full time as well as going to university. So it was a challenge, but it was great. And the cheese was gooey. Now, when I left with great results, top results, and for somebody that English wasn't your first language, I was really proud of that. And I got offered a GM role, a general management role in a Michelin star restaurant that was just opening up. I absolutely love connecting with people. It's been my whole life, and it is today as well. So we were in the national press. We were, you know, we were having lots and lots of different sort of cultures. And one thing that I'm really proud of, that I want to talk a little about encouragement at this point, it was a very young team, but we did something that was very different from a lot of people, because in that industry, you usually work absolutely crazy hours, and we did. And it was really, you know, it was hard work, but we also had 4 managers. So it meant that we could have a weekend off. So we allowed the staff to actually have a bit of a life as well, being in hospitality. And that meant that we had no staff turnover, which is absolutely unheard of, because many of you that have heard of hospitality is usually very, very long hours. It's not very well paid sometimes, but we made sure that we looked after the staff, and that was just amazing. So encouragement of your team as a leader is something that I believed in. You know, at 19 years old, that was something that was really strong for me. And it was, again, a really great time, because we had lots of different cultures, lots of different people that we needed to look after. And we were looking to buy a house. So I was looking then for a little bit more of commitment. We were looking to buy a house in the area, and my man of my dreams and I decided that we were going to buy a house at 1999 when I was only 26 years old. So it's about taking actions. So I said I wanted to share a little bit about actions and opportunities and the connections that you make along the way. So we had the house, I was living the dream, it was a building project, but so we did a lot ourselves. I've actually done 5 building projects in my time. So I really was absolutely loving life. Again, the Parmesan cheese was gooey. But we came up with this opportunity. My boss had decided that he wanted to sell the restaurant. I was a partner in the restaurant at the time, and an opportunity came up to move to Wales to follow our dream and set up a Michelin star restaurant in the middle of nowhere. And I thought, you know what? You got to take opportunities in life. You got to make that action if it feels right. And I did. Now, the man of my dreams wasn't really that happy about this, but we made it work. So the only thing that happened though during that time was that it was put on hold to sort of have our own home again. So we moved into this restaurant, we lived above. I had a wonderful Welsh family. We actually got married, my husband today, and I got married in the little village 2 years ago. So the village that I moved into has a really, really beautiful place in my heart. Again, it was a really young team, gorgeous. They were only 14-year-olds working in there. So I went there to work with professionals, build a team, but there just wasn't the staff. So this shows that you can actually, your encouragement as a leader, it doesn't matter where you are or what you do, you can always help others to find that leadership within them. And I'm still friends with them all now. They now have their own children, but I've kept in touch with all of them from that age. And I haven't got children myself, so I call them my children, which are beautiful. Now, the only thing was that my partner had a very narcissistic father. It was, again, my man of my dreams didn't really agree with everything that was going on in the restaurant. That Parmesan cheese started to get really hard again. It started to be really difficult to be part of a team when I was on my own running the front of house as a leadership, and trying to build up a business when you're on your own can be really, really tough. So there was lots and lots of different challenges. The chef that we were working with, he left. There was only me and the other business partner. And if you are in business and you're looking to set up a business, another top tip around that is make sure that you have 50-50, don't have less percentage, because with me, I only had 25% at the time, and actually you have nothing to say. So I lost it all. I had to get a solicitor. I had to get somebody involved to help me to get, some kind of money back. We hadn't paid ourselves. It was my life. I gave up everything to set up the restaurant. One thing I don't believe in is regrets, because I think that everything that you do at that time in your life is the right choice for that time. But it was a challenging time. And again, that Parmesan cheese was just literally the hard skin of the resilience that was left. And I didn't know, I felt like I lost it all, to be honest. I didn't really know where I was or where I was going, because that's all I ever knew. But we did have a home in France, a building project that my partner had been working on. And we went out to finish that project. But it wasn't really my thing. So things weren't going that well. It was starting to feel like I didn't really have a life on my own, and Charlotte was disappearing into this person that I didn't really know who she was. And I think many people will resonate with this who have maybe been made redundant, or if you've lost, a job for different services, maybe you lost a business, maybe you've had to start again. You will kind of feel that resilience through that you have. Sometimes you just feel like you lose yourself completely, but there's always a way to get back up. And I always say to climb your own mountain, whatever that looks like. And that's the sort of action that I want to sort of focus on here, because that Parmesan cheese was completely hard. It was nothing left. But I felt like everything was kind of my fault. But I did take action. I got a new general management role with a really young team. We had a building project at home in Wales again. And I didn't feel like I had much to say at home because my partner had turned very distant and very narcissistic at the time. It was a horrific relationship to be in. So I gave it all at work. I literally lived at my job. And many people who've been in a relationship like that would understand what it's like to not want to go home. I promised myself when I finally left that relationship that I would always want to come home again. Today I'm actually in my camper van, which I absolutely love, and it doesn't comes with living as it doesn't matter where you are. You know, home can be your camper van, home can be your bed sit, home can be, you know, your house, your flat. Materialistic things are not going to be what makes you happy. Of course, money helps in life, but your action and what you do with it and what you do with your connections that you have around you and the support that you have, that network is so much more important than anything else that you can ever want. So we decided to sort of try. I wanted children. I wanted to have a family. We finished a building project. And I thought that at the time, I thought that the relationship was just going through a bit of a bad patch. But actually, I had a terrible miscarriage at work, and it was horrific. And I realized when I was in hospital that my relationship was completely dead. I recently wrote an article about this, and it's something that I felt was a real loss at the time. But I'm actually happy now these days that I don't have to deal with a narcissistic father to a child that shouldn't have been born into a relationship that was that awful. You know, and things like that do happen, and you can come away feeling better for it. It was a horrific time, don't get me wrong. I left my job. I realized that I needed to take some time. And I brought home Tesney, our little Asperdoodle, we call her, because she's quite anxious. But she's a Labradoodle and she's the love of my life, as well as my husband, who I met 5 years ago, and we got married 2 years ago. Now, when I met Jamie, I'd been on my own for 2 years. I finally found the courage to get out of a narcissistic relationship, and I really found it difficult in the beginning to trust someone again. And I think anyone who's been in lots of, as you can see, my point with the Parmesan cheese is all those narcissistic people. And I thought it was me. I thought I was the one that just must be so wrong, choosing the wrong people in my life. And I'd become really hardened. I've always been a really positive person. I've always been somebody who wants to help people. But at this point in my life, that Parmesan cheese, that hard bit, was soulless. I felt like I was absolutely no good to anyone at all. And that's kind of where I was when I met Jamie. And I was very skeptical. I Googled him, he will tell you, because I had another stalker and I lived in the middle of nowhere at the time. So my house was actually on police alert. So before I went out on a date with Jamie, I Googled him. So if you Google Jamie McCann, she's all over the place. So I thought, you know what, it's probably quite safe to meet up with him. I did meet up with him in a pub where I knew absolutely everybody because I was terrified. And actually, when we first met, I thought that he was a little bit on the cocky side and he thought I was a little bit bossy. Now, the bossiness was actually because I was terrified. I've never been good with dating. So it was a bit of a weird start, but we decided to become friends. And from there, a week later, we met up. I was traveling around the world at the time in my job. I was in a bit more of a corporate job, and we were traveling. I'd just come back from Denmark. I had a cello with me. I had a violin with me that was very valuable that I couldn't leave in the car. And Jamie phoned up and said, shall we meet for tapas just as friends? And I said, yeah, sure, why not? I'm just coming back. And it just broke the ice. Sometimes you just got to break that ice. And I walked into this pub with a cello, a violin, a dog. I said to him, don't talk to her, don't look at her, because she's really anxious. And he must have thought, goodness me, this woman is really completely crazy. But it was a day that actually was a change. It was something had changed, because I didn't feel threatened anymore. We were just going to be friends, right? So what did I have to lose? So sometimes you need to just take that guard off and take an action that feels like it's not that comfortable, but you can find confidence within. So I met Jamie. He is a man of action. He's an adventurer. I've always been an adventurer. So we actually hit it off that night, and he did realize that I wasn't completely crazy, but my confidence was only my confidence at work. I didn't really have any confidence in anything else. I went out with Jamie for a walk a couple of months into the relationship, and I was talking about work for about 2 hours, and he gave me a book that's called Made It Through the Rain by a lovely friend of his called Beverly Jones. And I read the book and I realized it's a raw book about burnout. And I read the book and I realized that if I didn't do anything with my job, I was completely burnt out. I needed to leave and I needed to take action. I thought I wasn't good for anything else, to be honest with you. At the time, I moved myself away. So some of the signs of the fact that you're going through burnout, and Beverly's done another book around this, is the signs that you move yourself away from friends. You don't want to go out, you make excuses. I done all of that and I didn't see it because I'm a strong person. You know, I have the resilience, I have all of this. So how could I possibly go through burnout? People that are not strong go through burnout. Well, it's a massive, massive wake up call for me. And I talk about it a lot because I want to help others. Burnout is not a failure. Burnout is something that is your well-being. You need to look after yourself. And I've learned that the hard way. And I want to be able to share this with others because look out for those signs. And, you know, and when they come, because they can come again and again, you have to look out for the signs so you can find people around you that you can support. Get the support and look out for people that can support you. So those connections are really, really important. I did leave my job. I did walk out 2 weeks after I read the book. I took action to do something else. And I'm so, so grateful for Beverly. I'm grateful to Jamie to handing me that book. And I started working with Jamie in his business. And this was obviously just before the pandemic. I never felt like I belonged because he's disabled and I am not. And with him being disabled, what did I have to say in a company with disability products? And we were a drop shipping company. He's a motivational speaker. And I felt like I absolutely had no place. So I was doing everything around it rather than trying to fit into something that I actually didn't fit. But 2020 happened. And Jamie's words were, the whole world's become disabled overnight. And I know how that feels. And we set out to build a network. We started inviting businesses and business owners who wanted to be more online, didn't know how to do it. We did a Mind, Body, Spirit event over the global event, 300 events over 3 days. It was absolutely carnage, but it worked. And it was reached over 90,000 people on Facebook alone. Those are the connections that you can make when you just look outside of the box and actually take an action and show up. So Laurie was talking about showing up, you know, in a time when everyone was stuck behind closed doors and didn't know what to do. We took the action to invite people and make connections all over the world that has now actually grown into a global network. Marianne and I met through a networking session through one of our members, Mark Jarvis, lovely, lovely man. connections happen every single day. And if you're open to it, I mean, I've gone through in the last few years, I have gone through so much of self-development to build that confidence, to be able to take the action. As you see with my journey that I've gone through, there's a lot of things that you can see a pattern of. I always thought that I was bringing in these people to me that were, you know, I was getting them, and they will, if you're an empath and you want to help people, those people that are narcissistic or have narcissistic tendencies, they might find you, but you've got to build up your resilience to be able to show them that you're not going to put up with it anymore. Because there's always options, even when you think that that Parmesan cheese is gone and you're just going to throw it in the bin. I promise you, there's always options to take action and climb your mountain. Don't ever forget that. And you can always get back up. So thank you so much, Marianne, for letting me share a little bit of my story today. And I hope it's going to resonate with some other people as well. And I will have a podcast coming out next year, which is also going to be called Parmesan Cheese, and is all about real life stories that people go through to help encourage other people to take action, and that there's always options available to climb your mountain.
I love that. Always options to climb your mountain. Oh my God, so many great nuggets in here. And I always think, this is what I think in life, when you have a bad partner or a bad job or a bad this, I always think that's a great lesson instead of a bad partner. You know what I mean? Like, even though things weren't, but Jamie, of course, and you, what a beautiful love story. And I did just, you guys just had an anniversary, right? Because I saw pictures and I thought, oh, you could just see the love in the actual pictures. And Jamie is so amazing. Jamie is a very not disabled person. He was on the last podcast. It'll be somewhere on my Facebook page for those who are interested. He is like just an amazing human being. And now he travels the world and speaks and travels the world and spoke about it. We'll have him back again. So we'll alternate you then. It's so amazing. Thank you so much for getting, opening up with such a personal story too. And for sharing.
Oh, thank you.
I love Parmesan cheese. We're going to have to get you onto my podcast, my Meditation Millionaire, so we can start promoting your, I should also mention, if anyone's interested in having a podcast, I'm now going to be sharing a network with the lady who owns my network now. So if anyone's interested in posting having a network to post their podcast, mine goes out to Roku, Amazon, Fire, Apple TV, as well as a CBC and a CBS affiliate down in Florida, which gives us approximately 6 million plus viewers, which is where this summit will be posted as soon as we sort of finish up. And then there's a process that we have to go through because there's something very strange going on with my Zoom, and we have to piece it together. It comes out into various files. So I may have, Julia looks pretty serious. I might have her look at it if she understands. Maybe it's something in my settings. I don't know, but she's my guru. And yes, so thank you so much for that. Maybe we can talk about that later and then get you up onto a platform where everyone can see, because I think when we go through these not so comfortable things, we should share as much as possible, because you never know who's going to resonate. My story is fantastic. Your story is fantastic. Lori's is fantastic. Yours is Tammy's, Julia's, Linda, like everyone's is fantastic. But different people are going to gravitate to different things, right? And so different people will gravitate to different people. That's just how it is. What was the name of your book again? Did you just show us your book? What was that you just flashed?
The book that I read, which is really raw book about burnout, is called Made It Through the Rain. and it's by Beverly Jones. I'll stick it in the chat later, because actually during the pandemic, I had one of our members come forward, and one of her friends was suicidal. And she said, Charlotte, do you know anyone that can help? Because he won't speak to anyone. And he'd done exactly what I said earlier, you know, removed himself from everyone. And obviously in the pandemic, it was hard. And I said to her, I said, send the book, just ask Beverly to write a little note in there and send the book. And she did. And actually 2 weeks later, this lady messaged me and she said, he's opened up to one of our friends and he's finally talking to someone. And I actually think the book saved his life. So it's sometimes, like you were saying, Marianne, you know, sometimes it's just those little stories, and if the more we share of that, it shouldn't be something that you hide. The more you share of that, the more connections that you make through that, the easier it will get for anyone to sort of take the action or take that step that they need.
Very true. Very true. And so perfect. I'm going to have you and Jamie in my books too. We'll take turns, or maybe we'll just put you both, husband and wife team, in the same book. Anthology books.
Funnily enough, he's actually the creative writer. So he does all the blogs and everything like that, but he is severely dyslexic. So if I just put it out the way he writes it, nobody will understand. So having had a severely dyslexic father, I'm used to writing everything. I can read between the lines. So he's the writer and I tidy it up. So that could work.
Oh, you know what? If anyone wants to set up a call with Charlotte, she's wonderful. She's super patient. You know, we get together and she'll catch me and I'll be like, blah, blah, and I talk a mile a minute because I'm in a hurry. And she's just like, okay. And, you know, always smiling and okay, whenever you have a chance, that'd be great. We would love to have you. Thank you. So Charlotte, if you will, please post all of your contact and whatever links to See No Bounds that you have. And all of that, and that way people can connect. If you could do that into the chat on my Facebook, that'd be awesome. Thank you again. Thank you so much. And
thank you so much for having me.
We only have one little glitch, one little technical glitch. That's not bad. We're having a full moon with an eclipse, guys. Full moons are a great time to release energy. An eclipse just makes that, it just heightens that. It just opens up the road even wider. So anyways, on that note, thank you again, Charlotte. And now we're going to have not one speaker. We're going to have, oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. You heard me. There's going to be 5. Now I'm going to start by reading Julia's bio, because she's pretty much the only one that sent me one. So then I will tell you beautiful, wonderful things about the other ladies. So let me get out of exit full screen. Julia Flynn is a dynamic leader. She actually is our leader in APL Go. For all the rest of us, we all fall under her. And sorry, I'm going to get back to reading this. Julia Flynn is a dynamic leader and business growth strategist with a specialization in network marketing. Network marketing. I just want to say this about network marketing. If you want to be an entrepreneur and you don't have a lot of funds to get started, network marketing is the place to go. You get to be your own boss, and for a small investment. She has devised a straightforward system that enables businesses to flourish within 15-minute intervals. Look at that. Holding the position of corporate director at APL Go, Julia assumes responsibility for onboarding and training, and the creation of valuable content, and the initiation of explosive growth within her team. I'll say her track record is a source of pride, featuring the remarkable achievement of transforming clients from 25 to 250 referring dental practices in just 12 months. So imagine what she can do for you. Julia's top-notch products and services are meticulously crafted to enhance income, production, and client retention. I'm just going to mention this. She's also the lovely young lady who created my poster for this alongside Tammy. Tammy did one, she did the other one. She's super talented and probably lightning fast is all I'm going to say. So that would be Julia. And then we'll bring on Linda, who's also a corporate director. And then there is myself, who is a man, how do I say this part? Look at that. I have a publishing company. Who is a managing director. And then we have Tammy and we have Rosemary. And I don't know what your guys' titles are in the company. You can share that later. So all 5 of us are going to talk at you at the same time. Julia's going to talk to you first. Julia, take it away.
Okay, boy, that was fun. That was exciting to hear you talk about. I was just about to go and look and see what Tammy and Rosemary's titles are, because I don't know. I was wondering that too. When you were reading that, it was just very exciting. I have to say, I have been taking notes all morning long from Lori, Charlotte. Absolutely so much great information. And I wanted to share some of the things before we get started to set a tone, if that's okay. Number one, I heard that to have a golden rule business. I think that Laurie Governor said that. And I thought that was really interesting, have a golden rule business. My mother has been saying for years, Julia, you're a golden rule person. Number 2, integrity. You guys will hear me say you have to be in integrity. I learned a lot about integrity from a coaching program that I was in 2013 called CEO Space. Still a member of that, and it was really interesting. What is the one ingredient that any company, business, product, service, or program has or needs that doesn't have it included in it? What is the one ingredient that's not included that you have to bring? I say it all the time, consistency. There's a lot of talk about consistency, right? You need it in everything you do, but it doesn't come included, including brushing your teeth and your business. I'm going to talk a little bit about a private group a little bit later. Lead by example. We all know that, right? Like these are like things that your mom taught you when you were getting ready to go to school, right? These are all the things you heard from mom. How many times do you say me and I in business? Because I heard Laurie Governor say a lot that she was a member of a team. She doesn't say me or I. Did you notice that when she was speaking? It was fabulous. She talks about team, about you, about success. I was so moved by that. These are all things, I have to just tell you that these are all things that are fundamental and core values in our team and our business. Wouldn't you say? Who agrees with me here? Because I know you guys got to unmute yourself.
I and me both agree.
I and me, but there you go. And I was going to say, Tammy, Rosemary, Linda, you got to unmute because I'm used to talking with you, not, I feel like I always talk with you guys and we have conversations. So, Marianne, would you like me to go ahead and do my normal presentation? Is that okay with you guys?
Yes,
okay. I just need to be able to share my screen if that's all right with you. If you would open that up for me, I will do that. I will do my prep work. You know how I hit the present button, the presenter view, all of those good things.
Finally, I have the pleasure. I am always the co-host with Julia on her presentations, and I let the people in. So finally, I have the pleasure of making her a co-host.
Yes.
Take it away.
That's so true. And this is one of these presentations where I just desperately want all of the folks to be able to share this too. So I'm moving backward to number 1 because slide number 1, I was on the last slide because of course I was totally prepared, right? I was on the last slide. Okay, I'm going to share screen.
I love authenticity. I hate perfection.
Oh yeah, well you got a whole bunch of authenticity right here. So I am fast when it comes to graphic design. I think you guys all have seen me be lickety split, zoom, zoom, zoom. But it doesn't mean it's perfect, does it? Okay, so first of all, we're going to talk personal stories. All of us here, all of us business professionals here are going to share some stories. Authenticity, I think, is the name of the game. When I listen to Charlotte talk about her story and go so personal and talk about Parmesan cheese, I couldn't help but think about all of us and our own stories and how we've shared some things that have happened. But you probably know some people who want to get more out of life. When I first started with this company and on this journey, I had actually been with a coach because I felt that I had zero purpose in my life. I felt completely unfulfilled, empty. This was before the pandemic. I was married to the love of my life, who I'm married to right now. He is the most amazing, patient, loving man. You'll hear me talk about Prince Charming all the time. That's what I call him. But during that time, Prince Charming and I were doing great, but I felt like I had lost my purpose. And that was so strange because I was so intentional in my actions and what I do. I wanted to make a difference. And I think you know what I'm talking about, especially, and if I could get personal here, if you're a woman over 42, let's just say a woman over the age of 42 probably is starting to feel like, where are things going? And you might be knowing people like that. And the other question I get all the time is it possible to make a difference or to get more out of life with less time and fewer resources? Because I don't want to spend the rest of my life and all of my money trying to do that. And so that's where our intention comes from. That's where we are today. Before we get started, look at this beautiful woman as she's looking. Which health benefits, look how hard she's thinking. Which health benefits are most important to you when you look at this screen? What things speak to you? But not just you. Do you know someone, is there someone in your life who you love, care about, or met at the grocery store who was limping or grabbing their lower back, or you could tell they were in a bad place or just didn't feel as amazing as they could? That is what I want you to be thinking about while we're moving through here. Writing down people who you know who need help with these individual things, because it's going to make such a difference in their lives as we move forward with this conversation. But probably wondering a few things right as we get off the ground. So I'm just going to answer some questions and just get these things right out of the way before we get started. How much does it cost to get started in a program like this? Why is that a question that I would answer? Well, here's why. There are so many entrepreneurs. I think Lori McNeil in the very beginning was talking about that. There are so many entrepreneurs who want to get started and need a little backbone, need a little bit of training and support. This is a business that you can do with other people. You're in business for yourself, but never by yourself, and you're getting great training. So that's really important. And how quickly can you get started? Immediately, right off the bat today. I want to point out to you, when you look at this slide, when you take a look here, that the average American spends about $323 per year on skincare. I think that number should be multiplied by 10. Who can raise their hand on that? I'm one of those people who just skincare alone, cosmetics, hairdo, the whole 9 yards. I'm sure it's significantly more than that. The average American spends about $110 a month on wellness products. Per month on wellness products, and the average American spends about $92 a month every year, and $92 a month on coffee, not on soda, not on water, but just on coffee. Why is that important? Well, we're thrilled to introduce you to our 3 exceptional product lines, each exemplifying sustainability and future readiness as we grow. In addition to our unwavering commitment to these core values, our founder consistently spearheads the introduction of new categories, new divisions, and that ensures our path to continuous growth. Because you don't want to be in a dying business, you want to be in a forward-thinking business. Just to let you know, a little sidetrack on me, there's exactly one company that I ever worked for in the past that's still in business, Friendly Ice Cream. I worked for Friendly's as a waitress when I was in high school, and that's the only company I ever worked for that is still in business, because a lot of the people I worked for were not forward thinking. This is a company that is looking to the future financially and responsibly. So first is our European beauty skincare line. Now, this is what we call the embodiment of intelligence, exclusivity, and luxurious uniqueness. It's a testament to our dedication to not only craft exceptional products, but also to experience the art of beauty, which I just love that. Moving on, let's talk about coffee. It's a staple in every home. It's not just about delightful flavor and convenient nature. We've harnessed cutting-edge freeze-drying technology to ensure that every cup preserves the full spectrum of nutrients, aroma, and flavor, providing an unparalleled coffee experience. And it's instant, so it's fast. Finally, in the heart of this graphic here, and right in the center, in the heart of our product offerings, is our flagship category, which we call healthy DNA candy, or healthy candy, or happy drops, or lozenges. You're going to hear me say that interchangeably. We're positioned within the $450 billion wellness products and services industry. This category alone epitomizes our dedication to health and well-being, especially after the pandemic, right? Which sets us apart on a course for long-term success in a burgeoning market. You might be curious why our products are so unique. Well, see that lady right there holding the little thing? It looks like a candy or a lozenge. That's our drops. That's what we have to offer. Our products are pretty special because they're super easy for your body to absorb when you let them dissolve in your mouth. They don't take the long journey through your stomach and your digestive tract. Instead, they go directly into your bloodstream, and that's where they stay. That means we are 100% absorbable within 15 to 30 seconds, almost like nitroglycerin or an injection. It really works fast. And we offer 18 different flavors, each with its own benefits, and they will work together too. We call that a drop tail. We call our exclusive technology, how these are made, Accumulate SA. We use negative ions to boost the quality of our ingredients, which are all top-notch, 100% organic, from herbs and spices and fruits and vegetables. And you know what? Our technology is patented, not just the products, but the actual technology. You can enjoy as many of these drops as you want, as often as you want. They're suitable for everybody, kids, adults, even senior citizens. And I'll tell you, even teenagers like them, and they don't like anything. I also give these to my 4 dogs for their health issues. And remember, animals can't pretend to feel better. When they show improvement, you know it's the real deal. So seriously, with pills today, more than 60% of the product becomes literal waste and ends up in sewage systems, septic tanks, because it starts in the digestive tract, but not our product. So which one would you choose? Drops that taste like candy and are instantly gratifying and go directly into your body, or something that you have to wait for something to happen? I know what I'd choose, and I know what the people on this call would choose, right? So next up, I'm going to be sharing some words directly from people who have experiences and wanted to tell you about them, because I could talk all day about the products, but I think it's more interesting to hear what these people have to say.
My name is Rosemary Giz, and I was recently introduced to these beautiful lozenges, and I started taking them. And just as a little backstory, I've never been able to wear heels. I have a problem with my ankles and my legs, and I've got poor bone density. So I've never been able to wear heels at all without kind of rolling over on my ankles. Even when I was married, I married a 6'6", and I still wore flats. Anyway, I was working on a function this past summer, and I decided I wanted to wear some fancy shoes. So I bought myself a pair of heels, 3-inch heels, I think, to be precise. Never wore heels before, but I thought, you know what? It makes you feel good when you're wearing heels. So I attended an event recently, and I decided I'm going to take them and see how long I will last. Well, as the event progressed, I totally forgot I was wearing the heels. Somebody actually unbelievably came forward and said to me, "Rosemary, you look amazing. I've never seen you in heels before." I looked down at my feet and went, oh my gosh, I'm still wearing them 5 hours later.
Oh, and you know, I looked for a picture of Rosemary to use instead of just having her video on there. but she looks so much younger from all the pictures on her Facebook that I just had to show you that. And to see such an easy laugh and an easy smile, it just, she's feeling so good. I love that.
Hi, my name is Marianne Padjan, and I joined this company not quite a year ago, but almost. It's getting there. And the very first day that my product arrived, I tried a wonderful product called ALT, which I think saved my life. So up until ALT entered my life, I had been taking a terrible over-the-counter product that it helped me, but it really wasn't good for my liver or anything else in my body, really. And it ended in the word drill. So we're not going to say what it is, but there you go. So I tried ALT. And also I combined it with air because I have a tendency to get bronchitis and just have very sensitive lungs anyways. And so I combined the ALT with the air and I had just come down with some sort of a cold or something, and there was a sore throat. I couldn't believe the results. In less than 24 hours, I felt at least 70% better. And by the next day, all my symptoms were gone, and I thought, okay, this is magical. Everybody needs to hear about this. And then I added SLD to the pack because it also helps to take away the inflammation in my lungs and my sinuses as well.
So incredible. I love to hear Marianne tell her story. Wait till you hear this and just listen for the giggle on this one.
My name's Dawn Vanderhoff. And I've been taking the Power now for probably about a month or so. And I have hot flashes, and they were getting really bad. And right now I'm down to probably one during the day and one at night. So after like waking up sweating and the constant all day long to now like one or two after taking the Power for, like I said, over a month, I'm feeling so much better. I love it.
Oh, I just love that. Don't you love that? Don't you love to hear her say that? So let me just say this. We have 18 different unique products. There's a lot. I don't want to go over each one in detail and all that stuff. But if you talk to anybody, they're going to tell you how great they feel. But when I listen to the happy sound that each person brought to that, and when I listen to each person tell about how they feel, it's no wonder that in Europe they call these happy drops, because they make you feel so good. Remember when you were a little kid, everywhere you went, something was funny, something was fun, everything was happy. Your mom said, let's go to McDonald's, and you thought about, oh, the Happy Meal, and oh, the ride, or the swing set, or let's go to the park, and you were going to see your friends and get on the swing, or let's go to school, and you'd see your teacher and you just loved her. And do you remember what life was like and how full it was of happiness? That's the feeling I get, and that I love to share with these products. So what exactly is in the products? We can't actually bottle happiness, although you'd think we were by the sound of everyone's voice. These are negative ion products. So they actually contain the energetic feeling, that Zen feeling, that Zen emotion, because we're using negative ions. These are products that are actually utilizing the cleanest, most well-harvested ingredients that you can get on the planet Earth. And they're pulled together in such a way and created in such a way that you feel amazing just having them in your home. The very first time I had a box of these products delivered, I remember my husband and I feeling like the energy in our home had changed. We actually felt better walking near the boxes of products. Now I have a wall of the products here, and when I sit next to them and feel these products, I actually feel great. That has nothing to do with ingredients. It has everything to do with the energy that it brings. And that's what Marianne is bringing us today with this Zen leadership and this spiritual feeling that we're getting. So I want you to take a look absolutely at each one of the products and what they do, and how they can help your body, and how the ingredients are pulled together and designed to really make you feel great. But I just want you to know that in a time when we've all been through, the great pause, maybe it's time to just feel really good. So let's move on to the next slide, which is we have 8 products that are based in our daily collection, something for immunity, mood, energy, stamina, blood sugar, male and female hormone balancing, cortisol levels, adrenal support, anxiety, stress, sleep, inflammation, and pain. To our next collection, which is the premium collection, something for airborne toxins. That's what Marianne was talking about, the alt, and she feels like it saved her life. Imagine that. Imagine something that's a lozenge, something as big as your pointer fingernail that could make you feel that good. Liver detox, tastes like peach, heart for blood pressure. I've had people tell me they could feel something zinging, that's the word, zinging through their body when they use that product. Ice, let me tell you, I had 2 fast food restaurants yesterday of Mexican food. I'm not going to name any names. 2 yesterday. And boy, did I need ice, and it helped immediately. And then MLS. Wow. I know Linda's going to tell you her story about MLS, so I'll save that for her. And then I'm going to go back, apparently. Now I'm going to go forward, back and forth, back and forth. Here we go. Now, this is really exciting. How about a company? How about a product line that is so exceptional, they bring out 3 new products for you in one magical year. That's what we have here. So when we got started in 2020, me and Linda, there were 2 products in this product line. There was Brainy and Beauty, which recently I have come to learn explains why my skin has gotten so bouncy. When we first started, my skin was starting to get that transparent look of an older woman. I'm not going to say any names. I'm not going to name my mother's name or anything, but I'm just saying I was starting to look a little more translucent. Now my skin looks like when it was 16. And I know that because I keep my senior portrait nearby, and it's really bouncy. And I just have to tell you, I know it's because of Beauty and Brainy. Brainy helps me with focus. As you can see, I'm a butterfly. So I tend to flit around a lot and jump from subject to subject. Brainy helps me get things done on my to-do list from beginning to end. Boom, boom, boom. Beauty helps me feel like that. Air helps me have deep breathing. Right? I feel so good. Now, PFT is our #1 best-selling product of all time. It used to be Relax for anti-anxiety, but now it's our weight loss product. I think Marianne should tell you how much she loves that one. But in honor of this amazing conference, the product of the moment is Happy, because it is truly Zen in a box. It tastes like green tea, melts in your mouth, goes into your body. And people say to me, well, what does it do? What does it make you feel like? Makes me feel okay. It could be called okay, because that's how I feel with that. So I love that line. You know, with our company, we are the #1 of #1. We've got #1 award-winning leadership, best owners in the industry, top direct selling company, top direct selling comp plan, and top immune boosting products. If you know someone who wants to be with the best company because they're tired of being with something that you can get everywhere else and get something somewhere else and do something everybody else has done, and you want to be learning from the #1 of the #1, you've come to the right place. We have so many accolades. I don't want to go on and tell you all of them. I just want you to know that they're just amazing. But if I could just take a pause and just say, if you want the best commission compensation plan out there on planet Earth, this is the one. It isn't me saying that. I'm not the one telling you that. I'm telling you that the industry has chosen us as #1. So we have 63% payout back into the field, payout back to all of the associates who work to build their business, and you get to learn while you earn. So you don't even have to have any special knowledge, you guys. This is a business you could do spare time, part-time, full-time, or all the time. It's up to you, your choice. Great tools. I could go on and on here, but the little pictograms tell it all. We've got travel, videos, research, websites, apps, PDF, white papers, brought together by knowledgeable medical experts, fitness specialists, nutritionists, accountability, research, marketing tools. And here's what's really exciting. We just want you to show up and do a lot of this. Can you point? Are you a pointer? Do you know how to point? Because if you know how to point, you know how to do a business like this. This is a business where we're going to educate you how to use effective tools wisely so that the marketing can benefit the sales. And here's the thing, sales is never easy. Sales is always a process, but it can be made easier than you thought it could be because you have the marketing tools and the strategies in place to make your experience more fun and better.
Yvette Smith here. I love being an APL Go associate for many reasons. I can blend my health coaching with our products to serve and help others to enhance their health, which is my passion. APL allows me the opportunity to work towards creating a lifestyle of my choice, creating more time freedom to enjoy my family and to travel and to explore other parts of the world. Our leadership team is so incredible and supportive. The personal development that is offered is totally amazing, like none I've seen. Our president, Sergey, is so generous at all levels because he wants us to succeed. Whoever heard of such? And I can't leave out the wow of a comp plan. APL Go is the place to be.
Oh, that is Yvette Smith, and she has the most current customers in our entire business. Now, if you're going to talk to somebody about a growing business and hear what they have to say, and they say that about their business, and they're the number one largest amount of customers, you can't go wrong. Now, in a couple minutes, we're going to hear from the top enroller in all of the country of Canada. I'm saving that for just a few minutes, but I have to tell you, it just blows my mind when you hear from people like this who have the credentials to back up what they're saying. We have custom tools. This is something unique and very special for our team. I'm just showing you a snapshot of what our team has at our fingertips as far as tools go. And how about this? It's one thing to say, we give you your very own VIP Facebook group, or it's one thing to say, we'll show you how to build it. But in this team, what do we give you? A pre-built VIP Facebook group with digital assets to grow your business. You can come into this business with a little bit of product to sample, try it out yourself, and then you can get a larger kit, or you can do what all of us who are on this group have done. Every one of us decided that we wanted to be someone who owned a store, had product on the shelves, samples for ourselves, our friends, and our family, materials, information, samples, flavors, tools that would help all the people that we care about. Now, we might care about people a little bit or a lot. Either way, this is going to be an amazing group of products that are going to help everybody in every walk of life because we have an affordable consumable right at our fingertips. And here's what's really exciting. I told you that it was $25 to get started, and you thought, well, what in the world am I going to get for $25? That's just not a lot of money. Well, I can see the little head nods there. I can see the Linda, the Tammy, the Rosemary, and the Marianne going, we get all this stuff. We get your own website to run your business, your own website to sell products, digital assets in multiple languages, live and recorded webinars, one-on-one training, consulting, and coaching, printed marketing materials, your very own custom website. You also get access to some really exciting tools that the company, that the team leaders, excuse me, not the company, but the team leaders have curated for you. How about this? How about free credit card processing? Nowadays, I've been talking to a lot of other direct sales business owners, and they tell me that there's a fee for that. Not here in our company. We also have back office support, customer service, Zooms, apps, success plans, prizes, strategies, promotions, surveys, presentations. And here's what's amazing. We don't have a monthly fee, do we? Is there a weekly fee? Daily fee? No, none of those things. In fact, we get paid every single day. So all you need to do to get started is get all your questions answered, order your kit, join our Facebook groups, and I am 100% confident that the other team members are going to help you get everything you need to get started immediately, right away, and share with you exactly what they want to share with you about this company, about this product. They're very excited to tell you more. I do want to let you know I've been with the company since July of 2020. And immediately when I got started with this company, the very first thing that I did was call my BFFs. And one of them is on this call, and it makes me want to cry because I love this person so much, and that's Linda McBee. Linda at the time and I had done lots of different business ventures together. We're serial entrepreneurs and we love, love, love spending time together as business professionals and as best friends. And so I know she's going to share some things with you, but I just want you to know that this has been a growth experience for both of us. And we've been blessed to be here. I don't say that lightly. We've really, really grown a lot and been able to be really good friends. And then in the process, have made new best friends, which are Tammy, Rosemary, and Marianne. And we're so grateful to be here today. I don't know who's speaking next, but I just couldn't wait a minute to share that about Linda. So Marianne, back to you, baby.
Yeah, apparently if I talk and I don't unmute myself, apparently you can't hear me. So here we are. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't really have a plan for this, but I'm just going to tell you, I'm just going to toot my own horn again. Julia was talking about the top recruiter in all of Canada. You're looking at her.
And she's and amazing and feeling great. And can I do that? Can I say, I just want you all to know that we were at a huge convention in Houston, international convention, people from all over the globe, literally. And they said, top Canadian enroller. And I look at the screen and there's the gorgeous Marianne Padjan, who has done everything she can in the most selfless way. Now you can toot your own horn, Marianne, but you cannot deny that you have done this from the most selfless place and with the most love in your heart.
Absolutely. I absolutely am everything she said without, sounding overly arrogant here. But I also am in love with the product. The product is the reason that I am in this company. That short testimonial you heard, I literally ordered the product. I thought, oh, I joined in, I think it was early December, unless it was like the last day of November, and I just received my product on Thursday evening, but I was so busy. I hadn't had a chance to even open the box yet. And I thought, oh, I'll just start tomorrow. And so I woke up and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't do anything. And Linda is the person who enrolled me. And I just called her. I'm like, Linda, what do I do? Like, I can't breathe. I can't hear anything. Both of my ears are plugged. I don't even understand what's going on. Like, I don't usually get this sick this quick. And where it even happened, I don't even know. And then I'm thinking, haha, this is going to be an awesome journey because this is the universe's message to me. Hey, just so you know, we're going to make you so sick because we want you to see how amazing this product is. So Linda says to me, oh yeah, when I get like that, I usually take 4 or 5 a day. I'm like, yes, okay, fine. So by the end of the day, not even, I was more than 70% better. I think I was really at 85%, and just the one ear hadn't fully unplugged. I thought for sure I was going to have a cough. That throat was so sore, it was ridiculous. And nothing came, nothing. I just had the same thing happen to me the other day. I guess my body has a hard time with shifting and changing seasons. And I was just like, oh, what do I do here? And then I added the air. She goes, oh yeah, if you have some air, you should, whatever. And I go, yeah, I have everything. Because of course, when I sign up, I go big or go home. So I signed up as a diamond, which is, it gives you every product. You don't even have to question it. It was Linda, which one do I take and how much? Just tell me how much and when can I start taking it? And she's like, what are you waiting for? Now, start now. But not just that. I mean, there's so many things like here. Do you have blood sugar issues? Here it is. You want to lose weight? Blood sugar issues. If you have an appetite for sweets like I do, this is your new best friend. Men, I just want to say this, men, this is a natural version of that other thing that starts with a B. That's all I'm going to say.
The little blue pill, is that what
little blue pill? Little blue pill. This won the award. in the year of immune, the year when immunity was the most important. Grow is our immune product. You want to boost your immune system? You want to grow some hair, Julia? You want to grow some nails? You want to strengthen your whole system? There you go. Digestive issues, anyone? Over here. Clogged up liver, fatty liver, hormones, hot flashes, etc., etc. Menopause. Menopause again. Hello. Who needs energy? Oh, please. Who doesn't? And it has, I don't think I'm allowed to say in public, it has some that big word that starts with a C, some of those properties. And the cherry on top, I mean, there's many more products. I could go on forever. I actually did not prepare a box for each. This is the product of the year. First of all, this is for fat loss, weight loss, loss of toxins. I don't know what other loss. Anyways, this will eat away at your visceral fat, not just any fat. It targets the ugliest fat in the whole community of your body. Visceral fat. I lost 16 pounds using this. I didn't really change a whole lot. I probably cut down, and I can't say eliminate because I didn't, but I'm going to say I probably cut down my sweets. But one of the reasons I cut down my sweets is because it took away my appetite for a lot of junk. So as I was cleaning up, I was getting cleaner and cleaner, and it was getting better and better. And so 16 pounds later, and I'm Croatian. So when I go to a christening, oh my goodness, there's so many desserts. When I go to a birthday, there's no stopping me. So I was not perfect when I was using perfect. PFT stands for perfect, just so you know. And so if it helped me, and I'm 61, and there's all kinds of hormones raging inside of my body. If I can do it, you can do it for sure. You may have to do a bit of a detox with our metabolic reset. And I think Linda's going to talk a little more about that. And gosh, I could talk about BTY with the hair. I don't know who's going to talk about what, to tell you the truth. This is so authentic. I love it, which is my favorite. So with that, I'm going to stop talking for a change. And oh, I am going to say that besides being blown away by this outstanding product and the reason that I really got into it, besides that, I have since then won some skincare, which we don't have available in Canada yet, but we will in 2024. And skincare is absolutely amazing. And it comes in Venetian glass bottles. That's the kind of quality that goes along with it. When that little serum costs $200 US, I have to say US for my Canadian people, that's significantly over $200, then you know this is an amazing product. Skincare, I have won a vest, so clothing, t-shirts, product, like so much product. I can't even tell you how much product I've won and gained and received and whatnot. I'm trying to think of what else. An award, of course, for being
travel. You've won some travel, haven't you?
I'm getting to the cherry on the top.
Oh.
So I've won a trip to Cancun, which was lovely. So from Canada to Cancun, that's lovely. And it's mine to use whenever I feel like it, which is wonderful within a year and a half. But the cherry on the top of all of the cherries is the trip to Dubai, which we're going on to next month. And it is Dubai, so it's going to be exciting, that's for sure. So they don't just go to any place, they go to these amazing places. And yeah, what can I say? So I won that trip by about February. I joined in December, and by February I had won the trip to Dubai. And that is my story for now. So now I will actually be quiet and mute myself and let Linda take it away.
So how do I top that? I have to say, Julia, with you using the testimonies of these ladies over the last month, every time I hear them, I was the one who shared it with Marianne, but seeing the results of you guys and what this product does has put a fire inside of me to share it with more people. And that just blows me away. I've had a ton of health issues my whole life, autoimmune issues that just snowballed to literally Lyme disease. And so when I found this product, I had run finance and marketing companies. I spent over $100,000 a year in education training and marketing. And so for $25 to have a business and the income, we haven't really talked about that today, but the income opportunity that's paralleled with this product has just blown me away. But, you know, to have the leaders pull me aside, and Julia asked me if I was doing heroin because my Lyme disease was so bad. I couldn't put sentences together. Thought just didn't exist. And what I thought I was saying, I wasn't saying. And these products, when I say they saved my life, they honestly saved my life and got me out of bed. And I had to come to a pit in the road. Did I go back to what I was doing or kind of start over with here and help others with their health and grow the business and take my information, my knowledge, my education, my training and shift it? And I decided to do that. Did I sometimes go, oh my gosh, I could have made more money doing the others? Short term, I could have, but long term and helping more people and having more experiences for you all, that just blows me away. So that's a little of my story and how I got here. And I have known Julia for a really long time. And because of the businesses I ran, we were in a lot of networking groups together, and we would kind of hit or miss some different things. But because of her allergies and my allergies, some of them worked, some of them didn't. But I'm so thankful for this product and what it's done. And the metabolic reset is absolutely something that I talk about often, because the body from head to toe needs to have all the nutrients and the organs fed to be ready, not just to lose weight, but to feel better. You know, people, it's funny how in starting them on the metabolic reset, that they don't really want to be honest with what's going on in the gut and this and that, and they feel embarrassed to have conversations with me. But for them to come back and say, oh my gosh, I'm regular, I go to the bathroom every day, and I was like, yeah, didn't before, because you know, and it's been incredible. And to see how people have more energy and feel better, and even losing weight. And I kind of joke and say, you lost weight and wasn't supposed to do that. You know, kind of make it I kind of make it a joke so that they realize the metabolic reset, it's really not. It's to get the organs and all the body functioning the way it should, and then going from there. So we're just scratching the surface. We are just beginning. Think about that. Think of all the people's lives that you could touch with this product and with what we're doing here. Thank you, Marianne, for having us. Thank you for having me. I apologize I didn't get my bio to you. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's a little bit about me and what this product has done for me and now helping others.
Thank you, Linda, so much. That's okay. I think I've introduced you a few times. Like, you know, sometimes people send me their bios, sometimes they don't, sometimes It works, it doesn't matter. You're all awesome and absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. And I specifically love what Linda said about, think about how many lives you can save and touch. And people need to feel better, whether it's up here, in here, or just here. They need to feel better. You know, times are so stressful at this point in time. We're having, you know, so much stress is out there. I don't want to get into it, into what everything is, but in all the countries, there's stress everywhere, financial, you know, health, like all of this affects our cells, whether you think it does or it doesn't, it does. And even in the most minute way, even if you're trying to tuck it away, it's still affecting you. And, you know, some people are just more sensitive and also thankfully more open. So they are open to various things. I have some clients I'm working on. I've never had this many clients with this many issues that they don't know where it's coming from, but it's all coming from stress, which is unfortunate. And so there's so many different symptoms that we can address with these natural, made from the DNA of the plant, infused with negative ions. Are you kidding me? 100% absorbability. I have been selling vitamins since I was 19 years old. Supplements, vitamins, some sort of something. The company I was with before was great. This company is outstanding. The products, the fact that I am shocked that more people don't know about this, and this made from the DNA of the plant. Like I still can't get over that when Linda and I had the conversation and she said DNA of the plant. DNA of the plant. What? I go, are you for real with the 100%? Negative ions infused into the product. I work with devices that emit negative ions. So to me, this is like, are you kidding? This is a no-brainer. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Linda. You're beautiful.
Oh,
And you've overcome so much. You've overcome so much. And Julia too. Julia took a more business stand, but she has overcome so many health issues with this. Myself too. Like my hormones are not perfect, but they're so much better. I don't have half the sweating moments, hot flashes, killer moods that I used to have. And it's all natural. You don't have to worry about anything. Your liver's probably having a party inside of your body. How about that one? How about your kidneys having a party inside of your body, and just making your body stronger and stronger instead of adding more toxicity into it with various other products. So anyways, with that, thank you again, Linda. I'm now going to pass you along to Tammy. Tammy will also share some of hers. Tammy is absolutely amazing. She does so many things. I will let her tell you. She does some of my marketing. She's amazing. So take it away, Tammy.
Wow, thank you so very much. I'm so proud and to know all of you and also to be a part of this. I have to tell you, whoops, my screen's moving. I have to tell you that one of the things that's big for me is being around people who have spent their whole life accumulating wealth and then only to find out that they now have to use that wealth to actually get better health. And so this is why this has really, really sat well with me, because of the people that I have worked for, as well as people in different spaces. So I do some marketing, helping people out who are new to social media, who are new to being an entrepreneur, and they don't know how to text people, how to email people properly, how to make the right connections, as well as uncertain on how they can present themselves and make the perfect profile picture that they have, and give them ideas on how to post. And then I have gone into businesses who as well have not been, I guess you can say, haven't been given the right guidelines on what a website is to them and have been sold websites based on cost and page count, which we all know it has to have a functionality, it has to have a purpose. Similar to what Laura McNeil was talking about, having those foundation set up for your business and what your goals are. And then of course, being a woman and seeing my mom go through being a widow at a very young age, understanding the inequities that women have been faced with in terms of, getting a chance to buy a property for the first time. It made me want to learn more about the real estate space. I'm learning from lots of people in that. And it's just been a great thing for me to be able to share with people the things that exist. Having money, not having money, that's not the issue. The issue is knowing what's available to every single one of us if we actually plug in to people as well as resources. So I think it's important to share. I'm a big fan of knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. And so Marianne, she's such an angel, honestly. This lady, I mean, who is Marianne? I just have to always say, like, Marianne, thank you. I'm telling her thank you all the time. And when you come across someone who is more of a creator and not a competitor, it leaves an imprint on you. We do have the whole genre of years past of being so competitive with people that you work with and you meet. And you have a Marianne who said, you know what, I'm doing this. I want to share this with you, not to make, whatever your situation is, I don't know, but she still wants to share with you. And that's a big deal. And so she's created a space for every single one of us to grow. I'm not really a product person in the sense of promoting products, but I am a product junkie. I have products from Mary Kay, from, I don't know, all these other companies that I just buy because I like products. But when she said to me, try these couple of supplements, I had no ailments really. I said, okay, I'll try them. And I have great energy all the time, but I did feel a difference with my energy. But what started to happen is when I started to read more, getting on the calls, Julia has amazing training sessions, listening to all the testimonials. I'm like, what? These people are experiencing this? So I went and purchased the SLDN Grow, and I lost like over 5 pounds using 2 supplements. Now it wasn't for me to actually lose weight, but it happened. And I found out from Marianne and also the teachings that it actually reduces inflammation, which is a big deal for people who are a little bit overweight. You don't know. So, fast forward to now with these supplements, I'm giving them to my husband. I'm giving them to my mom. I mean, my mom, has to use a cane. She has pulmonary fibrosis. So there is a challenge with her breathing and also the energy level. And with her being here in my presence, I was able to give her several supplements. She's ordered her own and told her boyfriend, you're going to have to get your own. And she was walking around just like you, Rosemary, not using the cane sometimes and trying to figure out, Tammy, is it the supplements? I said, yeah, it's the supplements, Mom. Oh, it can't be. I said, yeah, it can be. And it is. Right? As I kept saying to her. But interesting enough, my son, probably the biggest thing for me was my son telling me, and, when going back to school and kids are very anxious and couldn't sleep, I'm trying to get him on this habit of, get to bed earlier because you're going to be starting school in 2 weeks. He just was like jumping out of the bed. So we gave him RLX for a nighttime sleep. And it made him so relaxed, honestly and truly. The anxiety was just taken off. He was waking up before me in the mornings, which is normally I'm waking him up and he was waking me up, feeling refreshed. That was a big deal for me too. So I'm happy to be able to share this product with people, not only because of my results, but other people telling me what it's doing for them. And it just amazes me now the amount of people that are walking around that have something, but they don't know what it is. And now I'm really happy to say I have my PFT, which I have just started. I did the metabolic reset. I have lost, well, I don't like to say lost because I don't want to find it again. I definitely want to find that again. I'm down over 19 inches on my entire body. I'm buttoning up shirts that I wasn't able to button up. I'm wearing a dress right now that zips up from the back. I didn't need any help zipping it up. So, I mean, I just seen some people on the weekend or this weekend, and they're like, oh, you lost weight. They could see it because they could see me. But it's really for me to feel better in my clothes. I don't want to shop again and buy different sizes. Hello. I have enough clothes. So it's really important. And I think also too, I have to tell you about the Zen part of this conference, which is so important to me, is bringing back all the basics about the spirituality. And I believe as an entrepreneur, it gives you permission to share that part of yourself with people, because so many people believe in something. And if we even think about years ago, how they always talk about this mind, body, and spirit, and how it's all connected to everything that we simply do. You can't even ignore the importance of all those things. And I have people talking about money and wealth. You know, wealth is so many things to different people. And it's great that there's an excellent compensation plan here, because I'm a business mind. So of course I want to spend 20 hours and see I get something out of it, you know, not just fitting into my clothes, you know, but it's so nice that I can say with confidence without, and I shouldn't say this very loud, but without doing too very much, that I'm making money in this business. And I just know with the leadership of Julia, Linda, and Marianne, and different testimonials, even from Rosemary, it's very inspiring to make me want to stay on this journey. It's like probably the first space I can say that I actually feel like I'm really helping people, and I'm actually earning an income. That's a crazy thing when you come from corporate, where you're in sales and you have to just keep selling every single week. You don't care, you're not taking a no, you just have to keep selling. So it's really natural and it's really organic and it feels great. So thank you so very much for sharing this, and God bless everybody.
Well, thank you, Tammy. Thank you so much. 19 inches. Did everybody catch that? No, not 9, not like some other number, whatever. 19 inches, buttoning up, zipping herself up. If that's not happiness, I don't know what is. And so with that, we have another testimonial. Thank you so much, Tammy. You're and absolutely, she's an amazing marketer, by the way. She's a marketing guru. So if you need to connect with her, both her and Julia are marketing gurus. So I don't know how much time Julia has. No, she's going, no, I don't have time. Anyways, another great leader and absolutely amazing human being and a great friend. So with that, thank you, Tammy. With that, I bring you to Miss Rosemary Gies to also share. She is a mortgage broker or agent? Broker. Excuse me. Take it away. Take it away, Sam. I was going to say, but it's Rosemary, so not Sam.
Thank you very much, Marianne. And all these beautiful ladies on here, you all mean so much to me since I've been introduced to this product. And it has changed me considerably. I've spent the last maybe 2-3 years almost with declining health issues. And a lot of things were just going sideways or backwards. And I really needed to start dealing with it. So this product actually came at a very opportune time in my life. And just as a backstory, I've had a lot of years of just different illnesses, problems, health issues. You've already heard my heels story. Thank you, Julia. That was actually a really big one for me because I was diagnosed with osteopenia and have very weak bones. So my walking is not steady. And I could never wear heels, absolutely could ever wear heels. And I tested the product a couple of months ago, or actually about a month ago now, where I went to an event and decided I'm wearing heels. Be damned, I'm going to wear heels. And much to my surprise, I actually forgot I was wearing them until a mentor of mine actually come up to me and she said, Rosemary, I've never seen you in heels before. And I went, yeah, you're right. I don't wear heels. And then I looked down and realized 5 hours I was wearing these heels and experiencing no pain. Oh, sorry. it just meant so much to me to be able to say that, to be able to feel great and have other people outside of me acknowledge that was huge. Other things I've struggled with, I had a previous, thankfully benign brain tumor, which caused a lot of brain fog and brain issues for me. And these products have certainly helped in that area as well. I've got diabetes and other issues around my heart and my lungs. Many years ago, I was told I had the lungs of a smoker. I don't smoke, never smoked a day in my life, but I had lungs of a smoker. So that was something I also had to deal with and trying to figure out what to take, what to do for that. And these products helped with that as well. But one issue that I will bring up very quickly is that I have a lot of issues around allergies, congestion, sinus problems, throat, postnasal, whatever it is that goes on. And it's been an issue for me for many years. And I started taking these drops, these beautiful drops. And I woke up one morning, actually about 3 days into taking the drops. And I woke up one morning and something different had happened to me. I was actually breathing through my nose clearly, which I have to admit I haven't done in years. And so this was pretty phenomenal. I just literally thought something had changed, and it did. It changed because of the drops. So I can't say enough about these. These have helped me in so many different ways. I feel better. I feel stronger. Even, my cognitive thinking is getting better. It's not great, but it's getting better. And I really appreciate this, and I appreciate the community. The community here is outstanding. I can't say enough about them. Julia, you are amazing. Linda, the same. I listen to your stories and your background, and I resonate with it because I've been there in many different areas of the same issues. And to now be able to say that I can work with it, I'm dealing with it, and I'm feeling stronger every day. And I'm ready to start being myself again. I am a mortgage broker, which Marianne had mentioned. And this past year, I actually dropped out. I did not renew my license. I decided it was just too stressful. There was too much going on with my health that I really needed to deal with it. And I was actually asked by my brokerage to step down, to stop working and start looking after myself. And that's when this product got introduced to me. So about a month or so ago, over a month ago now, I actually reinstated my license and I started working again. And in that first month, I actually got 5 deals on my desk. So I am over the moon. I really am. It's going to be good. Everything's going to be good. And I'm really excited about going forward with this and making this a priority in my life and also sharing it. I've been sharing it with everybody I know because it's helped me. And I see other people that are struggling or stressed or dealing with pain. And I just tell them my shoe story. And yeah, it's been wonderful. And I appreciate you all. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
What can I say? Change your life, people. Take some supplements and change your life. Life is so good, and it could be so good. I can't seem to get this screen correctly. Not only are your feet going to be able to handle heels, but you will get deals. Life will change because as you change your vibration goes up. The things that you attract to yourself go up. Stop killing yourself trying to grasp at something. Work on yourself. This is a part of you. This is what's happening. Your childhood is showing up inside of your cells. Get rid of it. Let it go. Move on with your life. It's time. You know, you came out of a failed marriage. You did bankruptcy. I have gone through so much, all kinds of different things. But if you work on yourself, this is what happens. And so you have to work on yourself inside out. This is all a part of you. Your cells are physical in nature, and it's all a part of you anyways. And God, I don't know what else I can say. It's so amazing. You know, this was such a great session. I want to thank you, ladies. You're all so beautiful. I'm so happy I found this product. We're not pitching you to join the company or to do anything at all. This is not that. We are here bringing you information. My whole purpose in doing all of these conferences, all of the ones I will be doing from here on in, and that will be in 2024, that will be one a month. I've committed that to myself. So I'm going to do one a month, even if I have to come on here by myself, which is never going to happen because I have some people that have already registered for the whole year. That will never happen. But if you had to sit there and listen to me, that's what you'd get. These 5 will probably always be with me, and then who knows, we'll add more. The whole purpose of this and all of the conferences together is to help empower you, to help raise your vibration, to help bring some positivity into this world. We have enough negativity going on. I'm not going to get into it because I don't want to bring that energy in here. But in order to offset this is what we have to do. And so it has to come from all angles. It can't just come from here and just from here, but it's got to come from the energy, and it's got to come from the physical and from the mental and the emotional and I don't know, everywhere else. And so we all have businesses. Well, either we work for someone and we're helping, them get rich, or we're trying to make ourselves rich. One or the other. That's all besides the point. But honestly, do yourself a favor and do something for yourself. So with that, I thank you all. And I'm just going to ask everyone to join me in a 1-minute meditation. So if you will all just close your eyes and take a deep breath in and exhale. Inhale through your nose very deeply until you can't breathe anymore. Hold it. Exhale through your mouth. Place your hands on your heart chakra. Just one over the other. And fill yourself up with love and peace. And while we're here doing this, if we could please send some peace into the world, specifically into the Middle East and any other war zone. And just send some peace to the world. Help raise the vibration so that the desire and the need for war diminishes. Inhale deeply. Reach into your heart and send out this energy. Send it out and receive it. Inhale. And exhale. Inhale. Exhale. And one more big gigantic inhale. And just visualize the entire globe and just send everyone energy, peace, and love and happiness. Exhale and open your eyes. Thank you all so much for participating. Thank you, ladies, so much for everything you do. Thank you for everything you do for me as well, all of you. I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Rosemary. And with this, we're going to move on to the next next speaker. And the next speaker could not be with us. She is at another event. So I'm going to have to actually change because we've gone over so much, and I'm totally okay with that. I'm going to change I'm going to change Yvette with Jose. Jose was going to speak next, so I will have Jose closing for today. Neither one of them could be with us, so they've sent in a recorded message. So hopefully everything will work out well, because we all know how techie I am. Oh, and I should probably read. Okay, let me see. Read Yvette's bio. Okay, so our next speaker is Yvette C. Owens. She is a world-renowned speaker, international best-selling author, and a leadership coach, consultant who teaches leaders the principles of change leadership to increase adoption, retain talent, and build high-performing teams using the proprietary VICTOR Victor framework. So with that,
his eyes are flooded with light and infinite wisdom.
there she is.
So I am. He fashioned it this
We'll
way,
just put her in where we
showing up
can you all hear her now?
in this world,
Can someone give
this
me a thumbs up?
dispensation, this time when the world needs us most
Yes. Oh,
to
thank
show
you.
up in all who we've been created to be. When I think about promoting spirituality business, when I think about Zen leadership, I think about the fact that I have been fashioned, made in the image of God, and therefore I am. And I've been given the power and authority to be who He's created me to be. And in doing so, everywhere my footsteps, everything that I put my hands to, as long as I understand that what I've been assigned to do, who I am, is bigger than who I am individually, but it's the power in me that's making me the greater one, because I'm tapped into the greater one, then there's nothing that I cannot accomplish. And there is hope, not only for myself, but for those who are in and around me, those who I influence, those who I've been given to impact, to make a positive difference. Now, this wasn't always my story. And that's why I believe promoting spirituality is so important. Because if we don't understand our own identity and who we are and whose we are, and that this physical flesh and bones that you see sitting in front of you, until I understood that I am not the beginning, middle, and end of my identity, but my identity has been far greater defined by the greater one, then it takes the pressure off. I didn't always know that. So I was literally trying to make things happen on my own. And that was even just recently. I would say just a few years ago, not too long ago. It's not something that I realized in my youth or even in my early adulthood or early working into corporate. It was something that I had to realize. Now, what happened was there was a confidence that I had in my earlier existence that was really self-confidence, self-righteousness. And so I thought I could work this for myself. I thought I could do it on my own. I thought Yvette was really making it happen or could make it happen. But I entered into an environment, corporate America, and realized that all that confidence was being depleted and pulled away because that environment was assimilating me to who they wanted me to be. And that could only happen because I didn't know clearly, without a shadow of a doubt, who I was and whose I was, whose I am, and what I was packing. I didn't. And that spirituality, unawareness is something that we all need to come to grips with. That's why I'm saying if you lean into these free moments that I'm sharing, as a leader, the weight that you carry, because I was pushing, I was grinding, I was driving, I was taking on all this responsibility that really wasn't mine to take. I was taking on other people's roles and responsibility because I thought Yvette had to make it happen. I thought it was my call. I thought it was what I was supposed to do as a leader. And there were plenty of people around me, can I tell you, that was willing to let me do it. And it wasn't until I moved on that people would come to me and say, you know, you were working so hard, we thought you were going to kill yourself. And I stepped back and I was like, if you thought that, why wouldn't you say anything? But I walked away understanding that people will let you carry the weight. They will let you carry all of it because they don't understand. And they see you as the leader and they think you're supposed to do it all. And as leaders, we agree through our actions, through our behaviors. And this is where I invite many leaders to invite others in their space to the table, not only so you can relieve yourself of the weight, but because you've invited others into your space to collaborate. You invited them with their experiences, with their knowledge, with their core values, with their obligations, with all their growth that they want, with their values. You've invited them by hiring them. Why not let's invite them to the table to be and do more. Have a voice in more than what the role that you offered them to do. And that's not putting more on people than what you're compensating them for or things like that. But it is inviting people to participate more fully, authentically in the outcome that you're expecting. The key objectives, the key performing indicators that you've established, how can you empower those around you to participate? That only comes from a leadership perspective, and you're only free to do that once you recognize who you are and you're therefore not threatened by the people around you, you recognize and understand who is operating on the inside of you, and that what you've been called to do, even this very assignment, though we think about it as work and careers, it is really bigger than that. It is a spiritual force that has allowed you to be in this space and this time, at this time, so that you can accomplish, you can grow, you can shed some things that you need to shed. You can mature in some spaces that you need to mature, because that's what we do when we experience all these things that we experience in the workplace, in ministry, in community, in our families. When we go through every situation and circumstances, it either makes us bitter or it makes us better, but that's our choice. But understand, either way, there's a spiritual force that's pulling us in those directions. And we have a choice. We have a choice to assume positive intent and go that flow, or let it cripple us, eat away at our being, eat away at our psyche, redefine us, because we won't take the time. We won't take the time to come up out, recognize who we are, own it, take the responsibility for it, and build it out and see where it's gonna go. Our jobs as those masterpieces, that workmanship of the Creator, who said, I'm making you in our image, in the image and likeness of God, our Father. I'm making you in the image and the likeness of His Son and the Holy Spirit. I'm making you in that image to be fruitful, multiply, subdue, and dominate within the sphere of influence that you've been given. When we recognize that it's a bigger thing than just me having a career to retire from, then you won't let other people redefine you. And you will participate in the discovery of all of who you are, and what you're to accomplish. And great leaders do this through 6 steps. Through 6 steps. 1, creating vision, setting clear direction, being able to express, model, and reinforce where you know you and your group are supposed to go and grow. And you make sure that there's no altering of that, not without justification, not without deep consideration of how this aligns to everything that you know of at that time. It's about making informed decisions that align to the bigger mission and vision that has you and your team, your family, your ministry in mind. It's a vision that has great plans to an expected end, one of hope and a future. So vision is important. Strong communication is important. Clear, concise, frequent, consistent. Able to articulate when change is coming about. And being able to give and receive feedback. So that, again, you can go and grow. Then there's being adaptable, because change is going to happen. The more information you receive, the greater it should influence your direction. because you always want that traceability back to the spiritual aspect of who you are, the spiritual aspect of your mission and assignment, should you choose to take this mission, should you choose to accept this mission, should you choose to create and establish clear vision, communicate often and strongly, not micromanaging or dictating, but communicating also means strong communication also includes collaboration, being transparent and vulnerable. Because again, your security is in not what other people think about you, but it's in your security is in who has defined you, who has fashioned and formed you, who gives you your instruction every single day, who gives you more reality and insight into where you are headed. That's where your security is. And so you're not afraid of being authentic. You're not afraid of being transparent in your communication. What you share and what you allow others to share. So we have vision, we have strong communication, we have adaptability. It will change. You should change. Lean in to the resistance that comes as you're living out, breathing the vision that you've been given. There is gold in the resistance. We don't know what we don't know until we lean in. We don't know what we don't know until we open up our minds, our hearts to hear what other perspectives are bringing to the table. And leaders, it doesn't change the fact that you still have the final decision as the leader. You just want to make smarter decisions. You want to make informed decisions. And if you get a new piece of information the very next moment, you have the option to shift, switch, adapt, and move on with that new information. It's still in your power and authority. So we talked about vision. We talked about strong communication. We talked about being adaptable. We talk about, and this all takes, when we consider this, emotional intelligence. Are you self-aware? Do you know your blind spots? Are you open to people sharing so you can learn your blind spots? Or are you still okay with going blind? I cannot tell you how much I've learned about who Yvette is by allowing my team to show me how I look through their eyes, so that I could show up as a better leader. Every team I've had, I always let them know, you can count on me removing obstacles, giving you information that will help you accelerate, giving you opportunity to be able to grow, to be able to learn, to be able to exercise and stretch where you really want to stretch. You can trust me, just as I need to trust you in your roles, whatever that role is. In doing so, I'm setting the stage for them to be able to say to me, Yvette, this is how we see you. This is where we needed you, where you weren't there. Or this is where we are so glad you were in that space. This is where we're so glad, and this is why we're so glad you're our leader, because you created that safe place where we could have those difficult conversations. We could go out and present what we believe is the truth and best options to your senior leadership, knowing that you had our back and that we might come back to the lab, to our team, to our special place, and talk about what we could have done better and how we can improve next time. But we knew that no matter what, in front of other leadership, in front of other teams, you were going to have our back. Self-aware, and therefore self-management. That means when a mistake was made or we misstepped something, whether it's one person or the entire team, we were able to overcome it together, learn from it together. And that doesn't mean that individuals are not understanding and given the opportunity to learn from what has happened, but it does mean that no one was being thrown under the bus, no one was feeling left out on the plank, if you will, to be just shoved off. No, because that spiritual force that I talked about in the beginning recognized that I'm just not a masterpiece. I'm not just his workmanship, but every individual working with me is in the same status. Every individual working with me is a masterpiece, a workmanship, fashioned and formed by the master. So when I accept those who are in my sphere of influence, then I see them as a gift and not a commodity. A gift, a human gift, and not a resource or an asset, which means we are on the same playing field, not necessarily the same role. But my role doesn't elevate me above anyone. It just means I'm in a different role. And I need them, and they need me. So we've talked about vision, we've talked about strong communication, we talked about social emotional, and that's what we're talking about now. We talked about adaptability. And emotional intelligence is also being socially responsible, socially aware. What are the needs of my team as a leader? What are the needs of those around me? What are the needs of my clients and my customers? What are the needs of my leadership? What are the needs of my key stakeholders and investors? I have to be aware of that, and not just the need from the perspective of the bottom line or profitability or revenue generating, but what do they need also just in existing? What are they?
I fell really
in their
behind,
community?
Jose, so I'm
Every
actually putting you last so you
individual
can close
matters.
it, okay?
Every individual matters. Every individual matters. And understanding that, then I can come to the table becoming more socially aware and socially responsible. And then that last fifth piece that we don't often talk about when we talk about emotional intelligence is critical thinking. And all of these components, these 5 components, are happening in the moment. So the better the better we come fluid in emotional intelligence, the better it goes. And then we have inspiring. So we have vision, we have adaptability, we have communication, we have emotional intelligence, and we have inspiring others. And if we do those other 4 things, we will inspire others. Because can I tell you, they're always watching. There's always watching. And my desire is to aspire. I aspire to inspire others, to aspire to inspire others. I want to pour into the pond so that the pond becomes a stream, and the stream becomes a river, and the river becomes an ocean of potential, great potential. Not only great potential, but great actualization, manifestation of the greatness that's in every individual. And then lastly, it all comes down to integrity. If I'm not honest, I'm not true in absolutely everything that I do, then it starts to impact how other people see me, how they respond to me. If they cannot trust me to do what's right, to be in the right place at the right time, doing what's right with the right people in the right way, then everything else I said crumbles. So I'm hoping that you see why it's important to see yourself far bigger and far beyond what you could ever accomplish on your own in this physical state, in this flesh and blood, skeleton, bones, joints. It has to be. It has to be a spiritual journey, because we were created from spirit. I'm more of a spiritual being than I am a physical being. And when I learn that, adopt in that, act in that, behave in that, reinforce that, then what I'm able to accomplish is far greater than what I could ever imagine, what I ever could think, because there's a power within me that I'm recognizing. I acknowledge, I depend on, and I welcome into every space that I'm in. I am so wed to everything that I just said that I've created a group, a membership group called Into Soul Leadership. Because I believe in this day and age, right where we are right now, we need leaders who sound different, who look different, and who leave people feeling different than what we have done in the past. We did what we knew what to do. I admit it. I was that way as well. I did what I knew. I followed some leaders that I had, and I mimicked that behavior because that's what the culture called for. That's what I saw. But the world has been so shaken up now that I have to, one, make sure that my soul is healthy, my innermost being is healthy, operate from the inside out, and adhere to what that is, trusting that the spaces that I'm in to lead and operate from is very purposeful, very intentional. And so I can work from the inside out, aligned to the goals and the objectives, key performing indicators that I've been given to operate from. But it's not coming from voices only from the outside first. No. It's from a focused intentionality on what and who is inside of me, why I was created for now, why I went through all the experiences that I've been through, and what it's to mean, it is meaning to every future endeavor I have, every moment from this moment on. That's a very different thought process than what we've been thinking about leadership in the past. And I'm inviting you to join the membership, to be able to come on board. Let's create more momentum around this. It's my goal to influence and enhance and support 1 million leaders across the globe who are going to take their hearts, in their soul and continue to nurture it and continue to cleanse it and continue to make sure it is as healthy as possible. And I recognize that it is an ongoing objective, but it's less weighty, as I said in the beginning, when I understand that I am adhering to someone far greater than myself. And the plans have already been made. The plans have already been mapped out. It's just my obligation to discover them, participate in it, and then I become a weight, a glorious weight in fashioning and forming and shaping my today and tomorrow and the day and tomorrow for other people who are looking for hope, as opposed to carrying a weight that's not for me. If you really want to be a leader that's going to be effective and had greater influence, I invite you to join InterSoul Leadership Membership Group. And from now until December 21st, the membership is $97 a month. And from now until December 21st, it's just $75. Because we really believe we've got to go into 2024 running the race that has been put before us. You can join us and influence those around you in a far greater way that you ever have before. I want to thank Marianne for inviting me to be a part of this wonderful conversation. And I look forward to connecting with you and for you reaching out to me and becoming a member of this great movement. We have to consciously and intentionally raise the bar of what leaders look like, sound like, and how we leave people feeling, so they can do the same, so that the pond becomes a stream, the stream becomes a river, and the river flows into the ocean of leaders. Thank you again, and have a wonderful, wonderful day and a wonderful life, discovering all the greatness that's in you. I'm Yvette C. Owens, and it's been my pleasure to share my insights around spirituality business. Bye-bye now.
Okay, first of all, that was amazing. Second of all, my apologies, because the only way I could do this was to keep, when I muted myself, you weren't able to hear it on my Facebook page. So then I forgot that I was leaving Jose a message. So I had to move some of the speakers around because Jose is an hour and Yvette is half an hour. And so that's why I put her first. So now we can hear from Jay. And I am going to go and read Jay's bio as soon as I can find it. My bio. Okay, very good. So Jay Lee is a world-class high-ticket closer and sales coach. He's also known for the Sales Ninja and helps high-ticket coaches and entrepreneurs sell like crazy without sounding salesy, sleazy, or making prospects sleepy with boring offers using the proven glass selling method. This glass method has generated 25 million plus in client revenue and continues to empower his clients to sell more and to give more. So with that, I present to you the amazing Jay Lee. Jay, take it away. Thank you so much.
Hi, Marianne.
And thank you
so much for having me.
Like making it like Speedy Gonzalez, he was in meetings all morning long. So we're super lucky.
Yeah, I'm still running my coaching stuff because I'm a coach of coaches, leader of leaders, and I coach all my kids' soccer and volleyball teams. So I still have my gear on. So thanks so much for having me, Marianne. first of all, I want to compliment Marianne on the beautiful color that she has with her background, the red. I feel like I'm like in like black and white. I don't know what's going on with my camera or with the Zoom. You just look so vibrant and beautiful. So I just want to compliment you.
Thank you. You look
how do you do
great.
that? How do you do that? I look like I'm like washed out or like the colors are
Oh,
not
you're good.
bursting.
You look great. And thank you so much for cutting the coaching short. Anyways, there you go.
Okay. So I'm not exactly sure what, you know, I know there's a whole day of leadership promoting spirituality business. Is there any particular area or place that you wanted me to start? Because I know there's a lot of places we can go. Or
It's up to you. It's all about Zen leadership. And so bringing spirituality into business. And I know that you're an ordained minister, so I'm not going to say too much. You know, take it away and you
okay. Yeah, and feel free to interact, participate, and ask any questions that you or anyone else in the audience is having. You know, my story started off as an introvert, a complete introvert. I turned to a pastor, a reluctant evangelist, and a missionary, and really struggled financially for 10 years. And I pivoted to high ticket sales and became a 7-figure closer and basically helped grow and scale a bunch of companies. One in particular was this company here, 0 to 2.7 million in 24 months. Another company, 0 to 16 million in 29 months. Another health coaching company from $150,000 months to over $1 million months. So I just thought, you know, with all these things that I'm doing, people said, you're really good at growing and scaling businesses with sales. And, you know, it wasn't always like that. So I have a spiritual background, you know, in the Christian faith, but growing up, I was the last of, or the youngest of 3 children. And basically as someone that could kind of hide under the shadow of my 2 older brothers, Korean, Canadian descent. I'm in Toronto, Canada. And, you know, really tough parents. You know, they meant well because they're immigrant family, moving from Korea to Toronto, didn't know the language, didn't know anyone, and started off from the scratch, had to get re-educated. And faith was a big part of my mom's life, but my dad, not so much. And long story shorter, he came to faith, and that was a godsend because before he came to faith, he was a very different man. And it's amazing what faith and leadership can do in a family, in a business. So that transformed our home in a good way. But before that, before faith, you know, life was very difficult because the expectations and or demands from my parents were very high, such as, you got 97%. Where's the 3%? Where's the 3%? And just like, okay, you can never really amount or earn your parents' approval. So I grew up being a people pleaser. That's not what a leader is. And that's not what spirituality, at least healthy spirituality is that constant drive of trying to perform, trying to earn love and acceptance. And so I grew up with a bunch of these kind of childhood hiccups, traumas, if you will, soul wounds, but not really knowing what that was at the time. I don't think mental health growing up was a thing. It's kind of like suck it up, buttercup. And so growing up in that, you know, tough environment, I learned resilience, I learned character. Even though I went to church for most of my life, I didn't really understand faith. But at the last year of my high school, I came to faith. And spirituality, typically, at least what I've learned, is you are having your religion or your faith in the church or wherever it is that you have faith, and just keep it there. Keep it in that box. Keep it in that service. Keep it in that synagogue. And then when you have your workplace, which is your job, or if you're an entrepreneur, you keep work at work, you keep your faith at faith. But what I've come to learn is spirituality and business are seamless, because spirituality, you know, I've come to know it to be the most important thing in my life. So it actually intersects at every arena of my life, my relationships. You know, I'm married with 3 kids. And so my parenting, my ability to coach others in athletics, my ability to mentor people in the coaching space as a sales coach and a growth coach, every area of my business, I thought in the past, the way I used to think before, was business and spirituality are 2 different things. But I look at faith and business and that leadership to be fully integrated in every area of your lives. And so it actually has become a wonderful revelation. And so when I look at spirituality and business, you know, I always say to myself and to my people that I'm mentoring, you can never outperform in public where you have not gone in private. You can never outperform in public where you haven't gone in private. And I know this might sound weird for some of you who are listening here, but one of the things in my faith is, you know, I roll out of bed on my knees and face in prayer, and I roll back into my knees on my face and on my bed in prayer. So I come out and I go back in, because as you and I know, there's two things that are true in this life. The number one, mortality rate is still 100%. Number two, we're going to continue to pay taxes. So we are here on this earth to make an impact. And that's why spirituality and business is really important, because more so than the bottom line and how much profit, people are more important than profit. And when people is greater than profit, we can have this underlying notion that when our foundation is spiritually based, our level of love and service comes from a greater source, if that makes sense. So it's like the story of, you know, have you ever driven a car where when you go to the lower end of the gas tank and you get to the empty sign, do you ever have your light go off on the empty sign, right? Do you know, and this is a question just for fun, pop quiz, Marianne, do you know for your car, when you hit that light on the gas where it says empty, how many kilometers or miles, for American friends, do you think you have till you completely lose control of your car?
I have no clue, but I can't count many.
Yeah, so typically it's like anywhere from 30 to 40, maybe 50 kilometers. That's what the manual says, but they're trying to be safe because you can always push it. And I pushed the envelope, and I was an idiot that time. So I had my car and I was driving by York University in Toronto, and my light was on for quite some time. And I drove until my car actually stopped in the middle of the road. Thank God I was on a downhill and I put into neutral, and there was a gas station that I ended up, thank God, without getting into an accident, going into with the gravity and the descent, and went and made it all the way to the gas pump. And then what made the gas attendant so angry was I was parked on the wrong side. My fuel cap was on the other side. So he got out and he pushed me onto the other side. The point that I'm trying to say is when we try to serve and give to others in our business, when our spiritual lives are founded and we go in our private place to get that source of love to serve others, it comes out of an overflow, not out of empty fumes. And when we try to give out of our empty fumes, you know, I don't know about you guys, when I get hungry, I get hangry. And I get irritated easily, I get annoyed easily. I'm like, don't bother me, don't talk to me, I'm hungry, which means I'm hangry. So the most dangerous thing for me is to go to the grocery store when I'm hungry. My wife sends me out to Costco, whatever. And she said, I didn't ask you to buy that. I didn't ask you to buy this. I'm like, I was hungry. I wanted to buy these things. So the point being to put these book notes together is, you know, spirituality and business is important. And leadership comes from being able to follow people well. So most of my life, you know, I learned to follow people well. And I think some of the best leaders are people that are spiritually based and also learn how to follow people so that they can lead people. And there's a passage in scriptures where it says, when you're faithful with little, you can be entrusted with much. When you're faithful with little, you're entrusted or you're faithful with much. So I took that and decided, like with anything that I get, instead of complaining or grumbling, let me be the best garbage collector. Let me be the best broom sweeper. Let me be the best washroom toilet cleaner. And so anytime, even with my kids, I say to them, train the child in the way that he or she should go when they're young, right? And it takes a village to raise up a child, African proverb, is make this place, whether it's the washroom, my kids are literally cleaning the toilets right now, and make it a better place than what you came with before, so that you're always going to be asked to come back for another job, if that makes sense. Because if you just do the job or you come shy or short of the job, then people are not going to ask you to come and be a repeat client. Okay. So I don't know if you want me to continue going, but feel free to interject or ask any questions or comments.
I love that. I was just writing this down. When you are faithful with little, you are trusted with much. I love that. That's amazing.
It's very true. Very true.
No, sweetheart, you still have a good 10 minutes. So
Okay.
chat away.
Okay. So you know, and the great prophet Spider-Man says, with great power comes great responsibility. And it's true. I think we are held as leaders to be responsible and to lead well. And I think on a show of hands, whether it's in the church or in the business world, we can all kind of picture that person or that name of the unhealthy leader, the abusive leader, the top-down leader, the authoritative leader, the general leader, the Nazi leader. Like, you know, you name it. I can think of a number of people, both in the corporate and in the religious, spiritual space, where I've had some of the most disastrous, unhealthy leaders. And then there are some people that are just the light of the world, where I've had in the corporate space, you know, some of my best leaders and bosses were females. So I'm like, man, they led me so well, right? And some of the worst were people in the ministry, where, you know, I thought it was such an amazing leader, and then next thing you know, it's like an abusive leader, or it's a manipulative leader. And so power, fame, you know, being able to grow in popularity, it changes people. And so, and money can change people. So I want to teach them young, instead of trying to prevent or, you know, help people who are kind of lost, which is not a lost case or cause. There is hope for everyone here. I have 3 kids. My 13-year-old son, we are going out after this to do canvassing door to door, and we're knocking on doors for his new business that he's starting. He is doing a lawn care and rake collection. And Marianne, you can appreciate this, with the leaves falling down here in the fall in Toronto. It is the perfect time to go and knock on doors, because there are a lot of big homes in this area. There's a lot of aging people who don't have the time, energy, or the bandwidth, or the desire to rake their leaves. And so we knocked on 2 doors just before this morning, and we have 2 clients. Okay, so the whole idea with faith with little and trust with much, I said to my son, I said, the goal is not to try to make a ton of money. The goal is not to try to get a ton of clients. The goal is to get 1 client today, serve them well. And regardless of what we do, we're going to do 1 house, whether we do it for free, whether we do it for a little fee, whether you do our house because you couldn't get any clients today. We're just going to do 1 and do that rep. And when you can have that, what we call proof of concept, and do it really well. The lady that we talked to, she said, you know, we love it that your son is actually a 13-year-old son that is like an entrepreneur, that is going out. He's introverted, he's shy, but because we loved the way that you presented yourself, my neighbor is interested in hiring your son as well. So we got to go back and, you know, give them some information and work out some pricing for the project. They have a huge lot. So they're very, very interested. And I think, you know, as a former introvert, a pastor, an evangelist, and now a high ticket closer and coach, that story, your story, you can take your mess to bring a message. You can take your mess, whether we're broken, whether they've been abused, whether they've been traumatized, whether you have soul wounds or childhood trauma, we can stay in that mess and be stuck, or we can do something about it. I just talked to an entrepreneur that did $70 million in 4 years in his business, $70 million in 4 years. And I said, what's the key success to your business? And then he said spirituality, and in the business is embracing the hard. And that's what he got from a $1 billion mentor of his. So his $1 billion mentor, he's a $70 million mentor. And he told me the secret sauce to the key for business is your spirituality, is making sure that your core values are in the right place to provide that foundation when days are tough, because days will be tough. And then when you get knocked down, and when people are your naysayers, or people like your family members are telling you, man, you're an idiot doing what you're doing, that you have the foundation to say, hey, this is hard. But when you learn how to embrace hard, and when you lean into hard, if we kind of give a visual lesson here, Marianne, and the people that are watching, if this is where you want to live, like this extraordinary life, it's going to take this amount of work, okay? But a lot of people want to live this kind of life, this extraordinary life, but once they get to this threshold of pain, they're like, yeah, you know, I really want to live this extraordinary life, but I'm not willing to put the work in. And then at this point, they're just like, that's beyond my max capacity, or my ability, or my pain threshold. So they're like, you know what, Boom. But he says the most successful people and what he's been able to do is basically be able to break the barrier, mindset, push past his quit, and get up at 4:30. He says the reason why I get up at 4:30 is because it's painful. The reason why I work out every day is because it's painful. The reason why I work harder than everyone is because it's painful. So he said you need to inject pain into your life, because the more pain that you can embrace, then the higher your threshold becomes, right? And so in the scriptures in James chapter 1 verse 2, it says, consider it pure joy whenever you face trials of many kind. So God does not necessarily protect you from all pain or hardship, but it is those lessons where you can learn how to grow, be faithful with little, so that when he gives you and blesses you, you can be entrusted with much, because you've been greatly responsible in your growing and elevating in your leadership. And last point is this, and I'll do bookends. Remember I said in the beginning, I roll out of my bed in prayer, I roll back into my bed with prayer. In my journal, this is one practical thing you can do. In my journal, I wrote a prayer. And in my prayer, I said, God, this is a year and almost 2 years ago. I said, God, would you elevate my platform and give me stages and events to speak at, so that I can show off of who you are and impact more people. And guess what? I'm in front with Marianne, thanks to you for opening up this space. That was a prayer from, almost 2 years ago. And God has not only given me opportunities with Marianne, but many people like amazing entrepreneurs like herself, but many other people where you get to reach more people, impact more people, create a impact, leave a legacy. And so it's all about being faithful with little and entrusted with much. When you serve and love well, people will want to work with you and come back.
Love it. It's so true. And thank you so much for the hoorah here. I appreciate it. I just want to go back just for a second.
Yeah.
You mentioned about taking your son out door knocking, and because we do a lot of door knocking in real estate as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's so important. Like, this isn't just for kids. This is for everyone. You're going to enrich someone's life. You're going to cut someone's lawn, even if it's our own. Like, you need to go into that, because the expectations that we put on ourselves, and those are usually the people that put too much onto themselves, and then they're so disappointed when it doesn't happen. Just go out there. I'm going to go door knock. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm going to get one person, two people, whatever. I did that at one time when I was just like, you know what, I don't really feel like door knocking today, but I'm going because it's sunny and I should.
Yeah.
I really need a new listing. Boom. Fourth house I door knocked on, and I got the listing. I sold it to a client of mine. So I sold it to a client of mine. So I double-ended it, and now he's fixing it up and it's almost ready to sell again. So I'm going to get to sell it twice.
Wow.
And I bought it once, but I might be able to buy it again. Who knows? Not me.
See?
I didn't buy it, he did, but I'm just
That's
saying.
incredible. I love that story. That's so powerful.
And it's the best. And it's like, oh, I just don't feel like door knocking that much today. I want it done fast. And I'm like, wow, whatever you tell the universe, that's kind of what you get. But I love the way you said it to him. You're gonna cut a lawn today. That's it. It's either ours or theirs. Or
Yeah.
And we're not going to get greedy. We're not going to get like too wrapped up. It's like, oh, these are the thoughts I have today. No.
Yeah.
This is the thought I have today. One, more or whatever. But I love that. I love that. I love that you're super spiritual and that you're in sales. Like, you're a pastor that's in sales. Like, how many of those do y'all know?
Not many.
Right? I mean, okay, me too. But
yeah.
I get to be an ordained minister. I was ordained actually with the same company that I got my doctoral certificate from today.
The metaphysics?
Yes.
Congratulations, I saw that.
Thank you.
That's 10 years in the making.
It's actually even more. Really,
oh.
I put 15 plus because with them, I think for about 17 or 18 years, just with that company. But prior to that, I mean, they took other things into consideration. It wasn't just them. And I would say it's probably my life's work, because metaphysics is my favorite subject. I mean, it covers energy and so much. And many people don't really know, but it does cover a vast array of all the stuff I do. So, I mean, it's not about this right now. So, but yeah, and I've been a pastor or an ordained minister with them for maybe 17, 18 years. And I just recently got mine in Canada. So now I can actually, I can even marry people, which is kind of cool. But yeah, and real estate and sales, when people hear, what, you're a real estate agent and you have a publishing company and you're an ordained minister and now you're a doctor, like what? And, frequently people will say, you got to stick to just one thing. You got to stick to, no, you don't have to stick to just one thing, but you got to make it all flow and work together. Right. So anyways, so I love doing these and I love having people like yourself on here. And the more people, the more different the stories are, the happier I am, because somewhere someone will relate to you, somewhere someone will relate to Tammy, to Rosemary, to Julia, to Anne, to me, to Lori, the other Lori, like there's so many, so I love that. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to ask you to go onto my Facebook page, and where the live is, if you can put your contact info in there, that would be the best. Okay.
Okay, will do.
We'll get you to do that. And then with that, hopefully Anne is ready, because I don't see her. Oh, there she is. And we'll get Anne to do next. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Marianne. Okay, talk soon.
Have a great day. Thank you for taking the time. Okay.
My pleasure.
And I am going to find your, there it is, your bio. Anne Greco helps, Anne, where are you from again?
Orlando, Florida.
Orlando, Florida. Anne comes to us from Orlando, Florida. And I should have mentioned Jay is actually from Toronto. He's on the other side of Toronto from me. He's closer to Tammy, actually. And prior to that, I forgot to mention Yvette is from Connecticut. So then after Anne, we only have Jose. And before I forget to say where he's from Maryland. Julia and Linda are also from Maryland. So somehow we all flock together. So let me tell you about wonderful Anne. So Anne Greco helps executives and leaders manage anxiety by offering them practical strategies so they can thrive at work and lead a life they love. Ooh, how would you like that? How would you like to lead a life that you love? As a mental health clinician for well over 20 years, she has helped thousands and thousands of patients and clients stand in their personal power, no matter what. Anne Greco, take it away.
Hi, everybody. And Marianne, thank you so much for having me. I feel so moved to be among such an esteemed and eclectic group of people here today. And like my predecessor, Jay, I am in process, and I came from a session room just before this talk to be here. And so it makes it even more wonderful to be able to be here and share with you what I have to offer. And just to begin and presence what I'm going to be speaking about, I'm going to be speaking about the principles of Zen leadership and how they are deeply rooted in balance, mindfulness, and a deep understanding of oneself. That is what I kind of identified with when I heard the topic of this particular talk. And a little bit about me, I was a technical writer for 11 years before I became a mental health therapist. At the same time, from childhood, I actually fell in love with mental health and wellness. I just loved the idea of this process where we could talk about ourselves, increase our self-understanding, and then be able to make changes from that. And when I went into my technical writing career, I was a communicator and a researcher. And so I kind of have that attention to detail, and then went into the field to become a practicing therapist to support other people in the process of mental health and wellness. I've been educating them for years, because one of the things, interestingly enough, that I found is that a lot of people weren't exactly excited to talk to me. In fact, many of them hoped that they didn't have to talk to me, because it meant talking to me meant that there was definitely something wrong. And I do believe that really what it is about mental wellness, and even in personal life, in business, it's about this idea of a Zen space that you would be in. And so those are the things I'm going to talk about. And because I'm a therapist, I'm going to talk about skills and tell you again what I fell in love with. And what I fell in love with was the idea that thought leads to feeling, which then leads to behavior. And that gives us a lot of ability to take the energy that we have and channel it in a certain way. And that means we can do most anything we want, and it gives us unlimited potential in life. And I hope that people here are just as excited about that as I am, as I get ready to talk about this. So the first thing that I want to talk about, my talk is in two parts. I'm going to talk about a couple of principles. And because my tribe are people who are very pragmatic, practical, and kind of direct, I'm going to give you 3 words that you can remember related to this entire topic. And if you want to create that space where you are in the mindful and in that Zen leadership, 3 words. One of them is expression, the other one is outlet, and the last one is engagement. And you can apply these terms to yourself, anyone who you're in business with, anyone who you manage, and even when you are working with customers and your brand, in a sense. Now, expression, as I go into this, involves obviously talking about something, but it could also be writing about something, singing about something, dancing about something, drawing about something. It's any way that you are able to kind of let out what you're feeling, what you're thinking, and really share it as an offering to the world. And in a way, hopefully that is motivating to you and others and inspiring to you and others. So expression, we can all, as you can see, develop expression throughout our lives. It's limitless in how many different ways we can express and begin to express and expand our expression throughout our entire life. The second principle is outlet. The outlets are the things that allow you to release tension naturally. And a lot of people have talked about that today throughout the course of this event. They allow you to release tension naturally and at the same time reflect on your thoughts and feelings. And of course, that ability to reflect on your thoughts and feelings feeds into this idea of mindfulness, and then also the ability to evolve, the ability to grow and make changes in life and really work toward a goal or do some of the things that we're wanting to do in business and in life in general. And so that is outlet. And creating outlets, as you can see, there are so many things to do in life. And so many of us do about this much. We try, I'm looking at better space, use my white space, this much of the things that we have available to be able to put in as a form of an outlet. There are many things we've never tried and maybe even never thought to try, and we can constantly be developing and honing new ones. And you can put those things into the workplace, just like you can encourage expression in the workplace and a full range of expression in the workplace, honest, authentic communication. You can create outlets even within a workspace. And I'll talk a little more about that when I go into self-care. And I'll be talking about spiritual self-care as a blend with professional self-care in the second part. The last area is called engagement. And engagement is how we engage with others and how we engage with our lives in general. And of course, fostering engagement within ourselves, it allows us to really control the energy that we are bringing to something. So if we are doing a task and it's a very average kind of a task, something we do every day, we can do that with a very moderate level of energy, like making a bed, or we can do that with vim or vigor. And a lot of times we can have things that motivate us externally, and engagement has that quality where people can get motivated to engage by something external. The part that I'm interested in sharing about today is how internally we can also motivate that. We can create the vim and the vigor, the energy, the enthusiasm, and the excitement that we want to engage with a particular person or a thing or a circumstance. And what we get back when we do that is a valuable experience, a memorable opportunity, and an ability to be able to connect meaningfully with other people. And I find that a lot of people can miss some of that ability to engage. They need a lot of work. And when you're working in your business, being mindful about how you're engaging, what you're bringing to the table, checking your thoughts before you get ready to deliver information to your customers, your clients, or your team is really important, because what you're bringing in will have a reflective ability of what you're going to be getting back. And then of course it will translate, and people will pick up on that, and then it will influence how they conduct themselves. And of course, as leaders in Zen leadership, you can encourage people to really engage and really blossom in terms of their ability to do that. So those three terms, expression, outlet, and engagement, are key foundations for this topic, in my opinion, on Zen leadership. The next area that I would like to talk about has to do with self-care. And believe it or not, a person's self-care makes all the difference in the world to, how they feel. And of course, so many people are wanting to feel good, and we deserve to feel good. We deserve to feel better, and determine ways to feel better and better every day. And there were some beautiful examples earlier in this broadcast about people who were just creating wellness and feeling good every day. And it's important to be able to find that positive feeling and feelings of wellness and discover them every day if we can. We do self-care not only for ourselves, because the word self is in there, we do it for others as well, though. Doing your own self-care, and there are actually 5 areas of self-care, and although I'm focusing on 2, there are 5. Anybody wants resources on the scope of self-care, I can definitely share them with you at some point. But we do that as a way to have energy that emanates with other people, and also encouraging other people to also, they pick up on that and they begin to adopt those processes, especially if you are their leader. And if a person can sense that somebody is grounded and taken care of and feeling good, you become like a magnet, and you become like a magnet to share your message, to share your ministry, to share whatever it is that you're up to in this world, to be able to really be your purpose in life. So as we go into spiritual self-care, I want to talk about how it has to do with, of course, what we believe about life. And it also expands to what we believe about what happens after life. So the first part of spiritual self-care might involve spending time in nature, really being able to communicate with the elements. And of course, Zenness is about and touches on those elements, the key elements of life. Another one which we had today in spiritual self-care is meditate, which we had a beautiful one earlier in this broadcast. Prayer is another one element of spiritual self-care. And people talk often about the power of prayer, the power of making a declaration and making a connection to a higher power, and being able to really manifest wonderful things and really understand life and ourselves much better, bringing a feeling of peace and tranquility. The next one is to recognize the things that give meaning in your life. When you think about it, what are the things that are really important? Is it the basic things that happen every day, or the transactional things? Or is it really about the people who you love and the people who love you and what your life stands for in terms of your purpose and your ability to express yourself in a profound way and be a beacon for others, especially if you are part of a leadership. So recognizing the things that give meaning to life also add to this idea of creating a powerful intention, putting it out in the world, and being able to manifest it. The next area of spiritual self-care is acting in accordance with your morals and values. And of course, I think people have touched on this earlier in the broadcast about how it is important to be authentic, be your true self, speak from your inner truth. It actually helps you to overcome that tendency to people please. I find that most people are desperately connected to what they believe others think of them. And when we come and speak from our truth, it eliminates that ability, and we are able then to really develop the expression and the ability to communicate meaningfully and have whatever the goal is that we are trying to achieve. We just kind of naturally step into that space. The next one is setting aside time for thought and reflection. And basically that is, again, it can happen in an outlet, but it can also happen in a professional setting. And these things can be infused that I'm talking about into a professional setting where there is time for thought and reflection to create productivity and to create wellness in the business community, in the business setting that you're creating, and the corporate culture or the work-life culture that you're wanting to establish for yourself and for the people who you lead, and maybe even your customers and clients. The next one is called participating in a cause that is important to you. You can do that obviously personally, and that makes a huge difference whenever we volunteer or whenever we advocate and we reach out to people and find out what they need, and how we can serve them. It's just a wonderful thing, and it brings us a lot of energy. It's very centering. And I think that people have done that at a corporate level. There was a client that I had, and he happened to be from Canada, and they actually created a cause within their community that involved everyone, and it involved everybody helping and supporting each other in being well, in eating well, in exercising more. And it was just this wonderful campaign where they operated in teams, and they actually created this cause that was important to them. They did it right after the new year, no accident. Probably they wanted to do it right after the holiday season. And it just turned out to be this lovely experience. And the person I was speaking to kept coming in every week talking about how amazing it was for him. The next area of spiritual self-care, it's the last one, is appreciating that art is impactful, whether that be music or film and literature. And whenever we tap into those sources, of course, it can be very energizing. Certain types of music are therapeutic, certain types of sound. And of course, we learn so much from film and literature and can really savor those, whichever one of those resonates with you. And they can be beautifully implemented into the workplace in a way that it's tasteful and still sticking with the mission and the goal of the company. All right, going into professional self-care. Creating an environment where you and those you are leading are improving your professional skills is always energizing and amazing. It gives this experience of personal growth and development. And it also kind of eliminates the boredom that can kind of set in. I talk to some people a lot of times, and what is going on in the background of their work life and in the way of work-life balance is a general sense of boredom. And I talk with people a lot about how to overcome that kind of a block so that they can move into a space where they are enjoying and energized. Another area of professional self-care is saying no to excessive new responsibilities. There comes a point, and I know everyone's taking on more and more and more, and they are inclined to do it a lot of times, and they are even mandated to do it. I think the ability to be able to say no or to express no or talk about that can be a very healthy thing. If you're the leader, it's important to set that example and have that in your own life. If you're on the team, it's important to feel like there is enough support there to be able to express that no, if that happens to be there. The next area of professional self-care is to take on projects that are interesting or rewarding, creating projects, creating products, creating services that really inspire you and allow you to offer them to people with a lot of joy and love and inspiration is always amazing whenever we can do that for ourselves in our lives and also with business. Another thing is learning new things related to your profession. Always be learning, always be ready for feedback and that interaction. You'll encourage engagement with your team and you'll engage when you are open and willing to learn. Just running through a couple more here. Make time to talk and build relationships. Take time to talk and build relationships with your team. Take time to build relationships with your family. And really foster that open sense of communication, giving everybody a chance to exercise that muscle, moving away from the phone, moving away from the texting, and even the email to some degree. Another one is being able to take breaks. Take them in a way so that it doesn't impact the workflow. Take so that it is restorative, and whatever time you took to take the break doesn't impede the progress that you would normally make. In fact, a well-timed break, a well-appointed break will actually increase productivity in the workplace and in our day. The next one, maintain balance between professional and personal. Really have a way to notice the difference between, especially if you're carrying work with you and you have your phone, and wherever you are, you're on your phone and you're doing work. A lot of people appreciate the blend of that, how they can sit on the couch and look at their phone and do some work. At the same time, really have the time to be able to sit and relax when you're at home on the couch. The next one, keep a comfortable workspace that allows you to be successful. Definitely making your work life conducive to those things that promote success and also a level of comfort for your well-being. The very last one, advocate for fair pay, benefits, and other needs. Really doing some things in the workplace that create that sense of fairness, that allow people to feel motivated and included and respected within the workplace, and also valued for what they do. And a little bit can go a long way in that particular area. So those are just a few thoughts that I had for you today. And I want to thank everybody very much for listening. And Marianne, thank you for having me. My name is Anne Greco, and I'm a licensed mental health therapist. And what I do is I coach business owners and C-level executives to manage anxiety and achieve greatness. Thank you.
I do have one more speaker. Thank you so much, Anne Greco. And hang on, that's Anne Gecko. And I'm just trying to get Jose here. Oh my goodness. Okay, so first thing I'm going to read is Jose's bio. So our next and last speaker, and thank you all so much for your patience, is Jose Escobar. He is an award-winning, nationally recognized personal development speaker, 8-time published author, sales professional, husband, and father of 5 children. Yes, that's 5 children. He leads a compelling high-level communities. He leads compelling high-level communities consisting of entrepreneurs and advanced leaders through 2 multi-6-figure business models that have now surpassed 7 figures. The Entrepreneur's Bookshelf and the Connected Leaders Academy, which is where I am in. Jose's magnetic personality shines in his presentations, where he has reached audiences collectively over 29 million and radiates throughout his dynamic coaching programs, inspiring his international 330 plus entrepreneur and executive clientele to master their personal and professional excellence. His past sales experience led him to amass over 30 million in revenue for the companies he served. And this family man's sales and coaching in the martial arts industry has positively affected the lives of over 500,000 families for the better. Learn more about Jose's products and services at Entrepreneurs Bookshelf. I will try to add that later into the Facebook if it lets me. Oh my goodness. So that there would be about Jose, and I now am going to try to, there we go. Yay. Here is Jose.
Hey there, happy Saturday, everybody. My name is Jose Escobar, and I'm the founder and CEO of the Connected Leaders Academy and the Entrepreneurs Bookshelf. First of all, I'm excited to be here at another amazing event here with Marianne Padjan, Zen Leadership. I'm thrilled to be here. Whenever Marianne invites me to be a part of one of her summits, events, webinars, seminars, virtual, in person, doesn't really matter. I'm there. I absolutely love supporting Marianne in all of her endeavors. She's a winner. I think we can all agree to that, and just honored to be in her circle. And of course, honored to have her as one of the amazing members, founding members of the Connected Leaders Academy as well. So first of all, full disclosure, I'm a little under the weather. So my sleep has been a little bit off. I've been sick for, I don't know, going on a week now. I'm on the tail end of it. I still have this lingering cough. I'm currently I have a cough drop in my mouth. So bear with me as I make it through the next 45 minutes or so. And I definitely want to share with you some insights and a couple of things that I've been through in business and how it relates to promoting spirituality, excuse me, promoting spirituality in business, right? So I want to share a bit about that and how that relates to my journey. So if I start coughing and hacking up, then you know why. And also, I'm enjoying here my wonderful candle. I like candles, especially in my home office here. So this is black sandalwood, fragrance notes of bergamot, tobacco, amber, musk. Pretty cool. It smells amazing. So I like to set the tone and the ambiance for success, right? So I am coming to you this time. I think the last event that I was at with Marianne, I was coming to you from an event in Atlanta. So I was at an in-person event speaking there as the lead sponsor there and also one of their keynote speakers there. And now I am coming to you here from my home office, which is a different experience. Last time I was in the back room of the actual location where I was speaking. So for those of you who were there last time, I think it was last month when I spoke, then you're in for a treat today, and I'm excited to see you again. And for those of you who have never heard me talk before, then this is also going to be a treat. I want to definitely pour into all of you that are here today. So a little bit about my background before I go into a little bit of my experience in terms of spirituality and how it pertains to business. First of all, I was born in Washington, D.C. and raised in Montgomery County, Maryland all my life. So I've pretty much been a Washingtonian DMV, not DMV as in where you get your license, driver's license. DMV as in DC, Maryland, Virginia. This is my area. I'm a huge Washington Commanders fan, formerly the Redskins. And again, this is my backyard, and I don't think I'll ever leave. I think I'll die in Maryland. I just love Maryland. So I have a background in martial arts. I've been doing that for many years. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai kickboxing. Big fan of that. I've taken a little bit of a break, but I'm going to get back into it very soon. And I'm happily married to my wonderful wife, Katie, and I have 5 amazing kids. 16-year-old boy, 1-year-old boy, 3 girls in the middle, 6, 4, and 2. So truly blessed, and they are truly the why, the reason why I do what I do, what gets me to wake up at 4 in the morning, Monday through Friday, what gets me to really push the envelope, right? And have the courage to overcome fear every single day. Because is it easy to reach out multiple times a day, make all these phone calls and connect with strangers and prospects and do all these things that you have to do in business? It's not easy. Is it easy going to networking events and working a room and developing skill sets and investing in yourself, and sometimes losing sleep and sometimes feeling like you're burning the candle on both ends and or burning out? Is that easy? No. Is there fear involved with a lot of these things? Yes. But guess what? It is so worth it. It is so worth it. And you have to have a strong why as to why you do what you do. And I have mine, and that's my family, and, you know, just truly blessed in that department. So I'm a cradle Catholic. I was pretty much born into the faith. My parents are both Catholic. They've been married for going on 50 years. Round of applause for them. In December of this year, I think it's going to be 50 years of them being married, happily married, to say that. And I've seen, you know, what it is to have God in the home, to have love in the home, to see hard work and discipline, to watch what true love is, right? And I've seen that, and I've experienced that, and just grateful for my raising, right? The way I was brought up was a great example. And my wife, her parents have been married for 40 something years, going very soon 50 years in the next few years. I think they're like 45, 46 years, something like that. Don't quote me. But they're also, you know, Catholic family, and we are all very centered around our faith and family, right? So that's a good thing. And let's see, I have two companies: the Entrepreneur's Bookshelf, which is my coaching, author, and speaker legs. I have multiple high-ticket programs and courses. My flagship product is called the Morning and Evening Routine Mastery Program, of which I have been selling like hotcakes. I've helped many people change their lives. It's an 8-week program on how to master the bookends of your day. How do you start your day? How do you end your day? What are all the moving parts to high performance and creating maximum productivity in your day? Things like Robin Sharma, Hal Elrod, Tony Robbins, all of the stuff that they teach, those types of things in my own way, in my own system. Pretty much with Washington your day. Things like Robin Sharma, Hal Elrod, Tony Robbins, all the stuff they teach, those types of things in my own way, in my own system. Pretty much with Washington your day. Called An Entrepreneur's Guide to Morning and Evening Routine Mastery, which is a bestseller. And that led me to co-author 7 other books. So I am now an 8-time published author. I mean, I said, well, I could be a best-selling author, or I could be an 8-time award-winning best-selling published author. It just sounds better, right? So I decided to go down that road. So courses and programs, multiple books, and I'm a speaker. So I travel the country all the time. I am all over the US, speaking all over all kinds of stages. And now I've gone into the international tour. I just spoke in Romania a couple of months ago, and I'll be speaking in Canada in November. And then I'll be speaking in Costa Rica in March, and the list goes on. So I'm excited. I'm 75% of my speaking gigs, again, roughly about once a week, I'm speaking somewhere, whether it's in person or virtual, right? So right now I'm speaking to you this week virtually at this conference here. And then I'll be somewhere else. I'll be in, let's see, Orlando, Florida next weekend. And the list goes on and on and on. I'm always somewhere doing something in terms of my speaking engagements, right? So absolutely love adding value to people from the stage, whether it's in person or virtual. So that's the Entrepreneur's Bookshelf that has those 3 legs. And then I have the Connected Leaders Academy, this company here. The Connected Leaders Academy is a membership subscription-based model where I have some of the highest level entrepreneurs under one roof. And I really created it so that entrepreneurs can come together, high performers, titans of industry, come together to help each other learn, grow, connect, and help each other scale their businesses, right? So it's been an amazing journey with the Connected Leaders Academy. We call ourselves the CLA Tribe for short. And we are now over 342 paid members in 42 states across the US and 17 international countries. We're in amazing places like France and Germany, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Hong Kong, Pakistan, India. I mean, the list goes on, and just super excited about all the great things we're doing there and where we're headed with that. And as a matter of fact, I was looking at the speaker lineup for today, and special shout out to Lori McNeil, Linda McBee, and Yvette Owens. Not, of course, Marianne Padjan too, right? All four of them are also members of the Connected Leaders Academy. So can't wait to hear all of you speak as well. And that is what the CLA is all about, right? So then I said, let me get into the live event space. So I have events that I put in different times of the year. I had about 5 events in 2022. I had a couple this year in 2023. I have a very large summit that's going to be the CLA Global Summit. That's going to be May 3rd, 4th, and 5th of 2024 at the Gaylord National Harbor. It's a 5-star resort here in Maryland. We're going to have 1,000 entrepreneurs from all over the world and all over the country under one roof for a weekend. I'm excited for that. That's what we're building towards. So I'm in the live event space. I also have merchandise, right? Branded merchandise, t-shirts, hoodies, hats, journals, bookmarks, coffee mugs, you name it, all branded to both of my companies. And then lastly, I just launched a mastermind about, I don't know, close to 4 months ago, a little over 3 months ago. And that is exploding. It's much more high ticket, but I'm teaching people all of my organic methods on how to go from wherever they are in their business to 7 figures. Because for those of you who don't know me, January of last year, I went from having no business at all, right? 0 business. And then I went from that to having 2 businesses now with 8 income streams and hitting 7 figures in under 15 months. So that was quite the achievement. And I said, wow, you know, how in the world did I do that? But again, it's nobody saw all of the work and the effort and the time that I put in and the skill sets I was developing behind the scenes for years prior to this commitment to launch and actually just start executing on all the things that I've been learning for so long, right? People just see, oh, Jose just out of nowhere came, you know, out of left field. He must be lucky. He must have had the right timing or the right, you know, opportunity. No, I've been in the lab for a long time, 10, 15 years of learning stuff, right? And I mean, I can tell you I've spent well over 6 figures in the last 10, 15 years on personal development. I'm talking about courses, programs, boot camps, summits, conventions, high ticket masterminds, paid coaches and mentors. I mean, the list goes on. I buy books all the time. I mean, as you can tell behind me, right? So I have no problem, and I'm not afraid to invest in myself. I've been doing that for a long time. And so I say all that to say that has helped me to do what I did in a short period of time. So in 15 months, I was able to generate 7 figures in my businesses. And the cool thing is that I did it organically, right? I didn't do it with no website, 0 paid ads, 0 funnels, 0 automation, 0 marketing budget, no emails or marketing campaigns of any kind, email marketing campaigns. It was all 100% organic word of mouth growth. So that is a bit about who I am and how I came to be in terms of where I am now, right? So, and where I am now is really just the beginning of the next phase of my business. It's really not like I've arrived, I'm standing at the top of the mountain, not at all. I'm standing at the top of like a little hill, right? I think 7 figures is like the beginning of the first next major step in what we're here to do, right? But my goal is way, way, way bigger than 7 figures. And you have to identify and know what your goal is and what you're looking to achieve. And it has to be crystal clear. You have to have extreme clarity on what it is you want to achieve. So, so let's tap into a bit about the spiritual component, right? Of what got me to where I am now. And again, I want to really emphasize that I say this in all humility. It's what I'm saying is not like, hey, look at what I've done. What I'm saying is I want to show you what I did to show you that you are also capable of doing the same thing and much more. Because trust me, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I'm not the brightest bulb in the shed. I have a hardcore work ethic, right? I work really hard. I also have a level of mental toughness. My EQ is way bigger than my IQ. And it's not so much about how smart you are, it's about how emotionally strong you are. So my EQ is way bigger than my IQ. And that's very important. And very, very few people out in this world have a high level of an EQ. And you have to raise your EQ level, your emotional quotient. You have to be able to take no's. You have to be able to hit hurdles and setbacks and brick walls, and the roof crumbles in on you, and all kinds of challenges are going to happen along the way. People talk behind your back. The people that you thought would support you don't support you, right? The people that have been in your corner for a long time turn their backs on you. And I can keep going. I mean, story after story to story, what happens in business, right? You're there for people and you support them, and you are in their corner, and you look out for them, and in their times of need, or whatever they might need out of you, right? And then when you need them, or you need them to reciprocate, they don't do that, right? They actually give you the cold shoulder or hard way to go. That is business. You have to have thick skin. I call it rhino skin. You have to have rhino skin and high level EQ to be able to keep pressing forward in the midst of all of these challenges, because it's going to happen. I've already experienced this many, many times. I've already experienced some high level challenges in business, right? For a while, it was like this. It was like easy peasy, just scaling, no major challenges. And then all of a sudden I had a big one, boom, hit me. And I was like, oh man, I wasn't ready for that. And then another one hit me, boom. And then I have a bunch of little small things that are, kind of adding up, right? Everything compounds over time, the compound effect. Darren Hardy, a great book. So you have to be able to handle those things and keep moving forward anyway. It's very, very important. I can't stress to you how important it is to have stickability, to have perseverance, to have the grit to say, you know what, I'm going to keep fighting and get the job done, no matter the circumstances, no matter who's cheering me on, no matter who's in my corner, right? And I'll tell you right now, if you have Jose Escobar in your corner, then good for you, because when I'm a loyal person. Loyalty is one of my character traits that one of my core values that I truly embrace, loyalty, right? I'm a very loyal person, and if I support you, you better believe I'm going to go to town and support you in any way I can. And as I continue to create success in my life, I want to make sure that the people around me that support me are experiencing that too, right? I want to be in their corners. I want to support them, right? And that's who I am. That's what I do, right? So if I'm in your corner, I'm very much in your corner. And that's just who I am. If I'm not in your corner, well, I'm just not in your corner there too. So I'm a black or white, there is no gray with me, right? So, but with that being said, it's just important to know that the things are going to come, challenges will come, and you have to be grounded within yourself, emotionally, mentally, right? Psychologically, but also spiritually. You have to have a strong spiritual foundation to where you are and where you're trying to go, right? You're only going to go as far as your ability to endure. And that's a reality. Just test it out. I mean, life is pretty predictable. If you're not hard on yourself, life will be hard on you. So my spiritual journey, again, I was born Catholic, raised Catholic, and as time went on, I kind of strayed a little bit for quite some time, and I was not so involved in my church as I should have been, and I was making poor decisions, and I made many poor decisions over time. And in hindsight, I'm like, why in the world did I do that, right? But because of the way I was raised, and because of my foundation of my faith and my connection to the Lord, I realized that no matter how much I went to the edge, I never actually went too far to the point where I couldn't come back to it. Right? Yes, I've been in some interesting predicaments, and yes, I've been in some challenging times, and I've been hurt, and I've hurt others too, historically, right? So I'm like, you know what? I learned from that. But in the same breath, I'm saying that what kept me going and what has allowed me to prosper and tap into my best self, right? The best version of ourselves, which I think Matthew Kelly coined, is my spiritual life. It's my faith. And they say, walk by faith, not by sight. I have always walked by faith, because a lot of times what was in front of me, what I could see, what I could touch, what was tangible was not, it was not what I wanted. I was always like, why is this happening? Why is that happening? Why do I not have this? Why does that person have that? how come I didn't get that chance? How come so it's always these questions and why this and why that, but I had to really commit to walking by faith, right? Knowing that if I just did what I had to do, if I prayed like it depended on God and I acted like it depended on me, then what needed to happen would happen. And that's kind of my journey and how things have played out over time. So, and also what I have found is that oftentimes what you are seeking is actually seeking you, right? What you're seeking is really seeking you. And then let me clarify what I mean by that. So a lot of people, all they want is love, right? Everything goes back to love. And what is love? Love is God. God is love. And God is seeking us. And we're seeking something greater than ourselves. Some of us might call it the universe. You might call it Mother Earth. You might call it higher power, whatever you call it. I call it God, right? So God is seeking us and we're seeking God. A lot of times we don't even know it, but that is the way I see it. My vision of my understanding of purpose of why we're here, excuse me, is to love, honor, and serve God, period. And everything beyond that is like the other things, right? But we are here temporarily for the eternal life as a test, as part of our journey. But this is not the end all be all. We weren't created to just, procreate, work hard, have fun, and die, right? There's way more to it. So we have to tap into our spiritual life, and spiritual life is directly linked to business, and business is directly linked to the spiritual life. Yes. Why? Because there's 10 life domains and they're all interconnected, and we were created by a creator, and in this case I call him God. And God created us for him, right? To love, honor, and serve him. And all the things that we do on a daily basis, like our health, like parenting, like being a husband or a wife, finances, stimulating the intellect, your brain, right? Your emotional state, your heart. I can keep going, right? Your vocation, your business, your job, your career, your profession, avocation, your recreational things that you like to do. Like I like to smoke cigars. I like martial arts. I like football, right? So those are recreational pieces, but they're all interconnected. Each one affects the other. So if you want to be strong in business, you have to have strong finances. If you want to be strong in business, you have to be healthy. If you want to be strong in business, you have to have a foundation to your spiritual life, right? And however you interpret that. They're all interconnected. And that's what I realized. So sometimes what you are seeking is seeking you. And what is seeking you, you are seeking. Isn't it interesting how that works? Here's another thought to consider, a really powerful thought. There's a level of darkness in the skies that are required in order for us to enjoy the stars. Have you thought about that? The sky has to be dark. There has to be night in order for us to look up and see the bright stars and the moon, the beauty of God's creation. We have to have night, darkness, in order to see the light, the stars. And that is directly linked to happiness in life and in business. Because happiness does not come alone. Happiness requires challenges. And a lot of times people think, well, happiness is the absence of pain and suffering and challenges. I'm happy when I don't have those things. That's not true. In order to be happy, those things have to be in your life in order for you to find happiness. They are connected, right? There's a really, really great book here that I just started reading very recently. It was actually a gift from my wife. She knows I love to read books. I read about a book a week on average. And she said, hey, I saw Amazon hit the door. And I was like, oh, that's not mine. That's weird. Because my wife is very frugal. She barely buys things. I'm more of the spender in the family. And the good news is that my wife and I are complete opposites when it comes to spending, right? So we meet in the middle a lot of times. So I saw a package and I was like, what is this package? She said, oh, it's something special for you. And I'm like, really? So I opened it and boom, it was this awesome book. And I'm very impressed by it. I highly recommend it if anybody out there decides to pick it up on Amazon. Or maybe even look at your local bookstore. I'm a big supporter of local bookstores. If you see like a mom and pop smaller bookstore, go there, support them. And then you go to Barnes and Noble, and then you go to Amazon. That's kind of my rule of thumb: is the local bookstore, people that are, you know, small businesses. Then you go to the big chains that are still physical bookstores, so we can support them so they don't go extinct. And then, of course, Amazon is the backup plan, right? So this book is called Build the Life You Want. Hope you can see that there, yeah. Build the Life You Want. And the subtitle is The Art and Science of Getting Happier. And this is by Arthur C. Brooks and Oprah Winfrey. So everybody knows Oprah, right? But not many people know Arthur Brooks. And Arthur Brooks is this gentleman right there, and that's Oprah. So, and I'm just going to quickly read here Arthur Brooks's bio so you have an idea, right? Arthur Brooks is the Parker Gilbert Montgomery Professor at Harvard Kennedy School and Professor of Management Practice at Harvard Business School, where he teaches courses on happiness. He is the creator of the popular How to Build a Life column at The Atlantic, an acclaimed public speaker, and the author of best-selling books, including From Strength to Strength and Love Your Enemies. So this book is really strong. I'm about halfway done with the book, roughly. But I want to read you a little piece here, something to consider as you travel this very exciting path of entrepreneurship, of business, of a professional career. Even if you don't have a business and you have a job and you get a profession, I think this applies to all of that, right? So it says here, 2 lessons. It's about happier, right? Happier, a relative, contextualized, fluid condition, not some perfect, fixed ideal of nirvana. Happier is not a state of being, but a state of doing. Not a thing you wait around and hope for, but an achievable change you actively work towards. And when you're working towards things, what's going to come? Challenges, setbacks, unforeseen circumstances, right? That are not favorable a lot of times. But that is the beauty of life and its journey and the pursuit of happiness, right? So it says here, your emotions are signals to your conscious brain that something is going on that requires your attention and action. That's all they are. So your emotions are signals to your conscious brain that something is going on that requires your attention and action. Your conscious brain, if you choose to use it, gets to decide how you will respond to them. The emotion is a tap on the shoulder, right? The elbow nudge in your side. What you do about it is completely your call. It's not so much what happens to you in life, it's how you respond to it. We've heard that saying before. I don't know who it came from, but and it says here at the bottom, it seemed as though the feelings are, it seemed as though the feelings are driving the bus, and the best you can do is buckle up. So imagine your emotions especially negative emotions, are what's driving the bus. So your emotions are driving the bus, and you have lost control of that bus, which is you, and you're now in the back seat somewhere, just buckled up. Who knows where this bus is about to go? Off a cliff, against a brick wall, who knows? It's just going to go with the emotion. And you are strapped in as a passenger on this bus. So it says here, the feelings are driving the bus, and the best you can do is buckle up. You don't have to live like that anymore. There are strategies you can use to take back the wheel. Did you hear that? There are strategies you can use to take back the wheel. And there's a powerful saying here, a powerful quote. It says, you feel the feel, then take the wheel. You feel the feel, then take the wheel. So it's okay to feel the feel, right? To have your feelings, your emotional things that happen. It's okay. What's not okay is for you to take a back seat and let the feelings drive the bus, and you just go for a crazy ride and you have no idea where it's headed. And a lot of times it's disaster. It's alcohol, it's addiction, it's pornography, it's strip clubs, it's prostitution, it's, all kinds of things. It'll lead you down a slippery slope if you're not careful, when you let the feelings drive the bus. So it's okay to feel the feel, but at some point you have to take the wheel, and you have to be able to do that fast, right? And you have to do it fast. And what allows you to do that fast is having a very high EQ. And where do you get this high EQ? Through the process of Zen, meditation, prayer. Excuse me. I told you I was going to be coughing throughout this, so glad you guys are still here. So the power of prayer, the power of meditation, the power of being in silence. There's a phenomenal book by a great author, Ryan Holiday, called Stillness is the Key. Stillness is the Key. Powerful book. A must read in our noisy world. Sometimes to silence everything, you just need to get into your stillness, into your quiet space. This is mine, my home office here. I have books everywhere, all around my office here. These shelves are top to bottom, right? And these are double rows, right? So there's books behind these books, books behind these books, books behind those books. Like there's books everywhere. I have books all over here. If you look carefully, I have books all over here on my desk, right? There's my whiteboard back there. I have books here. The list, I have books everywhere. So not to get off topic, but you have to find time and a space where you can create some stillness, where you can create Zen, where you can meditate and pray and journal and put your thoughts on paper. And sometimes in the silence, you hear the noise, you hear the voices, you hear communication between you and the divine. In my case, I say God. Because sometimes he speaks to us in the silence. And when you take the time to do that, you are developing that muscle of the emotional quotient, right? Just like you develop the muscle of the mind, the intellect, by reading books and studying and listening to podcasts and listening to coaches and mentors and going to events and seminars, courses and programs. That stimulates the intellect. That's like stimulating the muscles of the mind, right? Physically, you have to work out, you have to go to the gym, or you got to go for a run. You got to do those types of things. And it's powerful to see what happens there, right? It's powerful to see what happens there. I have another book I want to share with you in a second. When you're stimulating your physical body to gain strength, and emotionally, you have to do the same kind of work emotionally, which requires a lot of time stillness. It requires you to be with yourself, to pour into you, right? Self-care. And self-love is self-care, right? So where's your happy space? Where's your private area where you can just be? and tap into more of who you are, right? There is like a sanctuary, right? That you can retreat to at any time to take your inner self to another level. Where's your sanctuary, your retreat area that you can light a candle in? You could put some classical music in the background. If you go on YouTube and you type in library ambiance, I assure you, trust me, do this. Go to YouTube and type in library ambiance, or type in book ambiance, or type in something along those lines, right? You can type in just about anything ambiance, and you're going to find a recurring 3-4 hours of beautiful AI generated backgrounds that are so appealing, like a fireplace and a beautiful massive library with beautiful furniture. And you can even put a cafe ambiance, right? And you can put fall ambiance. I'm telling you, seasonal ambiances. And then you have classical music playing, or piano music playing in the background, or jazz. Sometimes it's like light jazz, and it creates this feeling that we all look for, right? This feeling of gratitude, this feeling of inner peace, the Zen philosophy, right? So that's what I do. So I have my candle, I put on the music, I journal, I pray, I meditate, I read scripture, Bible study, different things, meditation. So that's what I encourage all of you to do, to find some time that you apply this every single day, because you have to stimulate that emotional strength to improve that. You have to create the time for that. And it all leads back to your spiritual life, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger, I just got this book recently. It's called Be Useful, subtitled 7 Tools for Life by Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is a new book, right? So again, local bookstore, then Barnes & Noble, and then Amazon. So, but in here, he talks about the importance of going on walks. He talks about going on walks. Some of the greatest ideas come from people who take walks. Maybe it's going on a daily walk. Like, where do ideas hit you the most? For me, it's when I'm taking a cold shower, when I'm working out, or when I'm going on walks, or when I'm in the prayerful state / meditating or journaling with my music in the background. Those are like the 4 types of times when ideas hit me, but primarily walking is big. And it says it in here, and I'm going to read exactly what I highlighted here. It says, many of history's greatest thinkers, leaders, scientists, artists, and entrepreneurs found some of their greatest inspiration going for walks. Beethoven used to take walks carrying blank pages of sheet music and a pencil. The Romantic poet William Wordsworth used to write as he took walks around a lake where he lived. Ancient Greek philosophers like Aristotle would lecture their students while taking long walks with them, often working out their ideas at the same time. 2,000 years later, the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, I think it's how you pronounce it, would say, it is only ideas gained from walking that have any worth. That is powerful. It is only ideas gained from walking that have any worth.
Wow.
Einstein refined many of his theories about the universe while walking around the Princeton University campus. The writer Henry David Thoreau would say, the moment my legs begin to move, my thoughts begin to flow. Wow. Good stuff. A 2014 study by researchers at Stanford University showed that walking increased the creative thinking of 100% of the study participants who were asked to walk while completing a series of creative tasks. Did you hear that? 100%. There is if you haven't done the research, this is a bucket list piece that I encourage all of you to consider as a bucket list item. There's a 500-mile hike/walk called El Camino.
Mhm.
And it's the Camino de Santiago de Compostela, the famous Catholic pilgrimage across northern Spain. More than 300,000 people from all over the world walk the Camino every year.
True.
And so many people have found so many powerful ideas there. It is insane. It is insane. I was watching a couple of different documentaries on it, El Camino in Spain. I encourage you to go to YouTube and type it in, El Camino in Spain, right? And just see the different stuff that you'll find there on it. That is a bucket list item that I will do. It's just a journey, a pilgrimage of walking all of this knowledge and experiencing and meeting all kinds of amazing people from all walks of life that are there to find themselves, to create ideas, to ideate and innovate and tap into the deepest layers of who they are and find purpose and meaning, right? It's just a great idea. So anyway, I say all this to say that my journey of success so far, up until now, I will put it in terms of the foundation of what has allowed me to do what I've done in my spiritual journey. My spiritual life is very much alive because I practice it daily, every single day. It's part of my morning routine, it's part of my evening routine, it's part of my family culture, it is part of my daily life. It is what I do, it is what I preach, it is what I teach, it's how I lead, it is who I am. And when you fully embrace your spiritual life, your spirituality, and you fully take the time to actually have moments in your calendar where you tap into this and you have a space that is like your sanctuary where you're able to do these types of things, I am telling you, the game will change. The game will change. Some of you are already doing really well. And this is only going to help you get to a whole nother level. And some of you that are trying to achieve the next stage right now and haven't quite, excuse me, you've had some challenges in your end. Maybe you started to do something where you lost momentum, right? And you don't want to lose momentum because once you lose momentum, it's like going up an escalator backwards underwater, right? You don't want to do that. So if you're trying to get somewhere and you've been struggling for a little while, you feel like you're spinning your wheels and you don't know what it is, maybe it's that, maybe you're missing this component. So my encouragement to you is to tap into your spiritual life, tap into your spirituality, make that the foundation of all of what you do, and press forward and be fully committed because we make decisions every single day. Our days are made up of decisions after decisions after decisions we make, right? Constantly. Decisions don't last, commitments last. So commit to implementing at least a little bit of what I said into your life, and I would bet some good money that you'll see some positive changes and some impact in your life, and especially those that you serve as well. So I hope this was of value to all of you today. Again, I'm very grateful to Marianne for the opportunity to speak here at this amazing Zen Leadership virtual summit. And very, very happy. I know the topic today is promoting spirituality in business. That's what I do. That's who I am. And again, if anybody out there is interested in learning more about the Connected Leaders Academy, and you're an entrepreneur, you want to have more connections, you want to scale your influence, you want to learn and grow personally, professionally, you want to get more leads, referrals, collaborations, endorsements, more money, more clients, the bottom line, right? You want to develop your skill sets even more. You want to get on more podcasts and more stages as a speaker. The list goes on. Reach out to me. Let me know. I would love to connect with you, share with you a bit about what it is that we're putting together here, the culture of our community, of our tribe, and see if it's a good fit, right? I'm always looking for win-win opportunities. So feel free to connect with me. I'm very accessible. Reach out to Marianne or reach out to me directly, and let's definitely jump on a virtual coffee and let's learn more about each other, see how we can serve each other. But with that being said, again, have a fantastic rest of your strong end. I don't like to say weekend. Who likes week? We like strong, right? Strong. So have a fantastic strong end. And let's continue to be a light in the world and make an impact and serve those that we serve at the highest level and create a legacy for our families and just be our very best at what we do, right? And your best is good enough, as I like to say. Take care. See you guys later.
That was amazing. That was amazing. Thank you so much, Jose. Jose was unable also to be with us live because he's with his son. Oh goodness, there's more technology issues. Before this gets crazy.
He's a pretty incredible speaker, and I could listen to him all day. He's amazing.
Yes, I don't know what's happening with me here. I'm just going to say thank you to everyone, and hopefully I'm not going to get interrupted by some sort of technology issue. I want to start by thanking Laurie McNeil, who started us off this morning with so many amazing nuggets for marketing, media, everything, branding. Lori Governor Curtis, who was also amazing with a lot of great information. Charlotte from the UK, Charlotte McCann, so outstanding. And then, of course, the entire APL Go, Julia Worry, Linda McVie, Tammy Williams, Rosemary Geese, and myself, of course. And then Jay Lee, and also with all his sales information, Yvette Owens with her leadership speech, which was great, Anne Greco, who unfortunately got cut off at the end because my Zoom froze. So thank you, and my apologies to you, Anne. And also then at the very end where he got his own little platform is Jose Escobar. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who commented, who participated, who was with us, anyone and all of you who will watch the replay. Thank you also for that. And any final words from you, Rosemary?
Technology is a wonderful thing. We just got to learn to accommodate it and just go for it. And we did. And I apologize. I kind of got a little flustered there, but we learn from our experiences, right? So next time will be easy.
You did amazing. What are you talking about, flustered? Everything's great. Thank you all so much. And everyone, have yourself a fantastic rest of the strong end, as Jose would say. He always does that. We don't want weekend, we want strong end. And have a great rest of your day. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Marianne, for all that you do.
Thank you.
Take care.